They use both arms. Okay, welcome. For those online and with us joining us today, this is the July 10th, 2023, it's 11:35. This is the work session. Weber County Commissioners. We're going to start with a discussion approval for the minutes for the commission held on June 26th. I'm Commissioner Gage for I'll be conducting with me is Commissioner Jim Harvey to my left and Commissioner Sharon Bolus to my right. Welcome. I hope everybody had a good holiday.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve minutes.
We have a motion
Second.
and we have a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We're now at our next agenda item, which is discussion regarding ARPA funds. Sean is out of town, I believe. John Bond is obviously with us, a famous John Bond. Good to see you. And Chris Crockett's with us. We have Brooke with us, Linnell, Brooke, Scott Park is with us, and Brandon Quinney. Okay, and we have a few extra around, so who wants to start this? Since John, do you want to go with it or Scott?
I'll start if that's okay, Commissioners.
Yeah,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
Share my screen with your permission.
Go ahead.
So what we thought we would do is just quickly summarize where we've been and what we would like to do and hope to accomplish today. And then if you're okay with that, we'll just start moving through it. So you've seen this several times in the past. This is what we've allocated in ARPA funding so far. And what we're here to talk about today is this line in yellow, the $15 million that has yet to be allocated. And so what we've done is we've gone back, Brooke went through and we presented to you a little while ago, all the different additional project requests for existing projects and what money they wanted to help finish their projects. We also came back and said, here's a couple of additional projects that want some money. We presented some recommendations. We had some questions. We were asked to calculate what's the cost per user. And so what we would like to do first off is have Brooke just kind of report back on all of those things that you guys had asked us to do. And then she's going to kind of hit all the things. And our hope is to not drive in and discuss each one of these projects individually at the time, other than just to high up to let you know what's all out there on the table. And then we kind of want to go through and start answering your questions as to what we do, because some of the questions you may have when you're looking at the first slides may be answered in the slides down below. So if that's okay, we'll just.
So let me just be clear. So we're not actually looking for specific answers on projects today. We're just kind of looking what we have on the table and then.
Well, I would really like to hope to get some answers
Okay.
from you today. And then we also have some recommendations to help finalize some things. So, but what I'm saying is when Brooke's going through her individual slides, talking about the projects, once we get through that, then you'll have all the projects on the table. Then we'd like to drive in and see if we can get some decisions as to where you'd like us to go.
Okay. Okay,
If that's okay,
let's
then.
do it.
Sorry, I have to navigate my screen.
Do you have a mouse for clicking through?
It's right here on my computer.
Just right on your computer. Oh, you got it. Okay. And so, like Scott mentioned, what we did was just put together some slides that we thought might be helpful, just that goes over all of the project applications and some of their details. So we'll just quickly run through kind of like we do with some of the transportation. So you have an idea of what's involved in the project, what's the asks are. And then, like Scott mentioned, there might be some things in following slides that answer questions that you might have had on the previous. So once we're through those, feel free to ask any questions that you might have on them. Before we get into the sewer ones, we just wanted to update you on the few approved projects that we had that did state that they might need some additional funds. That,
For just
yes.
a second. Commissioner, would it be okay if we
Oh,
shrunk
Let's
that
do that, yeah.
video? It kind of covers the summary of
it's true.
everything.
I know I won't be able to read it.
I was trying to keep you in confusion there. Okay.
Want me to help you up there, Gage?
Yeah, would you?
I mean, I got all my fingers.
You got yours? Good. There we go. Good. Thank you.
So this is the original slide from back when you guys approved original funding for youth impacts projects. So the numbers you see reflected there are the original request amounts and their original approved. As you'll remember, they previously were looking to renovate their commercial teaching kitchen, their family food pantry, and then put in a high-tech teen center. Like we reported in the last couple of meetings, there's been significant snowfall this last winter that critically damaged roof that they needed to repair with the ARPA funding actually collapsed and caused some more substantial damages to the facility.
That's right. I saw that. Saw something come out on that.
So they have started a new campaign looking for some additional funding to raise. They need another 500K to help with the damages that were caused by the roof collapse. And they are working on that. You can, it's been installed up at the city with some permitting stuff. But they've just mentioned that they would take any additional funding if it was available.
What was the original? So can you go back a
Yep.
slide? I'd like to see what was the original amount that they anticipated the total project to be?
The original amount anticipated was just short of 630,000.
630, okay.
They
great.
asked us for 200,000, they were approved for 100. So they were working on some funding campaigns that were going to use what they get from their fundraisers to go towards the project with the 100,000 that we gave them. But now they've experienced all of that damage and need an additional 500,000 just to be able to.
So they're
Yeah.
saying that project is gonna be 1.1 something. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, not the specific project, but now all of the repair costs, like the black mold, the electrical power system, the drywall, the flooring, just all of the damage that was caused by the roof collapse. So not necessarily that they need additional funding to complete the kitchen. It's just that now their funding is really short because all of the funding that they were going to use towards the kitchen project is now being used to fix the immediate issues that they had with the.
This is that original building that Matt Browning built,
Yeah.
isn't it? For the
Yeah.
Star Collection. Okay.
So this total cost request would include like roof repair, taking care of the damage.
Yeah, they've actually got the roof fixed. so
Oh,
it's
okay,
just been
roof is
repaired.
fixed.
But now they just have all of the damage.
Okay.
Because of that, and they need a new, they have swamp coolers, they have to take the swamp coolers out and then put HVAC, and that is a majority of the cost of HVAC system for $200,000. For that, so there's pieces that you could look for partial funding or whatever, they just said that they'd be extremely grateful for any additional funding if there were funds.
Any additional funding above and beyond the 100 that's already been given? Got it, thanks.
And we have committed to the 100, correct?
We've committed and signed agreement for 100.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So next, and you're familiar with this one as well, that's the project out of Little Mountain Service Area for their lagoon rehabilitation. It's to refurbish their treatment system and lagoons. They're gonna update their outdated technology, their lagoons to function properly and then facilitate that discharge into the Great Salt Lake. So total project cost for this one is estimated at 3 million. They're just requesting the 300,000 to go towards their engineering and admin costs. They did receive that state ARPA funding for the 5 million from the DWQ. So that can only be used for construction purposes only. So 300,000 for this request for the admin and engineering costs. Next, out of Little Mountain Service Area is also their infiltration project that you're familiar with, just to conduct that line scoping and identify where the infiltration is coming from and repair the main lines to mitigate that. They were going out for line scoping and diagnosis just last month, so we're waiting to hear total project costs.
I thought we were gonna hear on that
Numbers.
already, Stephanie. I thought we were gonna hear the end last.
Little
week.
Mountain scoping.
Not yet. They just started the scoping.
Oh, they just,
Yes, yeah, we haven't got a report back yet. I checked it with
Okay.
John Price yesterday. And
okay,
They're in the ground. They're started
Yeah.
down the line,
we still
but
have
they're
a-
not.
we don't have a report yet.
okay.
Just not the final cost. So we do still have that estimated at up to $2 million, and they would be requesting that full amount. Next is a project that was submitted by Powder Mountain Water and Sewer Improvement District. It's for a lift station, force main and sewer lagoon improvement project. Do you know, Powder Mountain, they're served by some aging sewer infrastructure and total containment treatment lagoons. So the existing treatment system needs repairs for the interim, which is their wastewater treatment, and then possible future winter storage reuse. Last winter, same with the historic snowpack and the infiltration and inflow that we had exposed deficiencies in their district's lagoons. So they stated that inadequate freeboard design and construction deficiencies resulted in 2 of their ponds spilling over into the north drainage. During that situation, they submitted some photos where they've had to hire a contractor to have the roads plowed to get in there and do some of that work to fix it. So the spilling of the ponds caused contamination concerns, and they reported that these issues were difficult for them to fix during that emergency due to the limited access that they had to the site, not having interior roadways between the ponds, and then no control valve or piping between ponds, and also just concerns on their embankment stability. So with this application, it is a 2-part request. They are first looking to do a lagoon improvement project. With that project, they're seeking to increase the embankment stability by removing some of those trees, vegetation, raising their north dike at their pond 2, installing liners on their lagoon cells as those appear to be leaking, and then installing an under drain system below the liner Then also improving piping and transfer structures between the ponds for isolation of the treatment cells and improving their cutoff trench and tow drain system. So the total cost for that part, which is the lagoon rehabilitation, is estimated at just about $4.1 million. The second part of the application, the district is seeking to complete some preliminary steps towards completing a regional wastewater treatment system in the Upper Ogden Valley that would reduce the septic systems in the area and allow for future economic growth. The project is proposing to construct a regional lift station for the unsewered area and then tie into and install a new forced main to the existing lagoons. The district stated that the project would be designed so that when the future mechanical treatment plant is constructed, all aspects of that completed lagoon would be converted to water reuse storage ponds. And the forced main would be used to deliver reused water from the new plant to the repurposed lagoons. So the total cost for that portion of the project is estimated at just over $2.5 million. Both projects together are estimated at $9.8 million, and the district is requesting $5 million towards those two projects. Next up, we have the Eden Sewer Service Area Culinary Water. This project is from the newly created service area in regards to their culinary water. If you're aware, in 2021, Wolf Creek Water and Sewer, they experienced some contamination in one of their springs and loss of well production. The district issued a moratorium on all of their future users, and after significant capital expenditures, they were able to provide just enough water to lift the moratorium for the platted users. However, the moratorium still remains in place for all other projects. So efforts have been underway to remedy that. Recently, Osprey Ranch subdivision found a source of water that they're developing, and it will greatly help with the water solution within the district. So the new water source will allow the district to bring Osprey Ranch's sewer needs to the district, and then in the process, open up the Ogden Valley to solving their long-term need for sewers. So through a development agreement that Osprey Ranch has, who has the water, and then with the district who has their sewer solution, they've agreed to trade services once funding is implemented to solve those two issues with one solution. So with this application, they're just seeking to address that current shortage of culinary water within the district, and they're requesting funding for the development of wells, a water pump house, transmission lines, and to provide an emergency connection that helps mitigate problems. So if one system goes down, the other one can cover. So the total project cost is estimated at $3 million. They're requesting $2.1 million towards this project, as they've already begun some of the initial work that's been completed and paid for that.
I would like to point out that is not a request from the district.
Right, that is the Eden Sewer Service Area.
That's
John
from the
Lewis.
Right. So next, we have another out of the Eden Sewer Service Area. It's for secondary water. It's a second project from them. Is for installation of a higher production shallow well and transmission line from Osprey Ranch to secondary water to the district. The application notes that the secondary water is needed to be blended with the reused water that the district relies on as a method of wastewater disposal, since the surface groundwater discharge is not permitted up in the valley. So total cost of that project for the secondary water is $652,000. The request is for $600,000 towards the projects that they've already begun some of that initial work as well and paid for some of those.
Question,
Yes.
Scott, I thought when we looked at the Treasury Act guidelines, secondary water wasn't a permitted use.
So we say up there, ARPA eligible, maybe, but we need more research on that. So the
Okay.
developers come back and try and has made an argument as to why, because some of that is reuse, why that would be eligible. I don't know that I am fully on board with it yet, but I'm not saying that I disagree either. So
Okay.
more research. If this is a project that we want to do, then I think we need to do more research to make sure that we all feel comfortable it's eligible. With what we're going to propose in a minute, it may be that we don't even worry about this, because part of the pitch is going to be to fund the clearly eligible projects and then let the
Right.
developers
Yeah.
shuffle their own funds to fund
Okay.
other things that we're.
I just want to make sure everybody was aware of that.
All right, and then the third application from the Eden Sewer Service Area is for their sewer area extension. So it's seeking to install sewer infrastructure in the currently underserved developments and address issues with the septic systems that are in the Eden area. So if you know, 95% of the valley citizens and businesses are on individual septic systems, which many are failing. Ogden Valley as a whole has been looking for a solution to minimize and replace those septic systems and bring sewer to the valley and mitigate contamination. So There's 4 segments to this application. Segment 1 and 2 are for the construction of the Brown Lift Station. That'll be the main lift station that allows the sewer from the Eden area to flow to Wolf Creek Sewer Plant. And then transmission lines from the 4-way stop that'll take the sewage from the Brown Lift Station to the plant. Segment 3 is the construction of the Osprey Ranch Sewer Lift Station and the transmission lines. This development currently serves 31 lots, and phase 2 will serve another 30 lots. And then segment 4 is the installation of the gravity line connection to the approved Cobabe Ranch project, serving 101 homes. Total cost of the project is estimated at just over 4.8 million, and they are requesting 4.3 million towards this project, as they've already begun and paid for some of the initial work that's been completed. Next is an application from Wolf Creek Water and Sewer Improvement District.
John, you got a question? Go ahead.
If you don't mind me interjecting something real quick, so I wanted to just point out that if we had, as the petitioner, if we had just kind of gone with minimum private, we would have done a 6-inch sewer main. We really want to see the working with Wolf Creek Water and Sewer. We want to see this open up to the community as a whole, and someday there'll be 1,000 people on this or more. So we're putting in this. I just want to point out the difference of what we could have and what we are doing.
Show us where that line is. Which-
Well, there's
which-
there's several different sizes depending on how close you get back to the
Okay.
plant. This would be the gravity.
That's the gravity feed.
Yeah, a lot of it's 10-inch when it's going to, 10 is gravity. There's 6 that's pressurized going the other way. All of it is substantially bigger and oversized so that we can accommodate, 1,000 people, 2,000 people, not the 200 we're talking about.
Right.
So this entire thing is enlarged, going through Osprey, for instance. This whole section is just 60 houses, but we built it for 1,000.
Okay.
The
and
section
so on.
shown in color on the left is the request from Wolf Creek District and is strictly for the commercial areas of Old and New Eden. And is a mixture of pressure and gravity, as John says.
We're trying to build for the future.
So, if I can, Mr. Chair,
Please.
so that's, I want to be, you brought that up again, Ms. Menzies, that's strictly for commercial. Is there any plan to upsize that line so that you could take more capacity and not have to dig only the plan for the commercial, but also allow?
Yes.
Okay. Well, can you speak to how big the line is planned for then and what it was required?
I've got the details, I can get into the weeds, but the gravity line. The main ones that would be upsized would be the gravity line coming down from Snowcrest,
Okay,
because that one's going to be a gravity line down to, we would suggest it coming to the 4-way. And then continuing gravity line to the Brown Lift Station. So that Osprey can come in as a pressure line to a manhole at the 4-way. And the other one that would be oversized would be coming up from Old Eden, because ultimately some of these residences may want to hook on. But for right now, we're focusing we haven't had the opportunity. We've requested permission from staff to contact businesses and so forth, but we can't until we know that we've got the funding. So we know that we've got people asking us for connection from Old Eden. We've got people asking us for connection from the New Eden businesses. But so far, the residences are not as interested, but the size is there to manage it.
that's a huge thing for me because going forward, I've thought that it was incredibly ignorant and short-sighted to only plan for commercial and not to include businesses. This is the first time that we've talked about that oversizing of the pipe in this room. So that's a big difference. Thank you, very
We're
appreciate it.
waiting on the master sewer plan for us to understand just how many units we could have coming in, and then we'll size it accordingly, so.
Thank you. Good. When I was in mechanics class in high school, you could never have enough horsepower. Bigger is always better, just in case. I just remember what Mr. Barker always taught me. That was a long time ago.
That was quite a while.
Before your days.
No. Okay,
Okay,
keep
so,
going. Thank you for that.
yes, So the next application is from Wolf Creek Water and Sewer Improvement District for their Eden sewer and other infrastructure. So this application was explained as in part of a joint application for sewers, lift stations and other infrastructure in Ogden Valley. The other part of the application was just presented on a previous slide, so you'll see a little bit of overlap here. But this one includes 4 separate segments or phases listed in order in the district's priorities. So number 1 is the completion of the Brown Lift Station and pressure sewage conveyance system to the treatment plant and gravity sewer from the manhole near the four-way stop intersection. You'll notice the overlap just from the application we just described. The district included this segment in their application as well with a cost estimate for the unbuilt portions or components that the developer has already completed to be assumed by the district. So here is a full map with all of Wolf Creek's proposal. So segment 2 is the installation of that gravity sewer from Snowcrest High towards the four-way stop lift station. Segment 3 is the installation of the gravity sewer line lift station and section of pressure sewer to the new Eden area. Installation of this infrastructure will include laterals to businesses and offer low-cost connections to public sewer and service up to 40 businesses. Segment 4 is the installation of the gravity sewer line lift station and a section of pressure sewer to the old Eden area. Installation of that infrastructure will serve businesses to the north and west end of Eden Park, including Carlos and Harley's. So total cost of this project is estimated at $6.93 million. The district is requesting $3.4 million towards these projects.
For all 4,
Yes, sir.
can you do some of those projects without, let's say, could you do 1, 2, and 3 without 4? Or not?
Well, let's see, which is 4? 4 is.
4 is Old Town.
4 is Old Town. Yes, they're organized according to what you have to have in order to do the next bit. So
Right.
you can put in just the Brown lift station and then wait to see what happens. Or you can put in the Snowcrest line and then, but you have to have the Brown lift station.
Yeah.
And that's why it's in both John Lewis's application and ours. It's of the highest priority. So you can
Do you
either,
agree with that, John?
You need one before the second one,
Yeah.
for
Okay.
sure. Yeah.
All right.
so you put the Brown lift station in, then you've got a way of getting the sewage up to the plant. The one that we think is the highest priority because it's the best from a financial standpoint is the gravity line coming from Snowcrest. We think that that one's has got more businesses in a shorter space of length.
Does that take you to the 4-way?
That takes you to the four-way, which is at Maverick.
Yeah.
But the banks and such probably need to be ultimately served by this one in blue. Because if you remember, the river is over here. So
Right.
in fact, the slope is this way, the slope is the wrong way. So you put in a gravity system up in that blue area and then one pump line from here up to the gravity line. So that's why this Snowcrest line has to be the first one going in. And the Snowcrest one also would be available to any developers on the North Fork direction when we get the master plan to hook into the top end up by Snowcrest. The point at which it starts to slope is roughly at Snowcrest. We could possibly get the state, it depends on the depth of the sewer.
So does that bring Snowcrest into the system?
Yes, sir.
The schools agreed, school districts
They're
agreed?
excited.
How excited? Well,
Waving underwear.
that doesn't, I don't want the underwear, I'm looking at the cash. They're not
We
good at
have
giving
not
us
discussed
cash.
this because I was not able to have any meaningful conversations other than, would you hook up if it was available? And there was a resounding yes from the facilities manager at Weaver School District. He wants to be able to hook up the Valley Elementary too. What I ended up doing was a comparison of the amount of nitrate per dollar. And this one, the purple one, is by far the most cost effective. And then the next most cost effective is the blue one. This one, because of the length, is less cost effective. And this one is about 10 times more expensive per pound of nitrate captured. But I then saw that somebody was proposing housing developments here. So it's possible
So I can see
they
where
were
you're,
proposing housing developments down here. So if you're going to encourage those housing developments.
how do we
there's a
do that? How do we encourage that,
You
Miranda?
tell them to hook up to the sewer rather than letting them do septic. because they are within a half mile of the lake. So
I say some of that area is critical, close to the lake.
all of this is within 1 mile of the lake,
Yeah.
and the concentrations in the springs down here are up to 2 parts per million nitrate.
Okay,
You can go out and measure it when there's no surface water and it's full of nitrate.
okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, I'm not gonna go measure. All this stress.
Oh,
You're
I
not
thought-
gonna go walking, looking at
I
springs.
thought you wanted to
I do that
do
all
on the
the
ground.
I like cows, but
Okay, good information. All
Okay. we
right,
have
keep
one-
going.
One
Brooke?
last update on a project that was originally approved. The approval was a two-part approval, 750,000 for the well at both Free Water and Sewer, and then it was 1,850,000 towards the reuse pond. So we kind of updated you last meeting about the situation with the siting. You'll recall that they submitted an amendment requesting an additional up to $2 million in funding to be applied towards this reuse pond. They reported that their wetland study was completed for the area, and the mitigation area was identified as potentially more than 3 acres to the south side of the parcel that the pond was originally cited for. So with the change, the project would incur increased costs due to the topography and the additional work that's needed to complete that project in that area. So the district stated that even the permitting and review of that site could take up to 2 years, 3 years, which is outside our ARPA timeframe. So they're proposing a 45-acre smaller version of the pond be designed so that they can expand in the future to the 93-acre pond. They're still trying to come up with some project variations to meet the ultimate goals of the project. So far, they've not been able to come up with any feasible alternatives that doesn't encounter major land acquisitions or water right permitting issues. So total cost of this project is now estimated at $12.1 million for the 90-acre-foot pond and $6.3 million for the 45-acre pond. So the district's requesting up to that additional $2 million in funding to be able to move forward with that pond at the 45-acre. And Miranda, I know things keep changing, so correct me if I've gotten any of that wrong or there's any
At this
updates.
point, the total cost, including 30% contingency, including the pipeline pumping system, is 9.3. But I keep on looking at those contingency numbers and saying, can't we get the contingency less? And, you know, as we go through the design, hopefully we will. But we have, at this point, not been able to find an alternate site for which we have a willing seller.
Yep, that's the
Is
rest.
that it?
So what we did now, commissioners, if you're okay with it, we would like to ask a couple of different questions. So I have,
Ask away.
so this is not, I don't want you to read too much into this. When we say staff, this is just us plugging in a scenario. It doesn't mean that we're finding these projects one better than the other. We'll defer to you on that.
Could you help me, please?
Sure.
In order for me to read into anything, I'm gonna need to see it.
Yeah.
Is that better? Or would you like it a little
It's
bit better?
better, sure,
Let
bigger,
me free.
Again, I thought you said bigger was better.
bigger, more horse, better.
Okay. So what I've done here is just, here's the projects we want to talk about today. So we'll start with the Weaver CJC building. Now, we didn't talk about that one today. We've talked and got tentative approval on that, but we actually never have anything official from the commissioners saying, go ahead and do that. So that's why I've thrown that on here, plus a couple of these other ones.
That's column E, correct?
So this is, yeah, so previously they were awarded 100,000. They'd requested an additional 3. We have
Million.
3 million, yes. So total of 4 million, so but what they're requesting right now is this additional 3. And so I went over here and put in this additional awarded amount, $3 million.
All right, let's deal with that one right now.
Okay,
Commissioner Bowles, where are you on that?
I'm okay with it.
Commissioner Harvey?
Yeah, that's it. It's well, what's happened with this state funded mandate, our state unfunded mandate? You've made some calls, a lot of calls down there with your buddies.
Yeah, well, let me put it this way.
You've been very effective.
I've been told that we probably have an opening there, but I'm not ready to cash the check yet.
No.
Let me just, again, that's a political process, so. I would be willing to fund it with the ability to, after the legislative session, defer that somewhere else.
So what we did
I
is,
mean, I think they need a commitment to go forward.
yeah, so we wrote, the county would be awarding up to 4 million, so 3 million plus the 1 million we already gave them, so up to 4 million, but they don't get 4 million. If we can replace that with funding from the legislature, we'll do that.
So I'm hoping, hopefully I can pull that off, but until the last night of the last session,
I get
11:30
that.
at night, you don't know.
I'd say about the same
Yeah.
thing. So you just said, if the state, but I think once the state says, hey, the county's already come in with ARPA funds, we don't need to do anything.
Well,
But they gotta have a commitment to move forward. And we can't wait another 8 months. Unless we get something out interim, but I'm exactly the same way.
so,
The problem is it takes money out of other things.
no, this is the one I struggled with probably the most.
Something to keep in mind is that this is a county department. We're not going to actually be entering into a formal agreement
Right.
with the CJC. And so we don't have to actually go out there and put a document that says this is the amount that we're gonna, I mean, you've got those. But
We do need to document it for
all
our
of
internal control
the, all of
process. Yeah.
the minutes and the records show that that's a flexible number. It's
Mm-hmm.
just that county, we
Yeah.
prefer county last in.
Yep.
I can give you an update as to other parts of the project that are moving forward. I met with the Friends Board a couple of weeks ago.
Friends of the CJC,
Yes,
thank you.
they were selecting a real estate agent. And so I met with you before, Commissioner Ford, and told them, we need to maximize the amount that's gonna come out of that building. And I took your suggestion of trying to get them to negotiate an agreement when there is an offer out there to retain possession, but at a no cost.
Right.
We're not gonna rent it back, delay the closing. They were very receptive. to that
Good.
idea. They were also incredibly appreciative, and they wanted me to pass that along to the commission. So
Good.
that part is.
So you felt good about them cooperating then on,
Yes, in fact, I asked, and they were all in agreement with this, that once they get the contract for the real estate agent, is to have the Shelley Jackson, who's the chair of the Friends Board, the real estate agent, and probably you, Commissioner Core, sit down and just discuss what would be the best way to set up this, the listing, the terms, just so that we can get the most value out of that
Yeah.
building. And
perfect,
they were happy to do that.
perfect. Okay, I'm glad to hear that.
So commissioners, if you're okay with that, I will at the end of this pass this around, and it's just to get an internal approval that, yes, you guys are okay with this project, so we have that firm commitment from the CJC that.
I think we have to.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
JB?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. You're good.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
so this next one, if you're okay,
That's a big thing.
With the stipulation that, if we can talk to our friends down at the Capitol and,
yes,
I think there's a good chance we can come up with $1 million to 2 million, but we'll just see.
Have them match, well, if we just, even $1 million, we've given them $1 million. If we give them $1 million more, that means the state would match us, because we put in 2 million, they put in 2
Yeah,
million.
well, I'm getting tired of these mandates that we keep seeing that passes
with sheriff's department.
on to us with that goes on to the backs of the taxpayers or the county.
And another thing, just a little side issue, and I don't know how much to read into this, but I just received a request to approve from the attorney level, a contract. That says an amendment to significantly increase funding from the state for the CJC, and I think this is for programming, and so it's obviously a topic down.
Well, that's programming, that's under Ken Ivory's bill
Yeah.
that I talked to him. But he thought that there was some ability to modify, if we have to run a floor amendment, to put that into appropriation as well. So I think we have a good chance.
I think so as well.
And then that would give us money to go back to, and that's okay.
Projects, yeah.
yep,
Yeah.
okay.
And that money would still come in before our deadline.
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll talk about that. So,
We'd have it a year from July. If it comes about.
yeah, and we've got some flexibility that I'll bring up to you in just a minute, but
Okay.
let's go through the rest of these.
All
real
right.
quick. So the Green Hills, you guys had previously approved the design and engineering costs. So they originally asked for 200,000 for a study. They came back, said they need some money for the actual design and engineering. Commissioners have tentatively given them an approval for 206,000, although we've never signed anything. We have a signed agreement from Green Hills Water waiting to go on commission meeting for your approval here. If you guys are okay with that, we will actually put it on commission meeting and formally commit that $206,000.
We've already given them 20, you say.
We've given them 20, yes.
right, and they received a state ARPA grant for them to be able to construct their treatment plant, so they just needed the additional 206 $1,500 in order to do the testing and
Okay.
design.
Where are they located again? Green Hills?
The valley, aren't they?
They're just at the mouth of South Fork.
Good night.
So yeah,
They've had water, they've had
meeting,
water issues since the day they started that one.
you guys had tentatively approved and authorized us to draft that agreement. So that agreement was drafted, sent to Green Hills. They have signed it. It is now back. So we're just waiting for approval.
For the 206.
Yes. to
So we-
put it on
we
commission
approved
meeting for
that.
final approval.
You've told us yes, but we don't have
Okay, all right.
anything official. So
Okay.
that's, we
You
want
okay
to bring it
with
to
that?
commission meeting and get it approved.
All right,
I've kind of hinted to these guys that we need 2 commissioner signatures at least, hopefully 3. So we're getting to that point now where we need that officialness done on several of these projects, and that's what you're sensing in the dialogue.
yeah, got it. Okay.
It needs to be more official in all the discussions that you've had.
Are you okay with that, Hart?
Yeah, but I'm gonna knee-jerk reaction this, and this is when I get into trouble, but I think it needs to be said.
Okay,
It needs, the dialogue in the valley seems to be extra critical at times of this body, our commission board of commissioners. They represent 1.8% of the population that we represent. Yet they're gonna end up with the lion's share of these ARPA funds. If we only were to give them 1.8% of the ARPA funds that were generated, well, we wouldn't be talking about any of this other stuff.
no, you're right.
So this body, this elected body of commissioners has been incredibly generous to the point of disservicing the other 98.3% of the population. So it'd be nice to have a thank you card instead of a screw you card that comes out of that ballot. Sorry, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Jim.
That's just.
Okay,
no,
appreciate that. Yeah, no, that's the issue.
That's the issue.
We get beat up for approving subdivisions. And yet we're giving money in the best interest of groundwater, nitrates, everything else. But we continue to get trashed up there for doing that. So that's, quite frankly, we're struggling with that. Why would we do that? When we have, again, 98.3% of the population down here.
Yeah.
You know, sooner or later, you get tired of getting hit with a stick. And I'm getting real close.
Okay, sorry, I
All right.
got a little passionate there.
Okay, so commissioners, what I did here, I just went through and plugged in a funding scenario just to show you kind of what things would look like. So I said, all right, we've talked about the Little Mountain Service Area, the $300,000 for the new lagoon. That really is a no-brainer. So I put 300,000 in for that. We also have that slip lining. We don't know the full cost of that yet, but I just plugged in 1.5 million for that, saying, okay, those are some county projects that we're doing that are going to help us out west. And they ranked high, and so we're just going to plug in those dollars for right now. I threw in $100,000 additional to the youth impacts. If you're interested in that, I put an X by it. That was just me plugging in a number to put them up to what their original request was. They originally had asked for 200,000 for this help, and then they had the roof collapse. And so I'm saying, well, commissioners, if you want to, you could fund them $100,000. Now, again, I'm not saying this is our recommendation. I'm just plugging in numbers to give you a scenario to show you down to the bottom line what this means. So if we looked at then Powder Mountain and said,
So youth impact, that's with them, an additional 100,000.
with an additional 100,000, yeah, it's
Okay,
over here in this
got it.
column, I would
Okay.
be the additional amount that we funded them.
I've got it.
So then what we did is we started playing with some scenarios and saying, okay, well, how much money do we have left and what do we want to accomplish? So we could put the money in any one of these projects. So we do think that Eden Sewer Service Area is a high priority. But instead of putting a little bit of money to all the different projects, our proposal is let's put a lot of money to one project and no money to the other projects. The dollar amounts would be the same as if we split it up between the three, but that way we're just funding a project that's clearly eligible and it has a defined time frame. So we're not trying to manage 3 or 4 different projects. We're managing one project.
Weaver County. is.
Weaver County Corporation is, yes.
Okay,
So what we've done here, and I'll
Okay.
just kind of show you down there, we proposed, we talked to our engineers. And Gary, I'm going to defer to you if I'm wrong, but we thought some of the issues with the Powder Mountain Water Improvement Sewer lagoons being overflowed was related to that line. We've already funded a portion of fixing that sewer line, the infiltration down.
Mhm.
So what we're proposing is instead of expanding out the new sewer lagoon, let's fully fund the fixing of that line and the safeguarding of the Pizzelle Springs by putting additional money into that project. So get that project fully funded. And then Powder Mountain can choose to do with the remaining resources, whatever it considers to be its highest priority, but we would fully fund The project we've already partially funded.
They can move the chess pieces.
They
as
can move it however they want, but so we said, okay, well, let's just drop in 1.2 million, which was basically to get them what to their original request was, plus a little bit. Because they were mentioning costs have come up, but we don't have final numbers on that. So that would be the 1.2 million you see right there. For the Eden sewer,
That would be for Powder Mountain.
yeah, Powder Mountain. So we already gave them 1.2. This would be an additional, excuse me, we already gave them 2.4. This would
2.4.
be an additional 1.2 on top of the 2.4 we already gave them.
And what does that take care of?
So that's the infiltration issues along the pipe all the way down, and
Okay.
plus it also helps protect the Gazelle Springs. And we can pull up that slide and show you that if you want more
Okay.
details. to
Yeah, I
it.
remember it now.
I
Well,
think
from-
that's.
From what I understand, from what we've heard from engineering, is if that line is fixed, it may solve some of the lagoon issues as well. There's so much
That's-
infiltration coming in that those. lagoon
That makes
issues-
sense.
That's what we were told a year ago.
Mhm.
It's a big glaring issue, just the amount of infiltration coming into that line is entirely overwhelming this spring with the amount of runoff coming off that mountain when it starts.
Okay, and I don't argue that at all. That, I think all this sounds really good.
Yeah.
But now let's just say in a perfect world, there's no more infiltration, Gary. There's no more, but that water is still gotta go somewhere. It's gonna go in the trench below it. It's gonna go somewhere else. Where's it gonna, some will follow in that
So
trench
it's,
below it.
you're absolutely correct. It's very common to have that water hit the bedding around the pipe and follow that pipe.
Right.
However, if you can keep that pipe watertight and keep the infiltration from getting into the system,
Correct?
eventually it finds other ways subsurface to disseminate itself, whether it's into an open channel, whether it's, I mean,
Into
you can
an
put,
underground something?
yeah, you can
Okay.
put drains in along that you can put dams in it to stop the movement of it, the migration of it. There's a lot of things you can do to control that subsurface water, but you're right, it is an issue. But right now, unfortunately, the way it looks, probably a lot of that subsurface water was entering into the system and coming surface, shall we say?
Follow-up question.
Yeah.
Since we're trying to solve this in the big picture,
Uh-huh.
would it be wise for us if they're only addressing that first project like has been presented?
Yeah.
Would it be good to throw a little something extra in there to put a dam in there to be able to send that potential water wherever it is along that existing, all the way down the mountain somewhere else, and then another district could have the possibility of being able to use that water somewhere else? Or you're saying, no, it could go into a crag, or it could go somewhere else, it's too hard to do what?
Groundwater is tough to manage and it does go wherever it wants and follows the path of least
Okay.
resistance.
I just don't,
Yeah.
okay, that's fine,
I believe Miranda had a
I
comment
have
to that.
something to say to this as a director of the irrigation company, which holds the historic water rights on the whole of the Wolf Creek Channel. And the infiltration from the groundwater and the Wolf Creek Channel into that pipe constitutes a taking from the flows of the irrigation company. So if it was not going into the pipe, the Powder Mountain only uses 20 acre-feet of culinary water a year. I don't know what the capacity of those ponds is, but I would guess they're 200 acre-feet. So 180 acre-feet of that is infiltration, and only 20 acre-feet of that is sewage.
possibly. These are all hypothetical, but yeah, I get what you're saying. So what you're saying is that water's already spoken for through Eden.
It should go into the Wolf Creek Channel. It will come down the Wolf Creek Channel and go into Pine View during snowmelt. It will go into the irrigation company's headworks during the irrigation season, and it is put to good use under a historic
Okay.
act of 1861.
Okay,
Makes sense.
that makes sense.
Thank you, sir.
And again, we're not commenting on saying that Powder Mountain's project, the lift station, Porch Main, or Sewer Lagoons are bad projects. We're just saying. we
Oh,
want to
great
fund
project.
Funds at
We- we
Gazelle
got-
Springs and make sure that project gets all the way done. And we think that does the best bang for our buck.
Okay,
in
good
terms-
suggestion.
So we moved then on down and said, okay, Eden culinary water, Eden secondary water. We don't even want to fund those because what we would rather do is fund the sewer expansion or sewer solution in the Eden sewer area with Wolf Creek water. Now, this is the part where as the evaluation committee, we got together and said, we don't have the technical expertise in this group to decide whether, following Miranda's suggestion, to take it up through the manhole, through the four-way or the roundabout and send it out that way or any other ways. We don't have that expertise. And so what we would propose is we give this money to the sewer solution up there, and we asked Gary Myers to sit down with the developer, John Lewis, and sit down with Miranda and figure out who's going to do which segment makes the best sense for the developer to do because they're already working on it, which segment makes the best sense for Miranda to do because she's already working on it. Make sure that they align the plans properly, because I wouldn't be able to know if, I don't know whether they're going through the roundabout with the gravity line. I have no idea whether that's better or not. So what we proposed in talking to Sean is we would have Gary and Gary's team sit down with Miranda and John Lewis and just say, okay, this is the amount of money we're dedicating towards this project. Now, let's work together, all three of us, and come up and agree on a piece of paper. Here's the map, and this is what the developer is going to do. This is what Wolf Creek is going to do, and this is where they're going to connect. And this is the funding priority, and then we would just move forward with that unified solution. We tried several different times to figure out and understand. We were calling and asking questions, and I think it's just beyond my accounting brain to know which sewer solution is the best. I'm going to defer to Gary on that.
Yeah, we're happy to do so. I mean, in the end, there's a lot of different approaches you can take to this. Our intention is we're looking to try to get the most areas served and online into the sewer system and septic systems eliminated, just for the overall benefit of groundwater protection.
That's the goal. So run your suggestion
So if we gave $6 million, go ahead.
so that we would basically create we're not gonna transfer it to engineering. We're gonna hold that based upon his recommendation
Right.
to where those funds get dispersed.
Yeah, so we're gonna have two projects. One is the developer Eden Sewer Service Areas, what
Okay.
we're calling it project, and then one is the Wolf Creek project. And we would say, here's a $6 million budget, and we're gonna sit down with the developer and with Wolf Creek, and we're going to map out that plan with Gary's expertise and his group, and they're gonna say, okay, yes, this all works. And here's the number one priority, the Brown Lift Station. It sounds like that has to be first. Here's the number two, here's I mean, we can go back to the map and show the different pipes and basically say, this is how much money we're going to put into it. Agree on now we ask the developer and Wolf Creek to agree on the priority and where that's going to go in the alignment. And that would be what we would do. So we would essentially ask you to allocate the $6 million or whatever the amount we put in there. And then say the breakout between who gets what amount Eden service area gets, what amount Wolf Creek gets is going to be dependent on Gary's recommendation and sitting down with the two parties, and hopefully coming up with a united plan.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Sitting down with the two parties, then there's two things. One, the final approval would come back to here.
Correct.
Number two, I can see, I love where you're going. First, I think this is a smart idea, but I don't want there to be any, there's gotta be a very good. I don't want there to be any of this between those two.
Sure.
See what I'm saying?
Sure.
Because some, gosh, 60-40, 70-30, that's, I don't want to see. But wait, when it's all on paper and there's signatures and everything else and everybody's happy is when I'm gonna, then I'll know. That's all, because I don't want to get caught in the middle between the again.
We are not going to allow that to happen, Jim.
no, that would be my only concern exactly is that I don't want to throw Gary into the,
Fire.
hornet's nest. That we've
Good,
been-
not, you got a question.
It just, I think the idea Gary is a great idea. Smart guy, his department knows what's going on. I think he could kind of help us all come up with a game plan. I'm sure Brandon and I will get along just fine. But I'd love Gary to bless it as well, so you guys are comfortable.
Okay,
And it's really key for us to know whether or not you plan to put in a roundabout. Because we want to make sure that we don't have to redo public infrastructure when you come out and say, well, actually, we really want to put a roundabout at Maverick. So let's know what the future traffic engineering is going to be and come up with the best, most frugal package for the taxpayers.
And to that point, it is coming. I can't tell you the date, Miranda, but
Well, will you
It's-
help us find a location that is outside?
That's
the
absolutely.
prime?
that's a state
outside?
project,
And I'm
right?
100 correct. It is a state.
So that's a
project.
UDOT. We work well with UDOT.
We can all work together with UDOT. I
Yeah.
work with them on the trail.
Yeah.
John and I can make this work.
Yeah,
We just need to know and make sure that we are not putting infrastructure
Yeah, oh,
in places that have to get redone, because it's expensive to
Oh, yeah.
redo things.
we only want to do it once, Brent.
We only want to do it once, exactly. so,
Exactly.
Exactly.
Are you okay with that proposal with you guys working together on this,
Yes.
under John's jurisdiction?
under John or Gary.
Or Gary.
Gary.
I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
I think-
Under John's agreement. to work
With
with.
John's agreement, I think it also, we need to talk to the contractor and find out what is going to work best to keep this thing going for as fast as possible. So I need to, Rob Thomas is on vacation, we will all get together and we will hash this out and we will come to you with an agreed solution between the parties.
Okay, all right, I like where you're headed with that. Sharon?
As far as from the attorney's office goes, I'm thinking the ARPA agreement might not come, or probably best if it doesn't come through until after this solution has been
Yeah.
proposed. So we won't have agreement in place while you're still hashing out the allocation of funds. We'll wait until you've decided and then.
So I guess what I would say, we would look to set aside. You're suggesting 6 million?
So I put 6 million there, but we also put $2 million towards the Wolf Creek reuse pond. So that's the 45 acre storage, which is a separate project. So with that 2 million in there, the reason why I did that is because I basically spent everything. So the $15 million now, leaving a $900,000 contingency in there, that spent everything. Now, that said, commissioners, if you want to put 4 million to the sewer solution and don't want to fund the reuse pond, that's your decision. I was just plugging in a funding scenario, or otherwise, if you don't want to give any money to Little Mountain Service Area for the lining and scoping, you have an extra $1.5 million there. So
Right.
this was just me plugging in a scenario based off of what we've heard you say in the past as kind of a reasonable starting point. And at this point, we would like to ask commissioners to give us any feedback on this and see if we can start actually building, the structure for these agreements. So if you're okay with the concept of having the developer and Wolf Creek work together under Gary's direction and allocating X $1 million, that's what we would ask is what's that X million? Are you okay with 6? Do you want 8? Do you want?
Well, so Gary, what about that reuse pond? I'd almost rather put that number at 8 million, 4 and 4. And then if it looked like that, but keep the reuse pond under Gary's jurisdiction as well, if he felt that that was a necessary or a critical part of that, I'd let Gary make that decision.
To include it in the
To
total
include-
8.
Yeah,
So we would lump these 3 projects.
so I'd
into
lump
one,
those 3 in with 8 million.
So, and to answer that, Commissioner Farrar, that's a great question. We're fairly early in this
Yeah,
process, so I haven't actually had a chance to sit down
No.
with John and Miranda, and so maybe we leave that as on the table as a potential option that depending on what we can put our heads together on,
yeah,
if we can make that 4 and 4 stretch a little further, maybe we look at abandoning the irrigation pond or
well,
not
I mean-
funding that.
the whole concept is, we've said this a number of times, is to get the biggest bang for the buck, get as many
Right.
connections as we can.
Right.
So I'm more interested in working on that sewer solution than a reuse right now. Now, that's my opinion.
Reuse is ultimately a sewer solution. We have to have storage.
Okay.
We're at a limit with storage. So
Okay,
if we don't have somewhere to put that,
so it does become a critical,
It
well,
does.
Yeah, that's before the Brown Station.
okay, well, I guess, So-
The thing about the reuse fund is that it is clearly authorized under the Clean Water Act.
Right.
As reuse of water is clearly there.
Right.
The reuse water. Hey, if it's 1.5 million, that will help. And it benefits all of our existing users, including the golf course in Wolf Creek. It's different than the sewer solution, but from DWQ's point of view, that storage fund reduces the nitrate going into the groundwater. Because it means that the nitrate's being used by the grass on the golf course.
Yeah.
So all of these things are all tied up. If you want us to try and hash out something with Gary, we will. But the reuse water storage fund to us is a very separate beast because because it affects a different group of users. So
Sure.
basically everybody, both Wolf Creek and the Eden Sewer Service Area, because all of that sewage is going to be commingled and we're going to be working it through these reuse systems.
And just sitting here thinking through this, to kind of pigtail onto what Miranda and Shane said. The more sewage we generate, keep in mind, this is a zero discharge area.
Right.
So
Okay,
if we don't have anywhere to discharge that sewer to or store it, so to speak,
In the winter.
in the winter, we could have a bigger problem on our hands.
Yeah,
as
you
well.
can't do the junior high till you have the brown lift station.
Yeah.
The lift station to have a place to store it.
okay.
Yeah. And I think you were alluding to that too, John, not to, you know, just make
So
sure.
you think that project, the reuse stands on its own?
Yes, sir.
It has to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they're
I have
kind
a
of hand in
question.
hand.
So you've got 1.85 on that reuse pond. Do you have to have any more to finish it? I mean, you kind of said you'd like to,
Yeah, I
but you
thought-
have to have it.
The situation was, we thought the whole project was going to be completed for something like 5.3 million. And we had a funding plan and we asked for a 30% contribution from the county as part of that funding plan. Fast forward to today, and the prices have more than doubled because of the wetlands, because of the timing issues, and because of inflation. As a result, we're now looking at a $10 to $14 million project. So obviously, we're going to do as cheap of a project as we can make work. But I can't cover the loan unless I have upfront money to reduce the loan amount. So we're looking at loan amounts, we're looking at covering them with our existing users. We're looking at like a $15 a month impact on our existing users throughout the Wolf Creek system, including the Eden sewer service area. So I'm looking at 1,600 users at $10 to $15 a month additional cost that they're going to have to pay to cover the loan amount if we get $1 million, $1.5 million from you guys. If we get 2, it will reduce the cost to our 1,600 users that we're assuming. And those 1,600 users, I think 70 of them sent you personal signed petition asking for funding of this reuse pond.
So that's how it always, I mean, that's true. The more we give, the less it costs them individually, the less we give, the more it costs them individually. That's what every one of these projects, is.
All under, yeah.
Every one of these that we're talking about today. It gets right down to the person that writes out the check. Yeah.
I want to throw too much of a wrinkle in this storyline, but Nordic and Catamount Water and Sewer, probably, if I might ask that they have some discussion with Gary also to ensure that if they have a compelling storyline outside of what's been discussed right now, that it get to you as a commissioners.
That's, I don't disagree with that.
I think that's fair.
They were at the table from the start, so I think it's,
So that's the only 2 other parties that I'd recommend, if you don't mind having Gary talk to.
no,
If there's anything overwhelming, other than what has already been seen on the Excel and that type of thing, if anything else results in a spike of this information needs to get the commission, that it'd be discussed.
So based off of that, then, John, we have $8 million here that we potentially allocated towards the sewer. If we threw in that 1.2 up here for the Pizzelle, I mean, we could, I don't know how. I mean, we just don't have enough money to do everything that both
no.
And that's-
groups are
We
asking.
decided that Pixel
That's
Springs
the
was,
pressure right there.
Yeah, and that's the argument, is if we can fix that line, that infiltration,
no, I
then
think-
we may not need the new sewer lagoon expansion
I-
at the present time. And maybe that's for future development when Nordic comes over, and that's when we worry about that.
Yeah, but I think the commission would appreciate having a game plan, and I think that's really what we're discussing here, and have been for the last year or so.
Right.
Is what the heck is the game plan? How does it play out, in what timing? And I think if you can help design that with these 2 parties, bring Nordic in and Powder Mountain, so that overall game plan is in front of the commissioners, where they can see how it might play out and how the amount of money that we've got here has the biggest bang for the buck.
I agree. Yeah,
That's a may, not a shall.
But is there a timeline that you guys can create that vision?
That's a great question, John.
Thank you.
A lot of it's gonna come down to,
It's reasonable.
well, a lot of it's gonna come down to how ready their designs are to plug and play. Take from use, piece out, that kind of thing, because we're gonna have to look at what they've got ready to go design wise, as long as they've got estimates up to speed on to what those improvements would be, right?
yeah, and how I see it, Gary, is we're not necessarily, we've got an idea what the projects that we want to fund.
Yep.
Communicate with them what our direction is.
Yep.
So that that they're not taken back by, okay, if you would have told us that, we could have done something. I just want them informed so they can make good decisions going forward.
That's right.
Now, again, what that comes down to is I don't want a phone call saying, look, if you would have told us you're doing this, it would have saved us $5 million. So let's just,
Yeah.
they were at the table to begin with. Let's keep them at the table in terms of what we're doing.
Can I make one comment? I know there's a timeframe piece to this, and I will say that, we are up and running right now. This is going to be done this fall.
Right.
What we're working on. Outer Bounds quite a ways behind that. So.
Yeah. No,
And maybe the next tranche that needs to go that direction.
well, hopefully it won't be a next tranche.
But I think that overall game plan, you got two timing issues, and one is how long will it take for you to get together with these four parties?
Yeah.
And then second, how long will it take before they can get the money spent and we can get this off the books?
Yeah.
So you got two timelines on it now.
Yeah. Well, we can chat after today. If this is the direction, obviously you guys give us direction on how to go. We can chat this afternoon.
Okay, so where are we on that reuse pond?
So-
We are in the middle of design, and we're expecting to go to bid in September with construction starting next spring.
Okay. Did I hear you say, Miranda, 1.5 would be better than 0?
Yes, sir.
Loaded question.
Yes, thank you.
All right,
I really think it would be a lot easier for me to deal with my customers in Wolf Creek if they knew that their requests to the commissioners had been responded to. The folks down in Eden are all basically not aware of all of these discussions going on except vaguely.
okay,
But the folks up in Eden, that reuse storage pond is really helpful for the golf course. It's really helpful for our existing users, and it's really helpful for the platted lots, as Brooke pointed out.
okay, all right. How are you on the reuse pond?
I think it's priority.
Give me a number, 2, 1.5, 1.0, anywhere between 0 to 2.
So it'll end up being almost 4, because they've already been.
Right.
given
Yeah,
1.8.
Because we've given them 1.8.
Or do we want to just let Gary take $8 million
That's where I'm
back
at.
and say,
Well, that's-
to get the parties together and they can decide where
That's
best. to
where
put
I
that
am.
$8 million.
I'd rather give the
That's,
lump sum to Gary and have him work with them and prioritize.
so is what was kind of I talked about to begin with.
Yeah.
Make that 8 million, but include the reuse pond. in
Yes, so we would lump these 3 projects together, one with $8 million. Gary would come back and say, commission, for your approval, you'd still get to approve it.
Mhm.
This is, Gary would come back and say, the parties have agreed, we want to fund X, Y, and Z.
Yep.
But if the parties
like
don't
that
agree,
idea
then
too. It's
take your.
a lot of work though, Gary. So much
I
for
know it
summer
is.
vacation.
Well, the floods are over.
Summer
He'll have to
what?
keep it
What
going.
did you say?
So much for summer vacation.
But what I think you're doing is sending a strong signal to the Ogden Valley. This is a big deal and we're trying to help as best we can.
Yeah, so that'd be 8 million plus the 2,
Yep, so basically.
10 million. So give me the
50 million total ARPA dollars would be just up there.
15 million.
10 out of the 50 total ARPA dollars. And so 20% of all ARPA money that we received went just to these 2 projects.
Okay, there you go, Harv, that,
Plus the additional amount that went to Powder
Thank you.
Mountain, plus the addition, there's
Okay.
other Upper Valley projects that we funded.
So it's,
well, again, this is what we're looking for under the direction of the Treasury Act. This is for projects that probably wouldn't be complete, that would take care of future generations. And it appears to me we're doing that, even though we're taking a lot of heat for it because future generations are in questions about any type of development in the valley, so.
Those storage ponds.
But we're making the right decision regardless of the heat we may take.
They're critical.
yeah, I think too.
So commissioners, if you're okay with this plan, then Gary will take that direction back. I'm gonna pass around 4 pieces of paper. One is,
Did you get everything you need then today? You're feeling, when you walk out of here, are you feeling like, okay, we made some progress?
I'm saying yes. I'm glad that Gary's got his direction with the 8 million. We still have questions of what to do with the Powder Mountain, but Gary's gonna follow up on that, and then I'm gonna pass around 4 pieces of paper and ask you to sign them to approve the funding of the CJC building up to $4 million. And then also to help our auditors feel more comfortable, the Cole Canyon Water Project, $50,000. This was the North Fork Park.
Yeah,
Oh,
We've
that's,
already approved that one. Andy Beatles, Ninth and Wall residents, we'd already agreed to give her $1 million, but it's all been verbal and work session. I'm gonna get you to sign that. And then Little Mountain Sewer Area, $300,000 for the design of that stuff.
okay,
Which, can I ask, with Little Mountain, do we need to put that on have a specific agreement for that one? Because the others are internal. And so we don't have that actually listed on the agenda today to approve
Mhm.
the separate entity. We could do the other ones as an administrative type matter because it's
Okay.
not part of the county, but
I'm happy to put that one
so
aside.
you want to pull Little Mountain off?
not, no, the understanding that it's gonna be approved, but just the formality of how you
Got it, okay,
Okay.
thank
So if
you.
you're okay with that, I'll pass these. There's spots for you to sign on the back. And then we will wait for Gary to come back and give us an update as to when we start drafting any further agreements between
Correct.
the developer and Water Mountain.
Perfect.
Excuse me.
Anything else?
Just one last note, so then the greenhouse water and sewer improvement, their funding agreement is been approved or drafted by legal and then signed by Greenhouse, so if you guys are all right, we'll put that on your next county commission meeting for approval, if you're okay with that direction.
I am.
And then just an update from Powder Mountain, Water and Sewer on their Pickle Spring project, I just talked to them right as I was leaving to come up here. And Carrie said that they have finished with their design and engineering, just had a meeting this morning, and they're going out to bid by the end of the month, so that project is moving along.
Great. That's what it should be doing.
Okay. Commissioner Bolos, you think, Commissioner Harvey?
well run, well done,
Thank you.
very well done.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I would just say in closing, Scott, you, Brooke, Linnell, JB, everybody has done an outstanding effort on this. Has not been an easy lift by any means. You've taken some criticism, just like the rest of us, as far as why we haven't funded certain projects, but as you well know, we can't fund everything. We have to set priorities. I feel good about the direction we're headed. I think these projects that you've so thoroughly investigated, are gonna make a difference. Again, following up with the future generations, we can be happy what you guys have accomplished. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You've made a positive difference in the lives of those still yet to
Yeah,
be born up there.
all right, with that,
And the new ones.
we're slightly past our
Sorry, I went over, apologize.
time limit. We're not bad.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna take a motion to Sonder for 10 minutes until we start the next one. But it's all in favor. Aye.
Well, I was gonna say, why don't you try to juggle
Signing those as well?
one hand?
As soon as I get my finger, my signing finger kind of went bye-bye.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, let's. Oh, I just.
This is such a mass project. I just want to get it, you know, it's a big thing. Yeah,
Literally like.
yeah. We're gonna blame Chad. Chad didn't have anything to do with it. Congratulations.
Or is it from the?
Not from the south part. I can't figure out. What are they, you know? They're all in pictures. Yeah. Oh.
Make sure who I'm open to, who I'm not.
Zach, I would give them.
It's, my daughter has. Otherwise I would. Guys, Friday, busy this Friday.
I got it with the pressure washer.
Wednesday, I just got.
No, I would.
Yeah.
Hold it out.
So maybe retry.
Hopefully I don't find out. I spent the last 10 days, including my 50th anniversary.
Oh, my games.
Because of that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What is his name?
Oh, they just, well, when I first went in, I waited too long. I waited 3 days before I went in.
Yeah, which.
So the infection was there.
Oh, hi.
I should have gone to the ER.
I was looking that way.
He had to go in and do surgery and then first words, well,
Let
he said, there is some water or.
I'll have one day, but.
Really cool water. He said, well, and you've got 50 chances.
I almost didn't go. I've done it twice, and I said, I'm still afraid. And after I got off the river, I said, remind me next year that I'm not afraid,
Anyway,
because I do like it.
I'm on it. Hopefully I'm. So you guys okay with it? You are? I think Brandon was.
I think what it
Yeah, it's clear.
We have one here. Yeah, I should be down in there afterwards. I'll come down now.
Don't leave.
Not her now.
Yeah,
You guys come over the time?
So we got.
Between soccer and.
Good back.
No. You come to your soccer.
I was in the subject.
I saw you, right?
How are you doing?
What a time, we'll find out. Yeah.
Yeah, we, I don't get it all the way down, but. You have like. Red line. Fix everything. And like, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, just wanna make sure you.
I would never, like, I don't
High
care.
level stuff.
Gary, did you get some lunch?
We're gonna dress
I'm not worried about it. We don't even have our votes. They have voted me in, so we'll be fine.
I jumped in.
And then.
It's really.
You just have to understand, I don't. Yeah.
It's a really good meeting with, we had a really good meeting with Weaver Basin Water.
Okay.
Marriott's don't have storage rights.
Doesn't have any? Really?
Yeah, so they really can't retail water right now. And on top of it, I confirmed this with Scott Paxman. They can do 2 taps on that line and that is it. 2 is the max they can do on that line.
I wonder if Craig knows that.
I don't think so, because Randy talked a whole different topic,
Oh, yeah.
whole different topic. So, yeah, that's a problem out there.
Wow. So they have no storage?
It's gonna be about $5 million for a storage tank out there. Apparently, Weaver Basin went and approached all the property owners
Oh, okay.
and said, you guys would just, invest in our expansion, we'll lease it, we'll lease parts of it to you.
Yeah.
Everyone turned them down. So their new storage they're putting out there, none of the property owners can have access to it.
That's terrible.
Are you kidding?
Wow.
You know,
Randy will be turning over in his grave if he knew that.
Yes, you would.
Chris.
What?
Oh,
Nothing, I just was gonna say that you're making us all look bad. You're out there having fun on the trails. How are you doing? Good morning. How you doing? Yeah, I did this afternoon now.
There's no sun in this room, so I guess it's hard to keep track.
It's really hot and we're.
I want to be in front of that camera.
So I didn't make it on the full.
It's 360 anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you doing?
So I had the parade go, I didn't even ask you.
Good.
Looks good.
I wasn't prepared for how big Plain City is.
Was Plain City a big one? Was it really?
It was gorgeous. Beautiful.
It is a big.
It's a huge parade. So many people.
I will say this about
Very
So
festive.
Did Harv do both those with you?
the mosquitoes there.
We did Plain City together and then I went to Far West and he went to Riverdale.
Oh, yeah.
I am bit. I mean, just about how much water you put on your-
I was, Riverdale was probably big, wasn't it?
No, really,
They're vampires.
Thanks for the
They're
appetite.
vampires.
How are you, Lance? Good. Good, Gary, good to see you.
Good afternoon.
I saw Joe, very, saw him on the camera on the.
You need that.
What's that?
Good, how are you?
Good.
No, I already,
We waiting on Gary here?
for them the other day. Yeah, yeah, I just didn't, I was just told off, and we had a meeting.
Roger.
Signed that.
Howdy. How are you? Good.
Okay,
Well, as long as we paid, ignore it.
Yeah, I just gotta put it in
Put it in your file.
Okay.
Okay. Bill, is Rick coming up?
Rick's off.
Rick's off.
Yeah, but Sean, I think, wasn't.
I think Sean's out of town as well.
It might be the Bill and Charlie show.
Okay.
Sounds good to me. Sorry to you guys. When the cats.
Yeah, I'd only be about 90% nervous.
All right, let's go ahead and get started then.
I'm waiting for a link to come through on my.
Okay, let me know when you're ready, Charlie.
Okay.
No, thanks. I'm good.
You're welcome, Gary.
Thank you, but I had my sandwich before I came.
All right, fine.
And that's all you can have.
And thank you again.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Miranda.
Take care. Have a great day.
Nice to see
I'm
you.
glad we got it done, Miranda.
Yes, I believe we have. We'll work with Gary tomorrow at 2:30.
He'll be good to work with.
Wonderful.
Most of the time.
Please do by. Not that. Well, while we're waiting for this email to come through, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I introduce the conversation. You guys asked us to work on.
Hold on, let me get on the agenda here, Sean.
Okay.
All right, we're now at our 12:30. It's actually 12:50. We're sorry for the late discussion regarding the Weber River Riparian corridor setback. Charlie, Rick Grover's not here, Bill Cobabe's here, and Sean Wilkinson's not here. Charlie, go ahead.
Perfect. I'll get this presentation up and going as soon as I get that email invite to the meeting. But we just wanted to make sure you guys were aware we are moving forward with your request to work on the river corridor setback, as you guys remember from the Black Pine discussion and other discussions we've had. Black Pine was concerned about being restricted on being able to build within 300 feet of the river. A little discussion about concerns about that number being a little bit too great as far as river corridor setbacks go. Bill did a little bit of research. I also did a little bit of research on corridor setback on other rivers that are in this area. Also we were looking at rivers down in the Salt Lake County area and different best practices and also lessons learned from other communities.
Yeah.
On what to go about doing here. So first off, I wanted to make sure you guys knew I invited the park districts, both of them, to be here just to have a conversation. In previous conversations that I've had with park districts, and it's all been verbal conversations, park districts seem to be eager to take on responsibility for parks, recreation, trails, trail corridors. And so when we're talking about maintenance and operations of how some of these properties should and can work. I would think we would look at the park district, but you know, it comes down to feasibility for the park district as well on those operations. I'll wing it without my little presentation here. Get to it just as soon as that gets over to us. The general plan, one of the things that we discussed in the general plan, which I know the planning commission discussed ad nauseum, and I know that we had Roger at the table. We brought Joe in a little bit later in the conversation than we should have, but Joe's been looped in on the conversation as well about the Weaver River corridor and the desire that the folks in Western Weaver have to have that open space riparian corridor preserved in perpetuity. Right, prior to this last May, we had an ordinance that said all development has to be set back, whether it's parking, streets, buildings, whatever, has to be set back from the high water mark, which is not the floodplain mark, it's the normal, ordinary high water mark, 100 feet from the water, or the high water mark. And then in May, we changed that to go to 300. And then since then, we had the black pine conversation, which kind of led us to debate, what is the benefit of the 300? Does 100 work? Is it okay if we deviate from the 300 on, case by case, or do we want to be strict in applying it in all cases? And so I just want to bring that conversation back to you guys. Amending the text is going to be super simple. It's just going to be taking the 300 back to 100, just like it was prior. And so that could be on your agenda just as soon as it gets to the planning commission. I hesitate to think it will get to the planning commission with a positive recommendation. I think the planning commission is going to say that 300 was a number selected very carefully. My original suggestion was that it'd be a 500-foot setback, but at that time, we didn't talk about who's going to be operating and maintaining the land.
Right.
We just talked about overall policies and goals for the future. And the reason why I suggested 500 is because you get 500 on one side, 500 on the other side, you got almost half a mile of natural riparian corridor, just protecting and buffering that river on both sides. As you think about full build out, given the future land use map that we have, we're gonna have a lot of residences out there, a lot of people. And so some of the priorities of the plan itself is to make sure we've got active transportation corridors, parks, and active recreation corridors, so that people can get out and enjoy not just their community, but also enjoy nature. And one of the things that we could lose if we aren't looking at prioritizing a maximum amount of corridor is that proximity of nature to the built environment. So I think the desire long-term was to keep that river corridor as natural as we can with minimal park improvements, for example, trails, maybe occasionally bathrooms, drinking fountains, and stuff like that. And then along little nodes, maybe where the floodplain rises, we can use the opportunity of that floodplain area to create not just holding areas during flood stages, but also that could double as larger park areas when we don't have high floodwaters. It doesn't look like I'm getting that email, so maybe the pictures aren't going to do us a whole lot of good. I just wanted to show you. You guys got good eyesight, right?
We do.
We'll start here. Just show you the plan has the emerald necklace concept. And in this plan, we've got several little nodes that say, here are some hotspots for potential recreation activity. And those hotspots were selected based on where the floodplain leaves the riverbanks now. And so we thought, we're not going to be allowing a whole lot of development to happen inside those corridors. In fact, in discussing this with the engineering division would like to change our ordinances as it is to say absolutely no development of the floodplain. Right now, our ordinances don't say that, but
Well, the development of a park would be okay, wouldn't it?
correct. Absolutely no housing or.
No structure. No permanent structure.
Send it several times. We're working on it.
Okay, sorry. You can see here from this image, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 10 different spots along that river that could turn into great park space. And if the landowner can't develop that, what better thing to do than use it as park area? Some of them may be green parks, especially the larger areas, maybe green parks. Other areas may stay natural. The general plan talks about this as an emerald necklace concept. It's referred to as a concept in which components of community and regional parks are tied together with a long string of interconnected trails and pathways. In West Central Weaver, the emerald necklace would run along the Weaver River using an extension of the Weaver River Parkway Trail to connect both natural and open spaces and improve park area. Most of the emeralds, quote emeralds, on the necklace are land that are within the floodplain areas. So as I mentioned, as we were looking at the Ogden River and the Weaver River, where those existing trail corridors are, the areas of those rivers that are, I want to say most trafficked or most used or most desired to be used are those areas that aren't within a pretty tight corridor of development. Get a big wall on one side that's blocking out the view of the dump or rusty car storage. You know,
Seen that, yeah.
at least the wall is there, but at the same time, it really creates that narrow and confined feeling. But maybe having a little bit of that in some spots and less of it in other spots is important. But it's not until you get out into the South Riverdale area where you got probably 500, 600 feet corridor between the housing development and the river itself, where you get in those pathways where you actually feel like you're in nature. And then you go past Riverdale and start going towards Weaver Canyon, and none of that's developed. And so you get a really good feel of being in nature, except for the visual of the freeway next door.
And the noise.
That's right, and the noise, that's right. Parks and Recreation Goal 1 is to provide for the physical, mental, so this is still general plan, physical, mental, and emotional needs of the community by creating physical park locations in which existing and future residents can recreate, exercise, and blow off steam. I make sure that sentence was in there because the planning commission loved it. And blow off steam, play quietly, contemplate, and connect with and enjoy nature. And then we've got implementation strategies. And the one implementation strategy that we have, which has 300-foot corridor, is 1.1.2. Create Weaver River Corridor Park. So it's a linear park that includes all land within 300 feet of the high water mark of the Weaver River. Exact this land from landowners at the time development where appropriate. Reserve an easement for the future park when exaction of the land is not appropriate. Establish a Weaver River corridor setback where no permanent structure can be structured within 300 feet. So again, general plan, so it's aspirational. It obviously cannot be applied in every single circumstance. In fact, I know Black Pine is going to be coming in asking for a river walk. And the plan itself does show commercial development potentially going right up and buffering that river right there. So they may, if you guys are, no, sorry, not Black Pine. Flagship Homes, south of the railroad tracks, west of the river.
Hold on,
Okay,
west of the river, thank you.
So if that 1800 bridge gets built over the river, Flagship Homes is going to very soon be asking for a rezone, and they're gonna want some commercial along that river corridor.
So
with
is that by Mark?
perhaps a river walk as well. So this might not be applicable.
West of the river.
That's right. That's right.
okay.
Yes.
Pat Burns and John Price just had a conversation with you guys about some of this property.
They were in here last week,
Yeah,
or the week before.
I got it. I just had the wrong side. You got that big old.
Okay.
Yeah, well, and they're looking at least 1,000 acres of development. The Flagship Homes is.
So they anticipate taking commercial right up to the river.
That's what they would like to see and create a commercial river walk. And so in some circumstances, if you guys are comfortable with that kind of thing, maybe it's appropriate to allow that to happen. In other circumstances, I think the ideal outcome for that river corridor will be the vast majority of it being natural and it being fairly wide to keep that nature, even though you get built environment on both sides. So new ordinance, we change it from 100 to 300. If we flip back, it's going to be a really easy flip. Just that number 3 goes back to a 1. I wanted to highlight the Jordan River corridor because despite some of the current development along the Weaver and the Ogden rivers, we do see that we have a trail corridor that goes down those rivers. So there have been some successes there. However, if you look at between Washington and Monroe, that section of river took the city 30 years to acquire because it wasn't acquired as development occurred. It was somebody's backyard. And so it took a long time. The city had to wait out and in some cases buy the entire parcel cut the back out so they could put a river on, a trail along it, and then sell that parcel without that area for the trail.
Yep.
So it took them 30 years to get that connection. They called it one of their legacy projects. Jordan River is another good example. In some locations along the Jordan River, you've got cities who have development that went right up to the river or very close to the river. Over time, what happened was as the whole valley started to build out, people started realizing this is one of our last elements of nature in our community. We need to do something to save this. And so they went, I want to say over the top, it'd be over the top for us, but probably just right for them. And they created a new governmental organization called the Jordan River Commission, which is governed. You've got mayors that sit on that board from various different cities that touch the Jordan River. Our River, Our Future was a planning effort that the commission put together a little while back. It's actually a live website now where you can go in, you can drop a pin along that river and leave a comment or a note. A lot of people are leaving art or poems. You know, they go to the river, they write a poem, they leave a comment. It's actually turned into a really kind of a cute website where you can go through different comments and see just how people love that river and the way that they love it. And then they've acknowledged with some of the yellow that goes right up to the river right here, that there's not a whole lot they could do unless they pass really big open space bonds and start buying property. Development exists, but in areas where it doesn't exist, they're trying to make sure it continues to not exist. And all the cities seem to have bought in on it. I haven't done a deep dive and done interviews or anything like that, but I'm more than happy to do that if needed. This is one of the concepts that Bill and I learned about in planning school. It's some of the challenges that they had to overcome to get this, but the biggest challenges obviously were where they were constrained by development on both sides. I think if they could go back in time and redo it, they would rather see some of those areas protected. So that was the end of the presentation. Sorry, we didn't have it up on the big screen. I just wanted to have that dialogue with you guys and find out, do we want to go in the direction of going back to 100, or are there other ideas you'd like to explore before I put the 100 on the planning commission agenda? You'll probably get a negative recommendation from them, but it doesn't mean that has to be your desire.
So did you mention you think the planning commission would like to stay at 300?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
So originally we recommended 500.
Wow.
There was a lot of concern about that, 500 on both sides, a lot of concern thinking, gosh, that's just a lot, maybe more than we can handle. And so they kind of settled on 300. They definitely wanted more than 100. And I think that they're probably gonna want to hold to that.
I think we should also point out that, and this would be up to the body that's governing it, and that's why we've invited the districts to be here with us to discuss it, or at least listen into the conversation. The intention was never to make this a manicured, groomed kind of experience out there, but to more leave it a natural, passive kind of experience, so that you've got a trail and it may be paved, it may be crushed granite, it might be even mulch, bark, that kind of thing. Whatever works best for whoever's managing it. And having a 500-foot corridor means that you get that full experience. You don't get to feel like you're wedged in between whatever uses are going on and the river. It's a whole experience unto itself. 300 feet, you might be pushing a little bit. 100 feet, I mean, I think you're losing that quality of experience of being in and out in nature. So
in some cases, 100 foot, it's just one lot, it's the width of a lot in Western River.
yeah,
So if it's the high water mark, that's maybe only 30, 40, in some places, 30, 40 feet from the top of the bank. Do you have an overhead?
Actually, so in most places, the high water mark is inside the bank.
Yeah.
And so when we say high water, yeah, we're talking about where essentially the vegetation won't grow anymore because the water has been there for too much or too long, but definitely not over into the floodplain.
Right, and what I'm saying is if you take that 100-foot setback from the high water mark, in some places on that river, you're barely gonna be over the bank, probably.
Right.
At 100 feet.
At 100 feet. Because that river does get wide in a few places. So.
from the bank, yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah, here's the river and the high water mark is right there, and here's the bank. that 100-foot setback's maybe only gonna be here, which allows people to put a home right on the bank. And all you need is one wrong tree to fall down, one rip ball to pop out, and we can have Virgin River all over again up here 20 years later.
Okay, good point.
We can go back to, or not back, we can go to the planning commission, ask the question. I just wanted to make sure we have this dialogue first, so that I had clear direction from you guys.
But I think the planning commission just did this exercise, Charlie. I was part of some of the planning meetings, do the master plan. The community was involved. 300 feet was what was agreed upon. 300 feet was what the master plan is only even a year old. We're gonna kick it back to be back down to 100 feet in less than a year.
That's the question. That's right. So my recommendation would be, if you're looking for a recommendation, would be to leave the new ordinance as it is. And then as we have case by case needs, maybe we've got developers where this just doesn't make sense. Maybe in the case of Black Pine, we are talking about really good economic development. We're talking about new jobs, talking about a net benefit to the community. Maybe some rules can be changed through development agreements. And we just look at it case by case. But as the general application of the rule, I would suggest we move it to 300.
But was there stipulations put on Black Pine, or can they build right up to the river?
There are, so they
So
do have one.
Is it gonna be a parking lot with, an open space, keeping the open space, or is it gonna be a building? That I'm going down the river and all of a sudden there's a warehouse standing right here, and I got the 30 feet between me and the bank to have a trail.
Give you guys a good close look at that. So that green line that I just drew is it's about 102 feet. This is on Black Pine property. And I'm maybe a little bit too far into where the normal watermark is, assuming that is the normal watermark. Based on what we're looking at from aerials, the green goes down to the water. That's 100, just to the other side of the existing farm access road that buffers that river.
So he's gonna be within 20, 30 feet of the bank.
Yeah, it seems like it if we're looking at.
Which really restricts whatever
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah, that's. the problem.
necklace we're doing out there.
Comes really
I mean,
problematic.
I know what we're trying to accomplish with Black Pine, and I think it's probably a good thing overall. But, they're giving us the 35 acres on the west side.
Right.
I guess there's some square footage issue or something with how much ground they need to develop. It's why they asked to come back to 100 feet or whatever. Can we not work further west and leave the river as untouched ground, untouchable, right? Like, can't be conversated with. The 35 acres of swamp that you're giving to the community, maybe we can find some more square footage in that ground and grab that as a trade-off, because and I'm speaking as one of 5 of the committee here, and I would have to run it by everybody else, but I think the committee would rather see, okay, we're gonna give you the 30 acres for a park. We're gonna grab 5 more of those acres to meet our square footage requirements, and we won't touch the riverside. That's just me, because it gets really thin.
Well, and on their side too, you gotta remember. With any development that comes in along there, just for the future, that 1933 levee is not engineered. It's silt, it's sand. And when the water comes up on it, it gets soggy and soft.
Where is
and,
that levee, Lance?
Well, it starts out at the bird refuge really, but I don't know where it is, but it's on the west side of the river.
Most of the remaining area of the levee, if I may interject.
Well, if you let me finish, goes all along the west side of that river, clear up to 4700 west. And it goes right along the river. And there's a few walks,
Which is about
areas.
400-ish northish, about that 4700 west where it crosses underneath about 4.
Well, right up to
600.
Plain City,
Yeah.
Tommy Federal's right up there. And we did a lot of reinforcement. The long story of this is that for years that river was so abused. Our riprap program in the 1950s and 60s was put wrecked cars in all the banks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, in the last 12 years, we pulled them all out, trying to clean up that river. But the real threat for the flooding is that 1933 levee. Once that water gets up on it, we almost lost it on Easter morning 2006. Thanks to Gary and Larry, they called me up when we ran out there and barely got it plugged up. And then that's where we lost it in 2011. So future developments have got to take that mitigation into consideration, as well as some kind of a setback. So you've got to, it's like firefighters, when the house is on fire, they try to set up a area of isolation and protect that. So the river, if we've got an area of isolation, we can sandbag there, we can protect there. But if we're right there, we've lost the game.
With minimal development, like Charlie said, possibly a trail. And maybe a couple restrooms along the way. That's about all the development you're gonna have along the river. Cause I think that's all that's desirable along the river.
Well, and
Leaves
also,
it natural, but if it floods, it's a lot cheaper to replace a trail and a restroom than it is to deal with one of Black Pine's buildings sliding into the river.
and in consideration of the developers, I can see buying an acre of ground that you can't use at $50,000-$70,000 an acre. Makes it tough on the developer. And then they can't do anything with it. One thing to consider that we've been toying around with is to work with the developer before they come to the county and before the county requires them to sign over the park to us, that they donate to the park that land. And then we would give them a letter or whatever legal thing we need to, so that they can go to IRS and say, we just donated, 10 acres at $70,000 an acre.
Write it off.
And it's a write-off to them before they even, and then they can come to the county and say, hey, you don't have to throw any stipulations on us. We've already, donated it. If my understanding is right, as long as it's not required by the county
That's what I
and
understand.
they've done it beforehand, then they can get it as a tax write-off. So the developers can come in and say, that makes sense, we'll get a tax write-off. So that's something we've been toying around. I don't know if that would work out there on the West Warren side, but
Yeah, it's a good idea.
something I think.
So what would the park district like to see? I hear that would like to keep it at the 300 feet.
Well,
When it can be.
yeah,
Yeah.
out there
There's-
on the agriculture protection land, you can't make any decisions there because of how it's tied up.
Right.
This year, if you were at 100 feet, the water had soaked in from the river at least 100 feet. I mean, it was in places, it was even more than that, on the property.
I agree.
And that's down there on your 1800 over crossing, and everything west of the river was underwater. There, as far
It
as
was
that
underwater in
property.
2011.
Oh, yes,
in
it's been
2006.
underwater every time there's been a flood out there. But as far as the setback, the farmers will oppose it because that's valuable land to them because they're farming it. But once they choose to sell or they choose to, move on, or the family doesn't choose to keep it, then is when I think that natural corridor needs to have some kind of impact. And for the developers, if they can do something like Lance has just already talked about, then at whatever cost they have to pay, the farmer for that ground, then at least they're not holding the bag, plus having to come up with the ground to the park.
But the ordinance doesn't impact current use. So a farmer doesn't have to stop farming 300
No,
feet from the
right.
river.
We're not requiring the farmer to change one thing.
Right.
Correct. So
You
this
can't.
is only gonna impact anybody who walks in here
Yeah.
wanting to develop.
It's a future development.
So I don't think the concern, I think it's a tough balancing act, and it's, I guess, an admirable undertaking to try to make sure we preserve some of this space, right? Because I think we all know the growth's coming out there to the west, and it's coming faster and faster, right? And we don't want to be playing catch up in a way, we kind of already are when it comes to recreational space, right? We have a lot of open ground out there. It's great. And, you know, some people will let you go use it, some people won't. But as far as right to use open space out there, there's none. The West Warren Park is the 6 acres is the only right the community has to use in all of western Weber County. Oh, I guess I'll take that back. The bird refuge, right, is open part of the year to public, right? That is literally the only ground that is available. There are right-of-way laws along the riverbank, right? So we know that you have access to the river because of the state laws, but we really need to just keep an eye on that ground that we're making these developers at a loss, right? Rightfully so. Everybody who builds takes a loss to some kind of easement. We're telling these developers, if you want to develop in these predetermined, I mean, we've even went so far as to predetermine the areas out there that we want these parks, especially the ones along the river, because it's a natural resource, that there's gonna have to be more give and take. Every developer can't come along and say, well, we need 200 more feet of development ground to meet our financial needs or financial goals. Got to find the land somewhere else. The rules should be fairly hard and fast. I know exceptions are going to be made along the ways, but
I'm gonna agree with you on that, because, and I would say this, anyone that is a modern developer that is dealing with a area that has set zoning and has a general plan like we do, should come into the area fully aware that we're gonna require that, and that's gonna be a part of our partnership agreement, particularly if we're doing public finance with them. So your ask is completely on point. You guys are not asking for anything that isn't unreasonable and that cannot be worked out in a development agreement or in a public finance, with a public finance mechanism.
The other thing we've done is in creating the new R1, 15,
Right.
12, and 10, if they do the street connectivity or the connectivity incentivized ordinance option, they're already gonna get the same amount of density that they would have otherwise gotten. We're not gonna be taking any density, the landowner's not gonna lose any good development rights, they could just do smaller lots so they can compensate for the difference. So hopefully we're having as minimal of a footprint on development rights as we possibly can, while still keeping riparian area open.
Well, and that was the idea behind the master plan, why we came up with the 300 feet. Is look, we want this, corridor preserved for the future. But the offset of that is we're gonna give you, instead of making it all 1 acre lots, so instead of getting your 40 lots, you're gonna get 80. So it's not an economic hardship. It's not a taking. It's actually a huge benefit
right.
for the owners out there.
And it's
windfall.
shared space. 1 acre lots is not shared space.
No, it's not.
So
What I'm saying
I
is,
think the community is in agreement with the
Right.
offset.
but it's not a taking. We're actually, versus the Ogden Valley that we don't have any increased density. We've given economic incentive out there for density. And an
And your
offset of that is
national forest up
we
there.
want a corridor for future use. So to me, it's, I don't buy the idea that the landowner's gonna get hurt. We've already, no, they're not. We've
It's a-
already
it's a-
benefited them a great deal.
So this is Black Pine, right, Charlie?
Yeah, I'm just kind of eyeballing it. I wanted to make sure we ask I think one of the primary questions that came up as we're looking at this is operations and maintenance. One of the big concerns, I think, is that we've got farmland that is not currently natural right in this corridor. Let's just say this is a
Regrowth.
So regrowth and bringing it back to a natural or fallow state without the introduction of noxious weeds and stuff like that.
Correct.
What would the park district have in mind to make sure that it doesn't go back in the wrong direction?
We've been thinking about this a lot. It's kind of putting the cart before the horse though, in a way, right? Because if you look further west of this where the pond is, I drive by it every day, right? Because I live west of it. And when we get that ground and we begin working with that ground, there are nothing but noxious weeds on that ground, right? So to restore it to a natural park is gonna be a long-term project, right? So it's just something you're gonna have to do in a phased approach. And I would say that other green you've highlighted there, it'd be the same way. We figure out where Black Pine's stopping and where we're starting. And all we can do is prevent growth we don't want and encourage growth we want. We're hoping, this deal hasn't gone through yet, we're hoping to engage with like the DNR and other federal state entities that can help us develop this ground naturally, right? Or reintroduce it to a natural state. We're hoping to apply for grants. We're hoping with increased tax revenue, more development comes, more tax, we'll have the opportunity to do it. It's just something, I think, it's like anything else we're building out here in Western Weaver County. It's pieces, right? Because, we can't just say, oh, we gotta have a road first. And then we gotta build and then fund the road and all, it's all coming together at the same time. It just won't happen overnight, but I do think we can get all of that ground as it becomes pulled out of farm and becomes developed. We can renaturalize, I don't know the right word, but revitalize that ground to a natural state.
Can I give you one little thing that I've found recently that might be good? In that junk, the 35 acres of wetland.
Yeah.
There's a possibility through wildland forestry to dredge a big area there and create a dip pond.
That would be that, so.
Create a dip pond, then you
I don't
take
know the
all.
right words
you
for it,
take
but
all
I
the
wanna make it
junk out of
deeper.
there,
We've always wanted to
Yeah.
make it deeper.
Make it a big, to get a big, and then that
So you can
area
have
then
fresh- more
becomes a
fresh
place,
water.
right?
It's a great
Yeah,
idea.
I think both park districts are eye to eye on this here. And Charlie, you're asking the questions of what's our overall objective? To have a nice natural parkway experience for all the residents along that. And then we talk strategies and tactics. Strategy, we need to get rid of the noxious weeds. We need to restore some native fauna and then figure out how do we work a natural walkway through there. Maybe have I saw a really cool observation blinds in Denver. It comes up maybe 5 feet or so overlooking this park. And it's flat and they made it look like almost like a big eagle's nest that people can sit in and watch the natural animals out there. So we can get in it, we can talk about observational areas or recreational things, strategies, and then we can get into very specific tactics. But I think partnershiping with DNR, Utah State, and using their resources to be able to work through this. It's a generational project. But
Yes.
that river
It is
too worth it. It's too valuable for us to
I agree.
to go back to the 1950s and 60s mentality. And, in 2011, there were still farmers that used it as a garbage dump,
Oh, yeah.
so, I'm really hopeful over the next 20, 30, 40 years, we can implement these strategies and tactics and partnerships and have a beautiful resource. It's a diamond in the rough, Gage. And it is in the dead of winter on Larry Hanson's place. Bless his heart. With a foot of snow out there and the steam coming off that, it's 0 degrees out there when they were clearing stuff. It's beautiful. It is a beautiful, and then when the eagles are up there in the nest. In the summer when we were removing some trees, I would have never believed it, but there was a flock of great horned owls that were attacking the woodland duck chicks.
Really?
On the river. Oh, yeah. I would have never believed it if I hadn't seen it myself.
A flock of
A
owls.
flock of great horned owls. There was about 6 or 7 of them. That was unbelievable.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, that is too much of a diamond gem for us to not do something to try to preserve. We will regret it if we don't do something.
No, I don't disagree with you, Lance. So the
Yeah.
question really is, do we change the ordinance back or to 100 feet versus 300? My personal opinion is number one, I want to support the planning commission. Number two, that was sold as part of that master plan that we have it at 300. So to me, it's ingenuous to go back now without public input. My personal opinion, I just soon keep it at 3. We can look at specific cases. But, again, if you take a look at the high water mark and where somebody could eventually, you may not even have enough room for a 15-foot asphalt trail or
Yeah.
dirt trail.
Yeah.
So-
you're right.
Well,
But-
and the way that the river has eroded over the years.
Yeah,
I mean, we've got one place that they had about, when the cement ditch went in, it was set back about 15 feet from the bank of the river.
right.
And the county came out, thanks to their efforts this year. They didn't save the cement ditch, unfortunately. But at least they got some cement barriers in the river to where it didn't erode more.
Yeah, there's
There,
a few more
but,
riprap.
All right, well, I give you my
My
opinion. but
question back up there on that one, but Black
I might get
Pine,
2-1 on this, so.
Yeah, you might, but you.
is that 300 feet around that loop that is close?
It wouldn't be, because that's not the ordinary high water mark.
Yeah, that's just.
It would be
Okay.
within the bank.
So
That's
it's
within-
within the bounds, okay.
But we would,
Because I was gonna
We
say,
would
my
like-
gosh, that takes, yeah.
Now, the oxbows are listed on the plan. If you look at the
Yeah.
image, the oxbows are shown as future green spaces. Um,
Black
So-
Pine's not getting the oxbow.
they'll pick up this land here, but they're not developing inside of it.
Right.
so that could.
They're
become-
picking up the Larkin's
Wildland
land?
Park.
Is that, oh, is this different?
They haven't
This is
purchased
pri-
Larkin,
that's-
that's Larkin.
That's
Okay.
Larkin's,
Then
that's,
no, that's not.
that's a different owner altogether.
And that's one of the one of the other concerns I have about the exemption we gave Black Pine. Is there's gonna be no access to what you got highlighted right there. Unless Black Pine puts it in. Now, I know when I've talked to Dallin,
Access to the river.
correct, I know when I've talked to Dallin, I would love to see. The revised trail that's gonna go around the commerce area. With this 100-foot exemption put in place. Because they're supposed to, according to what I've been told. Is from the park / pond area. They're supposed to put a trail along 12th.
Yep.
Right, 1100, whatever. And then it should cut over to this river ground.
So we'll make
Along
them
the
go this
oxbow.
way.
On the
Okay,
north side
so
of the
they're gonna
oxbow.
go along the ox.
So they've got to come that way.
Yeah, they're gonna have to,
Okay.
yeah. And we,
Okay,
right now, we can't make them go across.
And that's fine, that's great.
we're getting close. So
Other thoughts from commissioners? I just want to make sure we're being.
Mr. Balls?
Desires here.
I appreciate your input, Stephanie, because I think that the Black Pine was definitely consideration for what it brought to the county. But I hadn't heard, the park district point of view, and so I respect that. And I'm okay with leaving it at 300. Not saying there wouldn't be another exception that we would entertain.
yeah, I think we still have that flexibility, but I think. Really, we're just setting the master plan and do we start with 300 feet? And then look at special cases, which I wouldn't disagree with. Well, we might have those exceptions. But really, the idea should be, if we're gonna preserve a corridor that works, it needs to be 300 feet.
I think this particular development is kind of unique in that it's right along the river, but it's also a commercial
Yeah.
/ manufacturing kind of thing. And I don't think we're gonna see any of that anywhere else along the
No,
river.
it's gonna be residential, I think.
So this one-off, or,
Yeah.
maybe the development a little bit further south where it's that mixed use kind of thing, that might need some special consideration there too, but. So leave that door open, but I don't think we'll see it anywhere else. Everywhere else is, I'm thinking, right, it's all.
Yeah. Well, and I think that makes me feel a little better, because my major concern with this from the start. Is that we've given 100 feet to Black Pine, everybody else is gonna come in and now beat that over our heads. Well, you can't give it to somebody without another, but. I think we can make a distinction, as Bill said, this is a commercial / area versus a residential.
Yeah.
So I think there's,
An old colleague of
That too.
mine
That's
used to work for Draper City, and they had very strict sign regulations at one point in time. And Carmelo Toyota comes in and says, "I'm sorry, we're gonna need to change the ordinance to allow a sign that's 3 times as high right next to the freeway." And the city allowed it, and one of the other business owners came and said, "Why'd you do a special favor for them?
Yeah.
And you didn't do it for me?" And they said, "Well, when you can bring in that type of revenue, we'll get you a
Yeah, no.
dollar sign as well."
just wanna be able to justify it.
And so you've already given them 100-foot exemption, is that,
Yeah.
they've got. And one thing that could go on your side there is right through that area, that bank on the west side is almost vertical. So the high water mark
It's pretty close straight down.
is right there on the bank, because it's vertical through there.
That's true.
Good to know. So, Commissioner Harvey, where are you on this?
I like the idea of the 300. I'm right in tandem with what Sharon said there.
Okay. All right, does that answer your question, Charlie?
Thank you very much. I
Thanks for
appreciate it.
coming, gentlemen. We appreciate you taking the time for the input.
How are they gonna do that trail across that oxbow? To get it, you can't go underneath 12th Street.
That's the question.
Suspension bridge.
That's the
No.
question.
All right, you get something.
Yeah, that's gonna be,
To get over 12th Street?
to get beyond from one side of 12th Street to the other. I don't wanna use the word over and under,
Right.
but I would rather see it go under. But then you got water, you got all that other, I mean, you'd almost have to make it a two.
Under that bridge.
Not enough to walk
Yeah,
under.
down on
When
4700.
is UDOT gonna rebuild that bridge?
Oh, I don't know.
And when they come in to rebuild it.
10 years ago, according to the.
Yeah. You know what, that's,
These guys.
I sit on that now, that's WFRC, and that's something I'm gonna watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause
Make
that,
sure that they got-
because they're having active transportation, that bridge includes an active transportation component to connect those two.
Yeah.
But that still will leave that ground that Larkin has untouchable over in there. That'll be.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just one of those things after,
Larkin still
well, he
farming it, or is
he claims he wants to farm it.
He farmed it.
He farms it somewhat.
If you call it that.
On 4700, the river bridge. There is space between the road and the river. And there was a decent walkway underneath that
Oh,
bridge
wow.
on the south side.
There was?
With the high water this year, most of that has washed out. And that,
Hopefully that's.
a lot of it is gone. And I don't know what's on the north side. I didn't go down on the north side.
You know, Ogden City, you walk those trails going down, they've made those concrete, but they're still full of water.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's something you're gonna have to deal with
Well,
along the river walkway.
and what kind of,
I mean, that's to be expected. You can never have a dry river. I mean, you can't have a guaranteed dry river walkway, right? It's kind of the point of a river walkway. So you deal with that as you build it out, I think, you know, but
well,
I
that's
agree.
just gotta
you
be
don't
built in.
not leave it because of that.
I'll add that.
Yeah, and but
We are working.
there was room on 4700. I haven't been down on 12
We have
to
to
see
do
if
the
they
impact on the house.
have any room at all.
We got a lot more.
Yeah.
We have Diane doing.
Edges right at the river. I don't
The
know.
problem with parts.
You remember when you and I met here a few months ago? I wanted you to know that all that was communicated. I don't know what would happen.
And so.
But you probably
But
know.
right, but the service we currently provide is a different.
All I know
animal,
is
What we should be
the
providing.
county's quoting 16 acres.
One of the biggest
Which
problems we're
includes
gonna
the house
face
he
is
lives on,
usually
the well that he has drilled for the secondary
as far as
water.
parks and recreation goes.
And I can't see him just
Today. as we
rolling over
speak,
saying,
there's a
thanks,
6 acre
here's a
park
park.
in the Westmoreland Park.
You're talking about,
Well, we need a place for.
I had a conversation with Kathy over the weekend on that.
We heard briefly about it
From.
from yesterday for just.
Unincorporated residents are not gonna be allowed in there.
Anyway.
In the near future.
I've just known him since he was a kid.
Really?
As these developers are coming.
Really?
We can place some of these needs into these.
I've talked explicitly with.
They don't get to come out and just utilize.
He's a different individual.
He's no more a developer than I am a
No,
marathon.
that's one thing they shouldn't do.
So if they're
Well,
gonna market it.
I'd put you in a marathon before I let him be a developer.
Well, I totally agree. And it's for their benefit too.
Absolutely.
Whether it costs them a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. You guys in a little more. We got some big stuff.
Wow.
Just take a old plate. I was very hungry. Eating all day. All right. You got it. Yeah.
You guys will get some lunch here.
Thanks.
You did?
Yeah.
Big boys. We're happy to see you again.
How's it going?
Who's the squeaky back?
That's me.
No, okay.
Mr. Chair,
Shane, there's room up there. Yes, sir.
I'm wondering if we could just start this next segment with maybe a line or two of Kumbaya.
I don't-
That on the
I
agenda.
thought we did that in the first one. I saw Miranda and John actually touching hands.
Yeah,
Not this.
she took me by surprise. She actually, you know,
Wrong direction.
yeah, was pretty hospitable. What can I say?
She must have gotten back from visiting the grandkids.
Glad to
Yeah,
see.
She's like that every time she comes back.
Well, I'm just happy to see we're, you know, everybody's getting along.
Yeah.
That's all we would ask. That's all we want, right? Okay,
Maybe I'll just get along, Charlie.
let's start with our 1:30 discussion regarding location design of pathways in the Cobabe Ranch project. As part of the rezone and development agreement, Steve Burton is with us. Gary Myers is here. Rick Grover's not here. Charlie's here. Where did I see Charlie?
Behind you.
There he is. Okay, over there eating. Okay. And Cortland Erickson. There's Cortland. Chris Crockett's here as well. Okay, Steve, you're first up.
Yes, commissioners, we've talked to you a few times about this development called Cobabe Ranch. It is part of a zoning map amendment that John Lewis is working on. And one of the things as we get close to having a development agreement that is finalized and ready for your consideration in a public hearing, one of the things that we're working out right now is the location of trails in this development. So we wanted to bring that up with you. I've got on my screen just the location of where this project is. You're probably familiar with it. It's between the four-way stop and the Wolf Creek area, kind of on there on the east side of Wolf Creek Drive. I'm going to show you on my screen just kind of the concept image that John's proposing to be in the development agreement. And as far as the layout of the lots and the layout of the townhomes, that's something that we've agreed on. Same with the location of the roads. But one of the details we're still working out is how the trails will look. From the planning department and I'll as well as the planning commission had an expectation as well of a 10-foot pathway along this public street that will connect up into the Trappers development to the north. We thought that would be a really good amenity, a really easy amenity for active transportation, for anyone to be able to get from this area and even down closer to the four-way stop. And I think John and his team are just proposing a little bit different of a layout as far as the trails go. They'd like them to be interspersed kind of in the open space. And I don't know if you guys want to kind of talk about your.
Yeah, I look at this in a bigger, broader context of trying to connect up kind of Eden's downtown with Trappers. And, you know, I'd like to be able to see a nice big green open space belt that goes from Trappers and this power line easement that goes across all of Middle Fork. And, you know, it'd be nice if you could get on a horse or a bike and go, you know, all the way across the whole front of the mountain. But at a minimum, we should be bringing a trail down through here and through our open space corridors and connecting them up even through Eden Crossing. So, you know, Charlie was pointed out to me maybe a year ago, a vertical or what you call it, a horizontal park. The lineal park. I just thought that was genius. So the more we can take parks and get them off of the road and get them right down through the middle of interesting things and put trails for people to walk and to bike and to come back and forth, and then get to the same corners and intersections you start with. But that's a different feel than a road that is already wide plus another 10-foot trail, plus, you know, it just makes it so wide and so non-interesting to me. I'm fine spending the same money, but I just think we ought to put that trail in the middle of grass or at least open space instead of down the side of the road. So that would be my only suggestion.
So is that your proposal?
It is. That's what I showed the planning commission. That's what I thought their expectation would have been,
Yeah,
is that line. You know, that was the trail I proposed at that meeting.
right.
So,
Yeah, and this is shown with some trails. I know there are some developments that have both, and I think that would, if I were to advise you on anything, I think where this is a rezone. I would advise you to say, why can't we have both? Why can't we have both the trails in the open space and the trail along the main road? I think on our end of things, the trail along the main road will be very similar to the project that's in the Osprey Ranch project, right? The critical trail connection from that spot in Eden to the Nordic Valley area. I was trying to think of areas where I've seen this work really well, at least just in like master plan communities. And I was thinking of one that I visited fairly recently. You guys are probably familiar with it, Sun River in St. George, where they have a 10-foot pathway along all of their roads. And they also have sidewalk on the other side. One thing I'll point out is normally our subdivision code would actually require sidewalk on both sides or a 10-foot trail on one side. So keep in mind that if we write into the development agreement that we're just doing, maybe is it a soft trail, just doing a soft trail in the open space, that is basically giving up, the county giving up our requirement for a developer to normally install either trails or a sidewalk on both sides of public streets. The other reason, at least I like this so much, is because the trails in the open space aren't going to be owned or maintained by the county. So you're not sure what you're gonna get. You're not sure how they're gonna be maintained by an HOA. Whereas this, you know, that the county actually owns it and people are using it and can maintain it and keep it on the surface. But I think, like, you know, maybe there's a way to have both.
Yeah. Well, I definitely like the trail idea of going through green rather than next to a road. If I've ridden those trails, I've been through St. George, including Sun River, and it's a lot nicer to ride when you have a little open space around you than cars buzzing by you every, 10 minutes or 10 seconds, whatever the case may be.
I think another thing to consider is the slope of this area. I don't know if the trails will be I think they'll be more steep in the open space than they would be right along a road.
We do have a minimum slope standard for trails, don't we?
yeah, they're definitely less steep in the green. That's why it's a much longer trail going the way we're proposing it. So in theory, it would be a lot less steep.
Usually 10% is your maximum slope for a trail. If you start to go beyond that, you have limitations on how long you can go for steepness without a landing area set aside for ADA compliance.
So Steve, your suggestion is keep it along the road or do both?
Yeah, that would be my suggestion. But we really just want to set this meeting up to know what your expectation is, so we know what to put into the development agreement.
Okay, John, you want to do both or just one?
I'm not even opposed to doing both, but honestly, I just don't see, we're turning things back into Harrison Boulevard instead of 25th Street. Our valley's charming, and I just hate to see more big streets with big shoulders and sidewalks and, put that money into more trails and connectivity. So just putting a big thing down there doesn't connect it to Eden Crossing or Trappers or I don't know. I just don't see it looking as charming, going down the side of a road.
Hey, John, maybe for clarification, on these trails, are you seeing hard surface trails or soft, like Stephen mentioned?
I don't mind either one. I think asphalt makes the most sense just because, I want to ride my bike from Trappers to downtown Eden. And I don't want to get my kids run over by a car doing it.
I would think asphalt for sure. Well, especially because you got, I ride from Huntsville all the way up to year's
Right.
worth.
But I can
Once or
see it,
twice a
I can see where we have enough space on the side of that for horses to go up there too, so they can get to
Yeah.
the middle fork.
Yeah, that's a
So-
great idea.
I think it should be both, but I just would do it in the green space, not along the road.
What's your expected width if you were to do it in the green space
Of the asphalt,
of the trail? Yeah, the asphalt trail.
I just don't see 10 foot ever making any sense. I went off and measured all the other trails in our valley, including along the river, and at best it gets to 9 foot. I haven't found a 10 yet, but I've found 8.5 and 9 and. I think that kind of comes down to the machines that are out there that are available to lay paths. So somewhere around 9 feet or something.
How do you picture the maintenance of these trails happening?
Yeah.
Well, that's an HOA, just like any other interior. So I have a feeling you're gonna regret Osprey. That is a 12% bike trail for long distances that little kids are gonna go zooming down and hit. But I'll do it if you tell me to do it, but that should be a soft trail. Or let us go a different circuitous route through through green, that could get us there. But regardless, that's gonna be a real expensive maintenance item for the county, and I would think you'd rather us shoulder that, and we're happy to do that.
But that would become even though it's HOA, that would become a public
Oh,
trail.
yeah, everything's public.
Yeah, so no issues with public
Yeah,
using
same
access.
through the golf course, same through bridges.
Yeah.
I mean, you should be able to get all the way from Sheep Creek or whatever, preserve all the way to Eden and all the parks on bike trails and never come near a car. That's the dream.
Yeah,
Hey, John, would you be willing to run it through the condos, along the road to the condos instead of the next one over? I'm just thinking in terms of efficiency, someone who's actually looking to use it for transportation. They're probably not gonna go around, they'll probably just use the road and cut through.
Yeah, we could come right down on the side of the road, so maybe it's half steep and half me, but maybe it starts clear up here. I wouldn't even start here, I'd start it here
yeah.
and then come through here, and maybe it comes across.
Yep,
and connects up.
That's
How about that?
Would you want to do both? You know how you got it?
No, I mean, that's kind of pushing it anyway over here. It's one or the other, and I don't think it has to go here. This is where people are gonna likely not even go over there. They're just gonna come down this. So, I mean, that would be reasonable.
Yeah, they come down the road and tie in on that trailhead right there,
Yeah,
maybe with the spur, John, right there, whoop, right back to that, right there with the spur up through the green space going up to that lower road. So the people on those lots, those 2 acre lots right there could access it coming down the hill.
okay, starting here, going where?
Keep going, so they're gonna go down, take it down there, then cut. Keep going, right there, now, that, instead of going down, go up to, so you have a trail access point right there.
Both sides.
Yeah.
You're just saying,
Not this one?
Oh, just a little spur up top, yeah.
because this slopes down, that way these lots and these people here could come down this way to add.
Catch it, yeah.
So it comes this way, but there's a spur to add to that,
Uh,
that's all I'm saying, just a spur.
I would love to jet on the spurs east-west, yeah, so
Yeah.
connecting to neighbor property.
when we got into the ridge, which is pretty much a ridge project, we got into curbs and sidewalks and stuff. So out here it's kind of rural and grassy and stuff, but this is probably a higher level of finish.
Right,
So I can see, bumping back to sidewalks for your trail here anyway.
Yeah, I'm not saying take the trail all the way up, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, just through the,
Just so you can get there without getting on the road.
yeah,
Maybe
just,
that
just,
sidewalk's 10 foot or whatever. but
just keep them off the road.
Yeah,
That'd be my concern.
but once you get to here, it'd sure be nice to stay on the
Yeah.
grass. And then take that whole park all the way through here too,
Yeah.
Charlie.
And I'm okay with that section, but I agree with Harv that that upper section where the townhomes are, you gotta have good access.
We want to take this and make a big reservoir, a secondary reservoir that's really flat. That'd be a great place to store water for irrigation. And we're actually, not to muddy the waters, but we're just right now talking about taking this area and maybe coming back and proposing a big community rec center.
Oh,
So one thing we've been trying to figure out is what can we give back? And that might be something we come back and suggest and see if anybody wants it. If not, that's fine, but. We'd like to figure out a way for us now to go put in a big. Open to everybody public community center. So having these trails go through that would be ideal.
That'd be great.
Yeah, and they'd all connect, Eden crossing up and Cobabe down, right in the center at the rec center.
So if one day we ever had a canal trail,
Yeah.
this would tie in with.
Right.
Yeah, you're pretty close to your canal there, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah. it's right
On that side?
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
We should work with Weaver Basin, get those fences taken down, because I know that was an area of fencing that they had some concerns about with the existing landowner.
Oh.
Previous landowner. Get those fences taken down and that'll save you some money, just use a canal trail right there.
The memorial gauge rower.
That's
No, not memorial. Not memorial. We just found the gauge for.
I came to.
Just the finger.
Is that like the Memorial Bangor Highway or whatever it was? Bangor hadn't passed away yet.
All right, well, Commissioner Bowles, where are you?
To Charlie's point, I just want to make sure that for those who are commuting on the trails, there's an access for them to do that. And if those cross over and intersect at some point, that's great, but I think if you want to recreate, there's a place to do that. And if you're trying to commute and get from one point to another, if that means 2 separate trails in some parts of it, that's important to me. To make sure that those who are not just out for a bike ride, have a place to commute
Right.
and get from point A to point B.
So what we're really saying is
So
combination
a
of both,
combination.
but not necessarily.
I mean, initially it was, do
Yeah.
we require both? Maybe not in all
Alright.
sections, but where it makes sense. I think that needs to be an option for people who don't want to just meander through the green space.
Steve, what do you think about making sure we have plenty of roundabout area in the townhomes? And take the sidewalk trail along the road from Trappers down, but then once you get past the townhomes, you cut back over to green space. Does that work for you?
I think that could work, yeah, as long as you're saying the trail would line up kind of. What we talked about.
Yeah, I would do both.
Yeah, I think that.
The
works.
Harvey path.
Yeah, so you go through here and come across, but then you also make sure this is connected, so everybody over there.
It's just the spur up to the street is all I'm saying, not, you don't have to put the trail, just to the street, so people could come down on their bike and they will whip right down.
This will already have it.
That's
Cause
got,
that, there's so much going on there, you have to have kind of curving over there. So we'll have a way to bike all the way around this. And then by the time you get to here and down,
Yeah.
that can be bumped back over,
So
but not here.
north of that point, we're talking a 10-foot along the street.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe it's sidewalk versus asphalt, but it's 10 feet of
Hard surface.
10 feet of hard surface.
Right.
Gary would prefer concrete. How do you know that?
Saw cut.
Saw cut concrete.
What
6
would,
inch.
should we talk about the specifics of?
We're talking his language now.
That's right.
I'm in, let's go.
Rebar.
What will the other trail south of that? What will the improved surface be? What will the width be? Are you
You
thinking?
mean through the green area? 10 foot or 9 foot asphalt, whichever. Makes the most sense to you, but I still don't think 10 does, but at least 9.
One of the things we've been toying around with our trail concept, and it has been adopted in a couple of spots, is 9-foot asphalt and then 6-inch concrete ribbons on both sides to hold that asphalt in, so you don't get the shoulder falling off into the dirt on the sides. How do you feel about that?
Seems kind of hard to do up in the mountains. I mean, you could, I'd almost say maybe 2 feet of road base. Or something rolled in, or gravel, but, one long strip of concrete, I just picture that getting cracked and doing this.
Yeah, I would, knowing the trails up there, I'd be an advocate for just an extra, maybe 18 to 2 feet of
Road base just side loaded in.
Yeah.
So the reason Charlie threw that out, what we've seen in the past is. Keep in mind what probably the heaviest load this trail would ever see is. When it's getting maintained or snowplowed or, that kind of thing. And if a vehicle gets too close to the edge of the asphalt, especially in wet conditions.
Yeah.
That asphalt can unravel and crack on you. Whereas if you have a concrete ribbon on each side, and this is generally an 8 to 10 inch deep concrete
essentially 6-inch wide curb along the whole side. That concrete tends to last a little bit better and bookend in that asphalt, so it doesn't unravel on you and you end up having to come back and resurface that later on. That's
I
why,
guess the alternative would just be concrete, 10 feet concrete altogether.
yeah,
If
yeah.
that's- if
And
that's-
the other thing I was gonna mention to you, ADA usually likes to see a minimum of 4-foot wide travel lanes. When you got a 2-directional path, that's at least 8 feet. The extra foot on each side gives you just kind of a little shy distance because, you know, sometimes, I'm gonna just use the example of a mom pushing her stroller. Who's coming out of the other direction, they may want to veer away just.
How wide's that trail between Huntsville and Eden?
I'm not sure that it's a consistent width, to be honest with you. I think it bounces
No,
around, doesn't
it
it?
goes down to 0 in front of Jeff Burke. I know that. Yeah, that's his hard.
On Wolf Creek pathway, we tried to stick to 10 feet.
Yeah, usually 10's the preferred to give you a
Yeah.
little bit more cushion there, but, yeah, you can get away with 9 or 8.
Well, if it's, 9 or 10, whatever, you guys decide, but curb gets us into something we haven't done anywhere else in the valley.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Start
And that's just based
get
off
that
what we see, you know, this spring, obviously this year doesn't happen every year, but you get kind of wet, swampy conditions, especially here where you're in a south facing, scenario, so it's gonna melt fairly quickly and, you know, you're gonna see we see a lot of sheet water flow in these areas, particularly this area here. And so, just something to digest and think about. I'm not dictating one direction or the other, just telling you food for thought.
Well, I think you have your answer. I think as long as we have some type of agreement upon where your development is, people have easy access, but from that point down, take it into the green area. Okay.
Are you gonna do anything from the roundabout to the north as far as pedestrian connectivity goes?
Well, we're taking that trail all the way through to the townhome.
Yeah, that'll work. And then something that points to the
So in the
west, I think.
points to the west right there, a spur.
Yeah.
Pick that up, yeah, that'll work.
Okay.
Does that work for you guys? Yeah, that's great. Okay,
That work for you, Steve?
Steve,
I guess, no. That's fine. Thank you.
you gotta get Steve signed off on
Okay,
it.
now, Steve, again, is there anything else with the Wolf Creek agreement that's left unsaid?
Pigeon rehab.
The
pigeon rehab? Not yet. From what I can tell, working with Eric on this for the past 18 months almost.
Oh, yeah, 18 solid.
We should be good to go. We got that annexation language in there.
Okay,
So let's just get some kind of exhibit that shows what we talked about today and we'll be good.
okay, so we'll be back with that.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Are you on our agenda later? I mean,
You'll be back in an hour.
hate to see you guys keep coming back.
Yeah.
Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome. I think I'm still new.
You're still in? Okay.
Yes. Oh, is this closed session?
Cortland, you're gonna need to settle down.
I'll just get to.
Try, right?
What's the next thing on the agenda? Oh, yeah, perfect. I forgot.
Is Portland getting a little ambitious there?
Oh, Cortland, holy mackerel. What was that?
What did you do? I don't know.
Gage said, are you getting a little ambitious?
A little rambunctious on the end of the
Rambunctious.
table.
I saw him do this.
All right, what do we got? Where's Tammy?
Oh, she's here just yet. Let me text her.
Hey, question, did you get the pipe cleaned up?
No. No.
You forgot about
After
that.
all that,
You forgot about that.
oh, for heaven's sake.
So here's the catch. The guy that came up and helped me with it, gave me the idea for the jetter,
Yeah,
said, there's a good chance there's a break in the line or there's tree roots in this one spot. And turns out today, it started coming up about 200 feet, about 100 feet from the river. I had Jerry Montgomery, I said, just go dig that pipe out. He said, yeah, it's broken there. So, you know, it wouldn't have done any good if I would have gone all the way to the end anyway. So I learned my lesson.
Just call Jared Montgomery.
Just call Jared Montgomery. So, yeah, this little thing here is gonna be,
That's gonna cost you a lot more than Jared Montgomery.
oh, yeah, yeah.
Did I ever tell you about
That's
the
if I
guy?
get to save my finger.
Did I ever tell you about the guy that bought that goat at the fair and then he got it home and the dogs took his ears off? And then he went to the vet and he was driving his truck and pounded it on the side of something else and it cost him 1,800 for the mirror.
Really? I
Have
can't
you
remember.
ever tell you about that guy? Just listen, don't buy the goat. Would have saved thousands of dollars.
Yeah. We don't have a granddaughter.
Well, rather than waste you guys' time, let's, we could dive into this one. I know what we're talking about here, and I believe that this was asked for by the developer, who may or may not be joining us at some point.
All right, let's go to the discussion regarding pathway for new high school development.
So the new high school, well, as you guys know, Single Tree subdivision, which I'm gonna pull up on the screen right now. Single Tree subdivision is just to the west of the is just to the west of the new high school.
There's Tammy.
Hi, Tammy. Tammy, do you want to take over? I just barely said this, we're just to the west of the high school.
Tammy, go ahead.
Well, if you recall, when the high school submitted a design review application, the county required a pathway to connect to the west.
I remember this battle we kind of had with them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we knew that we would be getting subdivision applications in for this. We knew there'd be
Yeah.
a necessity for some connectivity so the kids could walk a more direct route to the high school.
yeah.
Sorry, I pulled high school here. See if I can.
Now, the high school has, they've pushed back quite a bit. They currently, I'm not aware of them having any plans to install this pathway. And as you recall, we spoke with the Weaver School District Superintendent.
Yeah.
I don't know where things landed. I understand a site visit was made to Roy High School to that pathway. Now we have a subdivision application in for this piece right here. Sorry, I'm out of breath, I ran upstairs. And the question I think is the county going to require actual installation? Because if we're not, do we need to hold Mr. Buck to installing his side of that pathway?
Oh, he's online.
Oh,
I
okay.
saw that name online.
He was on.
Yeah, Chad Buck is the developer
Yeah.
for this right here.
So you're showing between lot 20 and 21 being that access into the school property.
Correct.
Is that right?
Mhm. Which on their site plan, that runs right in between, I believe, their football field and their soccer field. So they do have space in there. Their concern, I think, was security of their fields, but
Mhm.
we have many high schools that have sidewalks on their campus and they still have secure fields. So planning didn't see any issues with that. We saw more of a necessity to connect to that residential use to the west.
And commissioners, I think what the biggest issue.
That's how I see it.
Biggest concern with the high school is it consumes 2 blocks, almost 2 square blocks almost. It's almost an 80-acre piece of property.
Right.
And that really interrupts potential connectivity for the area. And so the planning commission gave a final condition to the approval of the site plan, which was to install that pathway. Now, they came back and said, you don't have any legal authority to make us do that. And our attorney's office said, yes, we do, and you're going to. And so really the question is a political one. Is this something that you guys are willing to forgive for the school district, or are we gonna make them put the pathway in? Because if we are gonna make them put it in, first off, we're gonna have to retrofit because they're building everything without a pathway.
Right.
And then Mr. Buck's gonna need to have this connection here to work. The high school already told Mr. Buck that if for some reason the county is successful in making them put a pathway in, they're just gonna put a lock on the gate so nobody could use it. In my perspective, it's kind of like putting a gate on that road in Cobabe Ranch. Well, at some point in time, we might want to have it open, or it might be able to be open, we might as well still put it in.
And they've had a change in administration since we've had those conversations, I believe, and so it really might be worth having a sit down with the current administration, and see if we could work together.
Now, when we spoke with the superintendent, she was pretty new, but the facilities manager who ran this application, he has since retired.
Right.
That has been, and I'm not aware that we've had contact with his replacement.
I don't know.
The new one's a Hadley.
The new one's Larry Hadley. And
Joe's brother?
Mhm.
yeah, Joel's, yeah, one of the older brothers. Look, we were pretty, we did a lot on this, and I'm not, for me, I'm gonna speak up right now, if that's okay.
Please do.
We did a lot on this, and I'm not, the school, we said, hey, look, on that, on whatever application comes in at whatever time, which looks like now, we didn't want anything built like a 6-foot fence being built on lot 20 or 21. We wanted them to have great sight lines. They couldn't put a back garage in back there so kids could get caught back in there. There needs to be, hold on, Charlie, but you're remembering, you couldn't, there were gonna be a couple of restrictions on whatever subdivision was brought in on those 2 particular lots as far as being able to build somewhere. So the kids could easily escape. And as far as if they put a lock on it, but I think we still make them build the trail, the school district. We're gonna teach the school district how to treat us. And this is a bunch of crap.
Well, I think the former facility, I need to watch what I say here, but the former facilities manager was difficult to work with.
He was.
That may have played a factor into how they responded to us. And so
I don't-
the new administration, we've already got this.
I don't
test
disagree
waters
with
and
that.
See if there's something we can work out, because maybe they're willing to work with us. I don't know.
Well, they were
I
getting,
suspect, to everyone's credit, I suspect that the previous administration got so far down the engineering
Yeah.
avenue. They had already spent so much money on it that I would guess they were being difficult because it's gonna cost crazy.
I'm sure of that. So does it, what you're suggesting, Tammy, this makes sense for this development here, for access for kids going into the school,
correct.
rather than take, I mean, that's a long way around.
They would have to drop all the way down to 2200 south, I think.
Mhm.
They'd have to drop all the way down to 2200. There is an entrance on 2200. But it's a long way to go, and Commissioner, there will be additional development to the west of this. There
Right.
will be at some point.
Right.
So there is land to develop. There is a need for, this was rezoned, and so instead of getting, 10 lots, we've got 24, 25 lots here. There's nothing to say we wouldn't end up with an additional 20 lots to the west of that.
To the west, I agree.
And just to hone down on what Commissioner Harvey said, so we gave the developer the option, and the new ordinance also gives the developer the option. If they reserve and convey to the county a 30-foot right of way, which is a wide right of way for a simple pathway, then they could build their 6-foot tall fences right on their property boundaries. If this 30 feet was reduced to 15 feet or less than 15 feet, then we would allow them to still put a fence up, but they would have to have at least 30% opacity or no taller than 4 feet for those sides.
And currently, the high school is required to install a 10-foot wide pathway on their side.
On their property line.
Theirs is only 10 feet to fit in between those 2 fields.
So over here, the school district.
Heading further west, yep, we
Further
required,
east.
or sorry, further east,
Okay.
we
like
required
this
it to only
stage.
be 10. Yep, 10 feet
Because the
going
one
east.
field's here, the other field's up there, so
Right.
it's just a.
Oh, so we're requiring that on our.
Well, that's what we required of the school district. We said only 10 feet. With this developer, we suggested 30 feet to allow those property owners some
Put a 6-foot
fencing.
fence.
Oh.
The school district hasn't agreed to that 10 feet, have they? Or
They haven't agreed to it at all.
that's,
They haven't acknowledged that it exists.
But that was part of
That
their
requirement
approval.
exists, but
That
it
was part of their
their-
design review approval though.
okay.
They continue to say that we didn't have the authority. They were just letting us go through the process for courtesy purposes.
Yeah, but they did acknowledge, I guess, courtesy to at least submit to the design review process, because I think once they read the statute, they are still subject.
What did we decide? I thought we decided we do have some regulatory control over that.
We do.
That was our conclusion. I'd have to go back and remind myself of what the language of the statute is, but school districts do have some leeway when it comes to
Yeah.
land use law, but they're not completely exempt from land use law.
Yeah.
So I guess the real question here is the commission willing to take the school district to task on getting that in, which would put a governmental agency against?
Well, I would like to have,
Have the conversation.
I'd like to have that
It
conversation, but
hasn't been had since
I mean, bottom line, it makes sense. We've got 24 homes there. You're gonna have potentially double that. And for them not to have access, I mean, it makes sense for the school too, if they look at it from parking, from, safety issues. There's a lot of reasons they should agree to that versus we just don't want another path on our campus. So,
That's why I think a sit down
Yeah.
would be helpful, because the previous position was that you have no legal authority
Right.
to tell us what to do. Now there's a new administration, we sit down and say, this is a solution that should benefit everybody.
And maybe there's stipulations on whether or not the gate can be locked, like during school hours. If you feel like you need to lock it for security purposes, lock it,
well, yeah.
leave it open, but all the other times, something like that.
Don't you remember we did this?
Oh, yeah.
We did this. We sat down with the new administrator and their lawyer came in there.
Then
That administrator sat where you are, that lawyer sat where you are, Sharon, and we sat over here. We went back and forth and we decided, yeah, we do have the authority to do this and you'll put it in. And then because we held them, they needed something from us and we said, no, you gotta put that path, and they agreed to do it. So,
So just so you know, as far as I'm aware, their slated capacity for that high school is 3,000, maybe 3,000 plus, and they've got about 1,800 parking spots.
Yeah,
So my opinion, to allow connectivity
Oh,
through
yeah.
here and allow these kids to walk
Yep.
instead of congesting traffic, that is going
No.
to be a very busy intersection. Without the need of people that live a block away to feel like they need to drive over there.
I think if they see the plans now too, where it's 30 feet, I think they'll be pretty happy about that. I had a conversation with the new,
the new superintendent's reasonable. She was taking directions from our attorney and the old facilities guy,
yeah,
which makes sense.
we had some talk about him too. Yes, she's been having good luck with Larry Hadley. You wanna just re-up it, but that's where we were before. We did this a year,
Yeah.
18 months
And
ago.
maybe the issue is we weren't,
Well, I think we have to hold their feet to the fire, and then, but let's sit down, rather than just be hard nosed, let's sit down and say, we'd really like to. Re-look at this issue.
We're showing you what's coming up, so you guys know, here it comes.
Yeah.
Here are the maps, this is the start of it, and it's gonna continue to grow.
I've been meaning to put together a meeting with them anyway, just to go over the general plan and to talk over potential school sites as we grow.
Right.
Because I think if we do that with them at the very beginning, this whole issue of putting an 80-acre school site in the middle of where we need streets to connect.
Yeah, that's,
Might not be a big issue in the future,
no,
hopefully, cross our fingers.
you you think, even though they do have the right under state law to put it where they want to. They should always come to the county or the city and say, this is where we want to put it.
We could always help them, because
Yeah.
we work with landowners all the time, we can always help them find an ideal school site.
Yeah.
And perhaps even at the right price.
Yeah.
Because even though under state law, we can't take in order to give to the school district, we can work through the rezone process.
Sure.
To potentially have the developer set aside 50, 60, 70 acres for a
Right.
different high school or something.
Yeah. Save them a lot of money in the long run.
I think that hopefully that answers Mr. Buck's question. He is online. I don't know if he has any direct questions for you.
Mr. Buck, do you have any questions?
No, I think this was all about the development agreement. I just wanted to put in there that if the school didn't do something in the next 2 or 3 years, that I could deed this property over to the landowners and not have to put in the trail.
Forgot about that component.
Yeah.
So just a little caveat in the development agreement that says if the school does not install their portion of this connected trail, that you could then just deed the difference over to the neighboring land.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not, no sense just having a vacant piece of dirt there.
You okay with 3 years, 5 years? Okay,
I think you need
is
5
okay.
years.
Okay, perfect. We'll make it happen.
I prefer 1 year, but I'd like to talk about ARPA too. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
Long path, you've been good.
Okay.
Thanks, commissioners.
All right, thank you. Thanks for being online with us. Well, this next one will be fun.
Am I on anything else?
The next one.
Chris is up on this next one.
Oh, I better put my jacket.
Tell all right, it's been on the hold.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
motion to saunter for 12 minutes.
All right. We have a motion.
Second.
Second, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Let's saunter until 12:30.
No, just as you were getting ramped up, Chris, for this, but we can't start these, we can't start
All red. Scott Clark, Sarah Swan, Stephanie Ebert. Who did I miss? Scott Park here. Scott Park is here. All right. Who's gonna take the lead on this?
I'll
Chris?
go ahead and start. Probably the best way to begin is to give you a little context and background for where we're going with this. Recently, what kicked this all off was the Attorney General's office has historically been a little bit behind in terms of their salaries as compared with other county attorneys' offices and the DA's office in Salt Lake for quite a while. They were having a really difficult time keeping attorneys and hiring attorneys. And so they'd gone to the legislature to pursue some raises, and indeed they got some really significant raises to the point now where they're starting their brand new attorneys coming out of law school at 112,000. Well, that kicked off a domino effect, and the Salt Lake County said, well, we've got to keep up with that. So they got a mid-year bump, and they're starting their brand new attorneys at 112,000. We were starting ours at what? 68,000.
Brand new out of school.
Brand new out of school. And that was kind of where things were. We were a little behind, but not that far behind.
Yeah.
Well, Utah counties jumped in. They've done mid-year raises. Davis County's done mid-year raises. All my colleagues are in the process, if they haven't already obtained mid-year raises, pursuing them, because it's just almost it. Before this happened, it was becoming very difficult to keep and maintain attorneys. Just the market has changed. The private market's paying more. People just weren't as interested in the jobs. We were all simply stealing people from each other, being the different county attorneys' offices, rather than hiring almost anyone new anymore. The AG's office and the DA's office both also happen to have a number of openings right now, starting at 112. We've got right now an 8 or 9 year attorney who has an offer in hand from the AG's office. He's ready to bolt. And as it stands right now, we wouldn't even be able to hire a brand new out of law school attorney to replace our 8 or 9 year guy for what we're paying him currently. And we got good raises earlier. I thought things were going well. This has just sort of taken on a life of its own and created this market that we're being faced with right now. So that's the background. That's why we're coming to you rather than waiting. We're coming to you now because we're kind of at a critical point. We already have people with job offers in hand, and we're not going to be able to replace them. And it's going to be really difficult to catch up if we don't pursue this right away.
Right. So I've been monitoring openings around the state and sort of surveying in May and June when we started to look at this issue. Attorney General's had 14 openings, and Salt Lake County has currently 25 openings as of last week for attorneys in their office and stuff. And so there is more than 40 positions when you count some of the other places around the state with open positions here along the Wasatch Front that can be clear draws to our lawyers, because that's 112 to start. When we did the survey, we started to look at what the Attorney Generals had done and what Salt Lake had done and compared them to kind of where our current people are. Entry level is sort of your 0 to about 3, mid-level is about 3 to 5 or 6, and then you got about 6 to 10 for senior level attorneys. So the AG pay is exactly what they've done currently with their pay scale. Our pay is the WCAO.
So the AG, that's current 112,320. That's current.
That's their current low, $54 an hour, first person.
Wow.
Ink still wet on the bar card out of law school, kind of a kid. And then, up to the 10-year to finally get to, or 6 to 10 year to get to the 124 rate. But you can see it percentage wise, the lower you, the newer you are, the greater the difference it was in terms of where our people are compared to where theirs are. So we're looking at 40% difference in salary. That's hugely significant to a new attorney, almost 20% for a mid-level and usually somewhere in the low teens for a more senior level. Anywhere from 33,000 to 11,000. When you're just looking at the AGs, these are Salt Lake's numbers and how they've responded. They're very consistent, 113 to start, 120 and 129 in the mid and senior level. That again led to 34,000 or to 16,000 a year pay difference. And Davis County and Utah County have also responded. They're not, I don't know that they're fully done, particularly Davis County's pay, which seems to be a little lower than theirs because of the way they've addressed theirs right now. They had 3 openings.
That one's not accurate.
Utah counties,
I have those right here, I just got,
the new ones. Yeah, so I know we were trying to,
they're just lower than that, is what I,
oh,
their starting pay is 86,652.
Is what?
we don't, yeah.
86,652.
So they're doing it, I think, in stages, because that's what some of the discussions we've had is that they're pushing higher. Still,
Ralph told me that's final.
Yeah.
That's what they just rolled out. They have 5 different levels. Now they have 5 different levels. I'm just
Yeah.
saying their entry level is lower than that
Oh.
on Davis.
Is Davis County jive with your records? There.
The only one, this is the
This
first
is-
I've heard, I haven't
Yeah.
seen any of this,
Oh.
so. I just knew Utah County is on a whim because I talked to Ralph last week, but Ralph is their HR director, so that's the only reason I knew that, but. Yeah, I've never seen this before.
Okay.
so that's that's the information that we pulled, we can compare. But it still pushed up the market pretty significantly between Davis and Utah. Davis had 3 openings. And of their openings, they decided to cannibalize that money to adjust their salaries now. Right, and then they're gonna take in their budget cycle and try to refund those positions, I guess.
Right.
Right.
In terms of that, so that's how they did it. Right now, but we sort of took that trend. And this is sort of the comparison to Davis from what they've done. So the lower line is where our current attorneys are, and the upper line is where Davis attorneys are, and how they kind of really shifted the market up. And then we took the average of all of those. Of AG, Salt Lake, Davis, Utah. And so this is our lower line here is our trend, and then this is the average trend. And so right about here is when we kind of get to parity, and that kind of is where Cortland Erickson is in terms of that. So his salary is about when our more senior attorneys start to get on par with everybody else. And so you can see at Cortland, as an 06 grad, he's only 31-cent difference from the average rate. But the lower you go, kind of the larger that gap starts to become, all the way down to Ben Gabbert, who's our newer hire, $13.17 an hour, behind a comparative colleague on average when looking at all of those major counties. In terms
So
of
how
that.
did you calculate the average? I mean, how are you coming up with 2021 attorney? Where are you getting the information from?
So we took that from, if I can go back. So we took the, well, crap. Where is this? So we have the actual, start up again. Rocket, I'm giving this part to you all. I talked about this. So we have the actual pay data per person in terms of that. So AG's went to a straight step and grade system. So you can see from theirs that if you hire on at the Attorney General's office, they give us a whole scale. So they're straight on years for salary and stuff. And so we just simply took what their entry level, mid-level published rates were and applied those, used those averages, compared those to where the Davis County folks were in that range, plus the Utah County folks, plus the Salt Lake County folks.
So you pulled this off like transparency?
No, we asked them directly. We
You asked
grandma,
them,
yeah, we grandmaed them, or we asked their offices directly for their wage scales.
And then you took, how did you know how many years of experience they had?
Oh, you can get that off of our website in terms of that and stuff. And so we've known that, we get that pretty easily. And stuff. So we took all that and averaged it out to come up with that kind of average graph rate. How do we get forward here? More, there we go. And stuff. So that's how we came up with the average rates. That's what that trend graph reflects for each of these particular 2021 through 2006 grads. And put that in kind of perspective as to where they are behind that trend line. There we go. So it's created a significant incentive for our employees. So because as they sit here if you're Ben Gabbert, Stephen Lee, Brandon Quinney, and you're looking at a colleague who starts at the Attorney General's at $112,000, or even just the average there, the 51, which is 106,000. So it's actually still under what the Attorney General's is paying. They're losing $1,000 per pay period. Every paycheck, they're $1,000 behind a similar colleague. 6 months, they'll be 13,000 behind, and every year they're $27,000 behind. And so they're Chase is the one with the offer in hand right now, and his offer is about $20,000 more than what he's making here. And so our fear is he's the first domino to fall, because there's only so long that you can sit here and be one of these other ones making that much less than your colleagues with 50 openings around the state and not seriously consider making a decision to move and capture that and stuff. And so that's our worry, is that this, and they know it. Quite a few people have come up and asked about, what are we doing about this situation? We've told them we're actively looking at it, we're gathering the data, we're trying to make sure that we can, present this to you and ask for some adjustments here, because we know that's what the market is doing out there. We have 10 of our attorneys that are kind of below that trend line. That's almost half our office that are sitting below the mark of what the average is of the $112,000. So what a new attorney at the Attorney General's office is making, 10 of our attorneys are under that right now. And it doesn't matter whether they have 10 years experience or 2 years experience. And so if, for example, Chase is at 9 years, he leaves, a new attorney at the Attorney General's office would make 112. We couldn't even hire an attorney for his 106. If there were two competing offers are sitting in hand and ours is 106 and the AG's is 112, they're probably going to pick the 112 over us and stuff. So our worry is we're not going to be competitive in trying to replace these positions. And they were hard enough anyway. When Tommy left our office back in May of last year, his position stayed vacant until like January of this year. And we got very few applicants, and of the applicants we got, they were not very good in terms of that. And so they weren't, very qualified.
And it really has become a weird market where we're all just trying to cannibalize each other. We poach from other county attorneys' offices and they're constantly trying to poach from us, but we're not getting new people interested. And I don't know if it's just the money or politically it's not as popular or something, but we used to get 30 applications for a job and many of them good. We sort through those and now we get 2 or 3 and hope we have a good one.
Really?
Yeah.
It's been, so where are they going? Are they going into private practice? Can they do better into private?
Yes.
There's always been a disparity between the government and
Yeah,
private practice, but people have understood that and accepted that, but that disparity has also expanded.
Okay.
And so we called the BYU and the U that you talked to,
Career service director.
career services, and they said, yeah, they're just making a lot more in private practice, a lot more going into private practice anymore.
And their sizes of the law school classes are going down a little as well. So I don't think they're pumping out as many attorneys as they used to.
Really?
And stuff. And so looking at their class sizes, those seem to be trending down. And cost of law school tends to be trending up.
Cost is going up, yeah.
And that, but if they're looking at, going in private for, 150 grand, looking at a public sector job at 68 or whatever we were starting at, we weren't really competing. We had gotten really far out for that. And so it'll be interesting to see if any of this adjustment attracts people back into public sector work. But that's kind of the market we're facing and what we're fearful of losing, because everybody we lose was very hard to replace. And if we lose, 2, 3, or 4 people to this, we're going to be devastated in terms of our capabilities. And we're already the highest, one of the highest caseloads, if not the highest caseload for prosecutor in the state in terms of that. So we're already asking our attorneys to do so much more. I think last year we came and explained a little bit about our caseload averages and things, and how much more we're doing with how much less. And now if they're getting paid that much less, their quality of life here isn't going to be very good. They're going to look for greener pastures. And our worry is we have no way of attracting somebody to come back and replace them in terms of that. So that's kind of why we're here, because we think it's an emergency that really can't wait Because while we're waiting, people are getting offers. And so, we've talked to Chase and just said, give us a minute, call timeout. Or, he's basically said, I've accepted this, but we said, let us see what we can talk about here. Because if it's just money, maybe we can do something and it has to be holistic with everybody, but that's for him to be driver, in terms of how big a difference 20 grand in his hand. He's like, that'd be hard. So
Our attorneys love working here, and the commission has been fantastic in the past in keeping us up within that range. What it simply comes down to is just they are going to recognize that the value of their work here, someone else somewhere else isn't willing to pay that much more for the same work.
sure, or less.
Or less. Yeah.
Kind of simple economics.
Right.
So your request, I jumped to the last sheet.
Yep.
So that's what I'm gonna call kind of a mid-year request
Yes.
on the budget.
Can I clarify that too? So that's gross salary. That doesn't include benefits.
Yeah.
So for every dollar you pay, you gotta add 32 cents on that. So if we were to do, I just did $125. So the low end of what they're asking, that'd be $343,000 a year. But then for every $3 we give them, the public defender's office wants $1.
Why?
Because they're attorneys and they make the exact same argument. So the argument that these guys make is the exact same argument Mr. Ratalk is going to make for his attorneys. And so we've been trying to keep those two groups on parity. So we don't, he's already been asking, he's already talked to Emily about and tried to get data from us as well, and we wouldn't give it to him. We pushed him to you, but
Send him right to Sarah, not here.
well, I'm just saying that he's already aware. I'm not sure how he's aware, but he's aware of this. And so we have been trying
He's
to keep
talked to
these
us,
paired.
he's aware that they will certainly
No.
have some of the exact same problems. It's not exactly apples to apples. And I think you should have him compare with his colleagues, but certainly they're gonna run into the same type of problem, whether it's the same spread, I don't know, but similar problem.
Yeah.
for sure.
So we're not talking 297, we're talking 350.
350 for the attorneys, and then if you were to do the public defenders, that's another 130, so we're about $475,000.
$500,000.
Yeah. Now, one thing I did talk to the attorneys this morning when they presented this to me, and I know Sarah hasn't had a chance to look at this, so she needs to look at it and make sure she's comfortable with the numbers, but I do think that there's a benefit to working in Weber County and that you don't have to commute to Salt Lake. If you live up
Yeah.
here, I mean, I talked to Brian Bear and I'd say, hey, look, I'll pay you 5,000 less than what they will offer you down there, and you're gonna save 20 hours of your life in traffic each week. You know what I mean? So there is some value. Now, I don't know what that number is, but there is some value that I think we can pay less than the attorney generals, because if we pay right at the 112, the next thing they're gonna do is just pay a little bit more, and we're gonna just keep that wage war going.
Yeah.
So I worry about, like we did this with Ogden City, every time we bumped it up, they bumped theirs up, and we just kept getting in this war. So I think we just need to be careful with Davis County and try to be comparable around there, but I don't think we have to go all the way up to 112, because I think we can say, hey, look, it's our young attorneys that are the ones that are at risk. And we're already offering them a student loan program that will pay their student loan payments. So that's about $5,000 a year. So there's $2 an hour we don't have to pay them. Plus, it kind of makes them sticky, because if they leave, they have to pay that incentive back. So I think there's some other things we can do instead of just give them 112 a match. That I think we go under that a little bit. Otherwise, we're just gonna Davis
No,
County next week is gonna just raise their rates again.
I don't disagree with that. And if somebody jumps, my experience, people will look at and use salary as a reason to move. At the end of the day, okay, you want to spend another 2 hours, 2.5 hours on the freeway. You want to price a home in Ogden, Weber County versus Salt Lake County, which is 30% to 40% more. And it won't be nearly that close to work, by the way. So you're gonna have to commute there in traffic. So there's a lot of other factors that enter into it. I'm just not, hey, pay more. And the other factor is that, sometimes when people go looking, and I agree, there's gotta be a range. But when people get too greedy and they use that as an excuse, I usually just say, have a good time, come back and see me when you figure out it's not the, gold pot at the end of the rainbow.
Yeah, we don't disagree. If
So-
we're close, if we're in range, we have a great office, we've got a good
Yeah.
environment. And there are things that we kind of have to figure out, because we do offer some benefits, and Davis County, for instance, offers a higher contribution to their
Sure.
401k. So there's some different things. But what we're asking and hoping is to be close in that
Yeah.
ballpark, because if they're gonna nickel and dime us for 50 cents a buck or whatever, then okay, see you later.
Yeah.
At least we're competitive
We've
and
got to
trying
be
to bring somebody else.
competitive is what we're.
Well, that's how I see it is, and that's where I was, after we met a couple weeks ago, I said, let's be within the target. You know, we can't be that far below the target, but I don't think we have to meet the target with the AGs, because we'll just never get there. And if people are gonna make that choice, then let them make the choice.
Well, it's gonna be interesting, to be honest, to see what happens after this at the next regular budget everywhere else. Is this going to sort of bring the market back level, and people are gonna start hiring on again and being interested in these jobs?
Yeah.
I assume it will be attractive and that.
Well, you'd think so.
Yeah.
But
Where are some of the other, where are some of the other attorneys that aren't on that list?
They're not, so everybody who's not on this list is generally more senior, and they're the part of that trend line that actually is.
So we're doing much better when they're more senior. Once you make it to 10 or 15 years, you're doing
Yeah.
a lot better than some of the other counties.
Yeah, it's like, if you're on the step and grade system with the attorney general, that's one thing, but you pretty much are locked into that. Right, if we're on, where we do percentages and things, well, those start to get bigger and bigger as you become a higher salary earner, and so you have a higher top end. If you were to stay here, for example, than if you stayed at the attorney general's office, but it's that early years that people sort of look at, oh my gosh, I can capture so much more now, even though they'll flatten out in their career. But here, because we don't have a rigid structure to that, you can actually get much higher. And you see it with our
And
numbers.
that's the same with Salt Lake and Davis
Yeah,
County.
you see it with Davis's numbers too, yeah.
Why would you want to go to work for Sim Gill or Sean Ray, as when you could work for Chris?
They've got
Croc
all those openings for a reason, because all the good ones are here, but they'll only stay here for so long at this rate.
I think there's truth to that, is that we really have worked hard to cultivate an environment that people want to stay in. We treat our employees like their family around here, and when one leaves, it means a lot to us. And so we've shown in the past that we can be under that line. It's where is that line?
Yeah,
So, I think you've made a good, compelling argument, counselor. But it's boy, this has been tough. And I was thinking, the budget that was showed to me in my office by Brian Barron, where the public defender was, where it should be and where it was going to be funded and where it is now, is triple. It's triple. And so I haven't said it to Brian, maybe I should, but it's like, let's just send it back. It's costing us too much money. Maybe it is a good thing, but it's
triple.
Triple. And what the original figures early on, where they thought they could handle it. The number of people are triple down there. But this was the pioneering part. Scott?
Well, yes, they're triple, dollar is covered with grants, so really
Yes.
they're county funds, they only double, but still. they're
County
double.
funds are only double,
I'm
sorry.
just clarifying.
Sorry, they're only double.
Well, that's
But
helpful.
the total budget's triple.
Yeah, because they have more IDC grant funding coming in to help them, so,
Yeah.
but yes, not enough to offset the original.
Plus.
Or maybe you have that discussion with Jim. Maybe this is an experiment that needs to be amended in some way. I'm sure.
yeah, we're gonna have that discussion come budget session, I guarantee you. So Scott, what's your suggestion?
So.
Or let me put it this way, what's our options?
So, I mean, so $500,000, let's just round to 500,000, saying we're doing the same for public defender. We can whittle that down, 300 is better than 5, but that's not going to break the county's bank. But I am sounding the warning that we are down in our sales tax. I'm bringing the second quarter numbers to you here in a couple of weeks. We're down less than what we were last year in our sales tax revenue. So we're short money. Property tax is not coming in. We're going to have 1.5% growth next year. So we're not going to have any money, and inflation is still high. And one of the problems that we have without giving ongoing merit increases is that our lower, like the first 3-year staff, they're all getting the same amount of money because everybody gets a COLA and it moves the whole scale up and it kind of sweeps those bottom people up, but without giving ongoing pay for performance increases, they kind of hover there. So I think we're getting a compression issue with those first 1, 2, 3 year employees. Now, we knew that this was going to happen. It's not like it was a surprise. what do you do when you're giving a 6% cost of living increase? We just don't
Right,
have all that
right.
money. So I'm worried that we're not gonna have a lot of money, but yet we're going to have to put a lot of money into salaries and wages, either through pay for performance or cost of living or benefits or all three. And so, I mean, while yes, we can afford this one, I just worry about what this means for everybody, if that makes sense. So
This is that was a long paragraph. Two short words, tax increase.
That's kind of what I heard in the background.
well, so Commissioner Bolus has asked that we're going through every line in the budget, every single line in the budget, and we're going through and seeing what people have spent over the last few years versus what they've been appropriated. We're trying to find areas where we've been giving you $15,000 every year and you've only been spending $4,000. So we're trying to find those areas and say, okay, justify why you keep getting 15,000 if you only need 4. Is it because the project keeps getting delayed or whatever? We're trying to find is anywhere in the budget that we can save money, but I'm worried that we're not going to be able to save the amount of money we need for a cost of living increase and an ongoing merit increase, and hopefully our insurance is reasonable, but it's been about 10% per year.
It's gonna increase no matter what, we saw that plan.
So I'm worried that we may be discussing that.
Where do you think we are with the COLA this year? Sarah?
I don't know, it's just hard to say right now, but I mean, it's at about 6,
Yeah.
so,
Plus the insurance,
yeah. I mean,
insurance went
if
up.
you looked at today, it'd be about 6. But you're right, Hart, the insurance is gonna go up, there's no question, I mean, I can't do anything with it until that person dies. Hate to say it, or doesn't work here anymore. We're gonna have an insurance increase every year. I mean, we're already at like 10 mil.
Yeah. Well, there's no question, this is gonna be a different budget session than we've had the past 3 to 4 years anyway. We're gonna have to start scraping through the corners.
And it's the ongoing funding that I'm worried about. The one-time money, we still have a good, healthy reserve. You guys have built up a great reserve. We've got, if costs are overrunning, like you're gonna hear a little bit later today, I mean, we can handle some of those things, but it's the ongoing cost is what really concerns me. And it's not.
Yeah.
So yes, I think to answer your question simply, could we afford $350,000 ongoing right now? Yes. But just one little piece of the problem. So maybe we have to do something with the attorneys because that's so far under the market. Or maybe we come back and say, look, we need time to sort through this. So if you stay, we did this with the sheriff's office. If you stay through the end of the year, what we'll do is we'll back calculate and give you a quarter's worth of the increase as a one-time lump sum bonus. So let's say you're short $5 an hour. We'll give you 5 times 520, which is the number of hours for that quarter. We'll use that as a one-time retention bonus for staying while we figure this out. So that's an option to buy us some time. I don't know if that works or not. But it would basically make them whole.
It's
if they
better
stay
than
through
0
Jan-
right
Yeah,
now.
but if they stay through January, we'll make them whole through whatever we give as an increase, but it buys us some time. Now, I don't know how well your attorneys would take that.
We would all, we would prefer the mid-year increase, I mean, of course.
Sure.
But it would be how do we assure our attorneys that we're taking it seriously?
Well, we published a memo with the sheriff's office and we outlined the steps for what that bonus would be if they stayed. And handed, because they all wanted to see it in writing, and so we handed that out to them, so it had the calculation of what it would be. But they had to stay in order to get it, so that's an option.
Yeah.
Or after Sarah.
But
if you
without
had
a
chance to look
guarantee
at
as
this.
to what it would be in the future.
Well, it wouldn't guarantee what it's gonna be in the future, but we can never guarantee more than, 1
Well, I
year
mean,
in
just
advance,
that
right?
that they have the bird in the hand, kind of.
I agree, I mean, I don't know if that's going to work.
Right.
I don't have any, they haven't said anything or talked to me about it, so I don't have any recommendation this is the first I've ever seen it, so I can't give you any valuable information. So I need some time to.
So I guess, so these numbers don't stand out as being not valid to you then?
I don't know, I've never.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at it, so I just don't know.
I would say that you and Scott will pull out all the data and figure out where we believe that data shows the what's and what's not.
Yeah, I guess that's my only question. Well, 2 questions. Do we go the sheriff's route? I'm almost tempted to say, I'd rather just bite the bullet now and deal with whatever increase we agree to and say, this is where we're at, let them know where they stand, and then, you know, if they want to go shopping, then take your shot at it. But I'd like a recommendation from what our starting point is, and it won't be the 112. I'd like to look at something that's,
Yeah, and this is under that.
yeah, no,
Just a little bit.
and maybe that number's.
Yeah.
But I'd like you to sit
We
down
can
with
certainly
Sarah.
have that
I'd like you to sit down with Sarah
discussion
and discussion and Scott needs to be
Yeah.
part of that. It says, okay, this really looks like a valid number to start with.
Yeah, I mean, if you come up with what that range is, just send it to me, then I'll plug it in and we'll just make sure that we know what that means in terms of dollars.
And then what we could do is if you can get us a gross number, then we can say, look, we're not comfortable with 500, but work it out at 400 or 450, whatever that may be.
And
Then back it down.
do we bring the public defenders in this now, or do we just wait for him to come to us and ask?
Well, let's calculate it in, but let's not invite him to the table yet.
Okay.
Because there still has a little bit of work to do with the state on that as well.
Yeah, but it's the state's responsibility to.
We spoke with Jim, just to give you some idea, and he'll tell you the same thing. We talked about the problem generally and the difference where they get a lot of their money from the state. And he said, well, they're not going to meet again for a while, but we encouraged him to meet with the Indigent Defense Committee and say, look, you need to, in our opinion, have the same discussion with them that we're having right now, because that's where a lot of the funding comes from.
Yeah, no,
I think you're on that board, aren't you?
yeah,
You and some others that know what's going on, and
yeah, that was actually.
you've got to have that discussion and see what they're going to do and bring them in. In my opinion, the state ought to be funding indigent defense all the way across the board anyway.
I couldn't agree. You know, we're kind of the poster child for this setup, and yeah, we've been, I agree, when we were told this is we can keep it at the same level or lower. And now we've doubled, and so we just need to go back to the table. Look, if you really want us to be the poster child, then you need to give us a little love up this way. But again, that's not new to the state.
Well, they seem to have all kinds of money to give it to Reyes. They should have thought about this when they did that.
I don't disagree.
So we got 14 openings out there that he couldn't fill.
Well, we understand the issue. It's not brought on by anything you had to do with. We need to deal with it, so.
Thank you. So next steps.
So get with Sarah. Sarah will give us a range and then we'll get back. What's your opinion as far as going kind of the sheriff's route where we give them a letter that would basically make it retroactive versus paying them
When
now?
did that happen and how was it received? Did it retain employees?
I think so. I
I
don't,
don't think we have any.
yeah.
I mean, they
Falling out.
basically came in.
Tell me
and
how
said
that
everybody's gonna leave. We just said they gave everybody a memo and calculated their hourly rate, and what it would be, and then times it by how many hours between that period and the end of the year, and said if you stay till January 1st, you'll get $5,000 or whatever.
So
it
they
is.
got a one-time payout.
They got a one-time, it was limited. It wasn't quite 5. I think we limited it to 2,000 or something like that, but
Yeah.
it was limited, so it capped our liability because we didn't know what we were going to give them. So we
yeah.
said, we'll give you whatever that hour, we don't know what it's going to be now, but we'll give it to you up to X number of dollars as a one-time bonus if you stay. Till we have a chance.
Was
to figure it
there
out.
any mention of the anticipated increase they would get at the end of that year?
Yes, there was a lot of talk surrounding it. Nothing was.
Nothing in the
official,
memo
but-
Yeah.
though?
Nothing in the memo because we didn't know for sure.
We didn't know.
We were still trying to get through the budget cycle. So that's what we did. We basically would say, attorneys, we're going to give you whatever the increase is backdated to August or October 1st or whatever day is, up to X number of dollars. So if, let's say, we calculated it as a $5 an hour increase, and some reason we gave it 10, we would still cap what our liability is. So that's what we did. We gave them a memo outlining that. Basically
Fine,
kick the
it
can
wasn't-
down the road and I think it worked. I didn't hear of
Yeah, it
anybody
wasn't
leaving after
received.
that.
We're not turning our nose up at anything that's offered our way, obviously, we're coming to you hat in hand, but I can tell you for sure, some of these guys are gonna bolt, they're not gonna wait around at that stage in their life and how much debt they have and everything else. To them, $20,000 is a very big deal to a younger person,
Sure.
and we won't
Sure.
keep them on
See, just to
probably
hear
any
too.
kind of
Do we know
promises.
how many are participating in our student loan
Yeah, I was
repayment?
gonna ask that
There's a
question.
lot. I think there's total, but most of them are from your office, but I think from the whole county, what is it, like 34 or something?
I didn't pull the exact number, but there's a
Well, I'd
lot.
be curious, like, if you could send us from our office, how many are, or how many of these people in particular?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And is
that are on
that
the
offered
student?
by other counties?
Because that should hit the people that are in this range, because these are the younger folks that should be paying back student loans. The
Yeah.
older folks.
Yeah,
maybe
that'll
have to
help
pay
us also to.
To fix that.
We have a
breach.
spreadsheet, I think.
Yeah.
Candace has it, but
That would be interesting.
Yeah, we did it
There's
to
a
be
lot.
sticky. We did it to make it hard for them to leave because they have to pay it back
Sure.
2 years if they leave. So that's a $10,000 check they have to
They,
write to us.
they pay back 2 years.
Up to 2 years, yeah.
Yeah, up to 2 years.
And that program has been so beneficial. I mean, just the attorneys were so happy.
That's a good program.
It is a good program.
Really good program.
It expires in
25.
a couple
and that
years.
should look extended.
I think so.
I suspect it'll get us extended, but it hasn't yet.
It's just because it's an employee benefit. They're not adding anything by doing it. It's not like the government's filling out the money. So I would imagine they'll extend it. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Losing tax money.
Does the one-time bonus, does that no money goes into 401k with that as far as a contribution?
It's up to them, right?
Well, as far as like the amount of
So
state
we'll-
that we
we'll-
put in.
We'll match. We'll match the 401k, but it's not. well, Retirement,
It's not performance based.
it's not, so it's not retirement eligible. We will match the 401k, but not the.
Not the original.
Yeah, so if they choose to put in 2%, we'll match the 2%. If they don't get the 18 or 19% added to their 401k just for, like the regular wages would be.
I don't think that'd be a deal breaker. I mean, I don't. Just something.
I mean, it's just an option. So I guess at this point, Sarah will get the data, we'll look through it and come up with a proposal as to what the range would be. Then I can calculate it. And at that point, we can decide whether it's a one-time bonus to buy us through the end of the year or whether we just bite the bullet and do it. I do worry about and I did this when the sheriff came in and asked for this big increase. I worry, especially in tight years, if one department gets their full request funded and the other departments then have to go through a competitive budget cycle, which is hard and lots of cuts. It incentivizes people, and I'm not saying that you guys are jumping the gun. I realize and understand why you're doing this, but lots of departments perceive that as unfair, and then they start coming in the work sessions and they start asking for money and positions all the time, and then Sarah and I have to come.
Oh, that
and-
never happened, Scott.
And beg for you to stop approving all these requests, because it's easier to get you guys to fund something outside of the work session when you're not comparing it to everyone else than when through the budget. So that's the only other concern. That's why I like the one-time thing more so than, you know what I mean? Even if we just do it till we get to the budget cycle.
So
But then again, that's a personal preference.
Yeah.
I have the letter here that we sent out to all of the sheriff's office staff, and it talked about a market adjustment. It says that effective January, that reduction in FTEs is going to be used to fund a market adjustment. And then it had the calculation for the retention bonus. And it was as Scott mentioned, the new hourly rate that we were going to give them less the current rate times 520 hours, or $1,500, whichever is greater. So that's how we did the sheriffs. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but,
Makes sense.
but there was mention of a market adjustment in there as well.
Yeah.
The thing that's a little scary with this one is, in either way, we have a risk of losing somebody. But if we lose one, okay, maybe we can absorb that, but two, the impact that will have on our office. I mean, it's just, we run such a lean office, we're not overstaffed.
Yeah.
High caseloads, I get it.
I think too, like on the side note, the other thing that needs to happen, you guys are the only group that's completely unstructured. Like, I think you need to develop a structure. So if you look at Utah counties, they have level 1 attorney, level 2, 3, 4, whatever. And so does everybody else. And so does everywhere else in the county except you guys. So I think we need to develop a structure so that you guys, if you're just out there randomly with no grades, nothing. So I think you guys need to define what your beginner level attorney is, what your level 2 and level 3, so that they can be assigned appropriate grades accordingly.
With salary ranges that go along with that.
Well, you have grades and then you'd have the step within that grade.
I don't think we want to do steps.
No, we
right?
don't use steps anymore, but we still have a
Just-
beginning, mid, and.
We have an attorney 1, attorney 2, attorney 3, senior attorney, or whatever you choose.
Just
to
kind of how
call
you
them.
broke it down.
Yeah.
Beginning, mid-level, senior level.
Exactly. So
That's-
every other agency has those, your group, and
Yeah.
every job at Weaver
Entry,
County
Ed
has those
City.
except
That's
you
what,
guys.
that's what I like.
But we would have criteria for what it takes to become from an attorney 1 to an attorney 2, not just
Exactly.
time in position, but skill sets or continuing education or something like that. So like our health science environmentalist 1 versus a 2 versus 3, they have to do certain things to get up, not just wait a certain amount of time. So if we could define that, so your more experienced attorneys are, yeah, like these are my
I don't even know
homicide
what my
attorneys.
attorney
They
grade
get,
is.
You don't have one. That's the.
I was just saying, I don't think I've
yeah.
ever had. I was like, I've
Every
never been
other
asked to
county
grade
has a
people
structure and
or
every
have one
other
myself.
Department has in every job, and we were kind of structured except you guys. And why? you
Well,
don't
let's have one.
Have one. It will be easier to look at these and to look at the individuals. if
I
you
want to
have
be
a
attorney
structure.
10.
No,
You already are.
you're already there.
I know.
You can come up with something that allows us to still use pay for performance, but gives me an idea of predictability of where we can put people in, that will reduce my stress load so much.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, it can, because, you know, for example, those that have left for Davis County that we still talk to, you know, at times we say, hey, why don't you come back or something like that? You know, one of the things they say is the predictability of knowing. I know, they'll say, I know what I'm making today. I know what I'm likely making in 5 years. I know what I'm likely making in 10 years, because they have kind of this structure that basically says they're going to be in this range.
Right.
In terms of that, we've always eschewed that because we didn't want to sort of limit ourselves, because we go truly performance-based, where certain people get held back, other people get pushed forward in terms of that. So we can find a way to make it work while still using that merit system.
Yeah, like I said,
Yeah.
every position in the county has one except you guys, so of course you can make it work. Yeah.
If you could help us structure.
Yeah,
come up
it's
with
not hard
ideas.
at all. You just, I mean, you just have to define, the hard part is defining what is your
What
level
is-
1, what is your level 2? I
what
mean, and only you guys can do that, obviously. I can't tell you what that looks like. But outside of that, it's not hard. I mean, we already have the structure set up. We just need to determine what those are.
What
And then we'll
criteria
slide it in
within-
when they go. But yeah, it's not.
Fit them
hard.
in the categories. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, we can do that.
Can?
and I'll send you some
Okay.
examples. too.
Very good. Okay, Chris, anything else?
Nope.
These are tough.
Thank you. I know it's tough. It's a weird market, and you know, frankly, I wish Sean would have done something that seemed a little bit more reasonable, you know, maybe
Yeah.
90,000 or something. That seems like a pretty good bump from our 68,000. Okay, that gets, but again, the market is so weird that maybe absent 112 start, maybe people just aren't taking these jobs anymore.
Yeah, you think there'd be has to be some science behind it. I'm not sure what it would be.
I remember when I cracked 30,000, I was pretty excited about it.
You'll be thanking us we stayed within the hundreds of thousands instead of the millions that you're about to hear.
This is the easy
Yeah,
one.
exactly.
The rest aren't gonna be so easy.
Thanks.
Okay, hey, thanks.
Any other questions?
Thanks, gentlemen. So get with Sarah.
When can we get with you? Today or some other time?
Probably I have 2 meetings after this.
Okay.
So, but tomorrow is pretty open.
All right. Let's just see if we can figure out tomorrow. We'll give you a call
Okay.
and we'll call you also.
yep, it's fine.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thanks very much.
Okay.
Next time, come with good news, would you?
We'll try to, yeah.
Like the market is crashed. Does that ever happen?
Good to see you.
A crashed market.
JB, sounds like something you'd want to be involved with. So, since John's Bond's here. Off the record for a second. $10 in your budget, you ready to turn back?
It's 20.
So you're talking about at your staff meeting last week,
Yeah,
bringing money back.
yeah. That's the report.
if we're in the same staff.
All right, Sheriff, go ahead. Welcome. We're gonna be the 3 o'clock Sheriff Office
So-
update.
Yeah, thank you, all so much for your valuable time. We did something new, real quick. I want to tell you why Chad's here. We were frustrated with command staff meeting and it was just not going anywhere. It was 10-20 minutes and no one was reporting. So we actually turned the meeting over to all the lieutenants and managers, and they are required to provide a report of what's going on, their needs, and it went very well. We had some good reports. Chad provided a great report today about the animal shelter and animal services. And I asked him to come and share that same report today, because that's been a huge challenge for the county, the animal shelter and all sorts of stuff. But I was so impressed. I thought this is he needs to bring that. So that's why Chad is here. As you guys know, Chief Guard here is follow up on Lens Lock. You were asked to have him return a report. I have just one or two things on the jail, nothing big. But other than that, I do want to report to you. I know Commissioner Harvey, you are always asking about this. So it's about our community service to the jail. Just last month, we had one deputy crew with 5 inmates. We had animal shelter help 6 inmates. The shops comes out and grabs on the fairgrounds. We've had inmates, gun range, Washington Terrace will come out on occasion and have inmates do service for them. Last month, just in the month of June, 800 hours from the inmates.
In 1 month.
1 month.
Good.
Just wanted to report on
That's-
that. You asked that.
Gotta
every
get
once
that
in a while.
word out.
I like that.
Social
yes.
media.
Let's
Keep up
do
the
it,
good
Sheriff.
work.
Let's do a
triple
video,
that
Sheriff.
here.
Just get the video, get them out there at the dock.
Quadri.
That's good too.
And if Chief Reese was here and the question may be, can we do more than that? Chief would say, well, I'm still down 43 deputies. If we had more, we could still provide and more. But that's good news. I don't want to deter from that. The kitchen floor is completed in the jail. The trailers are gone. There is one little end table that needs to be added in order to make the dishwasher work, and it'll be fully 100% operational next week, but it's about 98% operational now. The American Corrections Association, you guys recall that we started this accreditation process about 3 years ago. Started with Chief Perry, and then when Reese came in, he went 100% full throttle on this. We have been invited to their conference next month. We will get our accreditation. We will be the first one in the state of Utah to achieve this high limit or this high accreditation. This is really good news. Just further, Vital Core, who provides us our healthcare. When accreditation is done, then we get a $15,000 credit on our insurance or something like that. It'll come back to us. So you should see that.
15,000 towards that 2 million.
Yeah, there we go. Making
Well,
progress.
what's the 2 million that y'all need?
Just off the top of just, it sounded good.
He just wigging it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
If you prefer 4, I'll use that number. So.
Okay, I'm just seeing where we can help.
Yeah.
We're getting ready to do a very heavy recruitment push. We had a meeting last week. Commissioner Bolos was there, and there was some expression of frustration on staffing. And we've been working on recruitment. And so DGO, we sent out an email to all the sergeants to provide 2 people that have been hired from their crew within the last 3 years. They're going to come to a recruitment committee, and we're going to just brainstorm the crap and just ask them, why are you here? What got you to come to law enforcement? Why are you staying? And so we're going to take all that data, and within the next week or 2, we're going to start creating a really heavy recruitment push. Anyway, that's good news. And just so you know, the recruitment is not just us. Cache Valley is down 37, which proportionately is a greater, is harder on them than us. Salt Lake is down 70 plus, and then all the other agencies that are much smaller, they're down 5 to 7 to 10 employees, which percentage wise is about the same as us. So it's not just here. Weaver County is not just Utah, it's nationwide. So that's forward looking. So I'm going to turn this over to, who did I say was going to go? Chad, go ahead. And then Chief Guard.
Thank you. Just real quick, because of time restraint, just going to go over some positive things that the shelter's been going through recently. We're currently trying to secure some funding. We're going to do our first time ever annual Motors and Mutts event. It's a car show / motorcycle show that we're going to hold in the parking lot there at the shelter. Or like I say, we're just trying to secure some funding for that. We're pretty positive we're going to get that, keeping our fingers crossed. But on that note, if it does come to pass, we would love to have all three of you and be the honorable judges for that show if you're available.
Are we judging cars, motorcycles, or dogs?
Both. No dogs.
I don't know anything about either of those.
That's okay. It's like best in show, whatever you think's the prettiest car or motorcycle, something like that.
So the fundraise, you'll charge people amount to get in the show, is that?
It's gonna be free for the public, but
Yeah,
for
but-
the vendors and whatnot.
Yeah.
They'll
Okay.
charge us a minimal fee, but all the funds are for advertising.
I like where you're going with that.
So we think it's gonna be a real positive thing. We've had huge success with IFA, Petco events and things in this
Great.
last year, where we've adopted a tremendous amount of animals through those events.
That's
So,
exactly what we should be doing, community outreach.
yeah, and it's what we're working on.
Do you have a
So-
date?
Yep, August 26th.
Have you cleared that with the spike to make sure that they're not running races on that day?
We have,
Okay.
well, we're at the point now where we're just trying to get funding for it.
Okay.
And that's it.
August 26th.
Okay. It's a Saturday.
Okay.
From 10 to 2.
I'll make sure we put it on our schedule.
Okay, and I definitely let you know if we get it, I'll let you know. Another thing is we have a Bissell adoption event that we do quarterly. This adoption event reduces the cost of adoptions for our cats and dogs and our animals. They make up the difference. We reduce the cost by almost 50% of the animals being adopted, and we've had huge success at that. We usually get between 3 to 4. This last one, we had about $5,000 in revenue just from that one event, and it goes for about a week. Right now, it's July 6th through the 17th. And so because we have so much success and Bissell likes the way how we do it and run the event, that it's been a huge success, and they continue to fund us and help us out with that. So that's going on right now. We reduced our costs or our owner surrender appointments. Just a little bit of information and context on this. We're the second largest shelter in the entire state. We have the largest kennel capacity out of any shelter in the entire state. We have currently 433 kennels. Right now, we're at 243 filled. On that note, based on those, we only have 19 employees that work those. And we wouldn't be successful without the sheriff's department with the inmate program, because our hours used to be Monday through Friday from 10 to 4, and now we're open Tuesday through Saturday from 10 to 6. So because of that last Saturday, we adopted 45 animals out of there. So
Great, thank you.
it's huge.
Saturdays are big.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see you're doing that.
The staff aren't happy with it, but that's too bad. So I'm doing them wrong with it. So we're being successful with that, and that's going to continue to happen. And another positive note, this is the first time in about, I don't know, I'd say close to a year that we've ever been fully staffed. So
Correct.
we finally got our capacity of employees that we need to run it. So
Congratulations.
yeah,
Good job.
thank you. And that's all I have for now.
What was that thing you were telling us about, that you did something with so many animals, but then you get that many back, just to give them perspective?
Yeah, so like, for instance, we had 45 animals leave on last Saturday. In about 2-day period, we'll get that amount back. And
Really?
even more. So it doesn't quite level out. It gets more and more, and it kind of.
So it never goes down.
Never goes down.
Trend line.
Stays up. And so we have to take some other drastic measures to kind of compensate with that. And unfortunately, we lose money doing that because we can't keep it running when it's over capacity. So
You ever adopt out goats?
we do. Well, all the time.
Right now, we have two
All
reps.
right, this one you get turned back in.
If you're looking for a goat, we get them all the time.
No.
No, I'm just for a friend.
Yeah, gotcha.
The UN thing.
Yeah. Okay, is that it, Chad?
That's it.
Thanks, great job.
Great job.
Appreciate you doing that.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to stay, or if you need to go, you can go too.
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chad.
Good job, Chad.
Hey,
Thanks.
Sheriff,
That's-
back to
those
you.
are some hard decisions. That's good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Keep us posted on that August date.
Will do.
Me, so the bearer of bad news after the good news from Chad. So I sent all three of you an email with what we're down in body cam and dash cam, and Commissioner Bowles is right, it's a Band-Aid fix. Since that email has gone out, we've run into a little bit more problems. Our old WatchGuard server is full, meaning we have 8 new cameras that go to the new server automatically. The old server is full, 90% of our camera systems, so they're not downloading there. We haven't lost them, but they're just not downloading. We have grandma requests currently that we're waiting on some videos. The homicide videos are in space waiting to get downloaded. Our IT has reached out to IT at the county to get the transition, all those other body cameras to transition to the new server, which if it goes smoothly, will solve our problems. I'm sure all of us in this room are aware of IT and electronics, and the word smoothly don't very well go together often. Fingers crossed that'll go, and that should free up some space and we can get some downloads. One of our other systems at CSI, the DIM servers, we have 2 DIM servers, they're dying. Apparently the owner of the company from DIMS has passed away, so we're not getting any support from DIMS anymore. If those servers die, we lose all that evidence that CSI has put on there. Gone. I reached out to Lenslock and let him know that we're probably going to be in the budget cycle to see if he could extend our invoice so the prices would go up. This company really wants our business. He came back to me and said, not only will we extend your invoice so you don't have to worry about prices going up, he basically, referencing Volkswagen, I think, said you can do a sign and drive. Meaning we can get you outfitted now in August and you wouldn't pay anything until January. So he's basically giving us $84,739 worth of stuff for free. And we pay in January.
Start paying in January.
Start paying in January. Again, I understand that puts you all in a bind because we have to commit that money in January if we do that.
So how much we committing?
The first year, so year 1 is 206, and then for 4 years after that, it's 169,479.
As opposed to what are we paying now?
Yeah.
What we pay now is nothing because we didn't enter into a contract with Motorola. But we can't get videos downloaded, our equipment's going out, so it will cost us more to stay with Motorola. Because we're gonna have to upgrade all of our equipment on this.
And that,
So
Average.
the 86,000, is that free or do we pay that then at the beginning of the year?
Basically, he's saying from August to January, those services would have cost the county $84,739. And they're just letting us use that stuff for
They won't
free.
bill us in January.
we won't
For that.
start
No.
anything until January.
They won't bill us for that. He's just basically showing the savings. So nothing has changed from the first time I came here. All the prices are the same. He's just gonna let us start now, which would allow us to, again, 90% of our equipment has to be upgraded in Motorola if we stay that way. So there's a cost there. Switching over to a new server, who knows when that server is gonna go? We're gonna have to go to the cloud at some point with Motorola. There's a cost associated with that. The reason I like this company, like I said last time, Axon charges per user for the cloud. This company gives us unlimited users. They don't charge us for storage space on the cloud. At this point, as they get bigger, they might.
And when we measured it towards how many users versus this was a lot cheaper.
This will allow us again to migrate all of our evidence from both WatchGuard servers. And hopefully all of our evidence off our DIM servers, so we don't lose that.
in most companies, I mean, I'm sure it's reflected in the cost, but when I was at Clearfield and Perry City, the cost to migrate your current data and video was north of 50 to 70, even for the little small agency. This is all included. When you migrate someone else's data, it can be very costly. This is just all included.
They're gonna
Which is
migrate all of our
nice.
data for free
Wow.
to the cloud.
So is it 206 plus 84, or is that built into the 206?
The 84 is not built in at
It's
all.
not built.
It's not built
they-
in.
They won't bill us at all for that.
They won't bill us for the usage of their cloud system or any of the costs from August to January. So we're
Huh.
getting $84,000, almost $85,000 of their services for free. And then in January,
In exchange for a 5-year contract.
In
in exchange
the
for a
contract.
5-year contract.
Yeah.
But our options, Commissioner, are with Motorola only. Is that, I mean, that's our only option.
Motorola or Axon, but all of them are going to a cloud-based system and a 5-year contract. So if we were to start upgrading our Motorola equipment, Motorola is now doing a 5-year contract with the cloud. Axon is the same way.
Okay.
But we pay for the cloud storage.
Oh, yeah.
We
Not with-
do.
Not with these guys, but with Motorola.
So Axon, I reached out and got a quote and we pay per user for the storage. Axon does give us a county attorney option with so many users for free. This company says county attorneys, whoever, CSI, unlimited.
So they'll cover everybody.
So that's one thing that, yeah, we want to emphasize is with this, it's like the whole package. So we don't have to add on a county attorney. We don't
Yeah.
have to add on these other groups. It's just
CSI.
automatic CSI that's already included. And in just to put it in perspective, the move to cloud bases. When I got into this, we were putting VCR tapes in their trunks. And we'd activate our lights, the VHS recorder would come on. And then we'd save the tape, tag them and put them in a big old wall. And then all of a sudden it's gone digital. And then when digital started out, it was 720 p. What?
Yeah, 720, then 1080.
Yeah, then 1080. And so, but now we're up to like 4K and 8Ks. So the storage is huge. And so having our own personal server worked pretty well when the quality of video was low, but it's so big now. So when we try and buy personal servers, they just fill up so fast and they're just enormous. And so, but going to cloud base, we don't have to invest in not only the space of the storage, but all the headaches that come with it. It's all maintained by this company. They have all the storage, which we have access to.
And I can send the three of you this quote, but CAT integration, which means they'll pull the information from dispatch to the videos, that's unlimited and included. It doesn't cost us anything. Migration and hosting of legacy data. FBI CGIS redaction services, they're including unlimited. 24/7 Premier customer support is unlimited. LensLock evidence management software access unlimited, and district attorney and defense-based software licenses are unlimited in this. I did get a quote from Axon. The first year LensLock is a little bit more, but what Axon didn't include that we would have to then figure in is the cost to remove the equipment from our vehicles and have it installed. And we'd have to send each vehicle down to Premier. LensLock,
Salt Lake.
LensLock is going to send out people and have, like I told you, everything done in a month.
At our office.
At our office. We're gonna open up the warehouse. They're gonna remove the Motorola equipment and also buy back the Motorola equipment. And give us some savings there. And Scott, I can send this to you as well if you want.
Jason, any issues with this?
I'm looking up everything as he's speaking. So WatchGuard, who we used to, well, who we're currently with, I don't think that they were on state contract, but Motorola is definitely on state contract.
They bought
as well as
WatchGuard,
Oh, did they?
right?
So
Yeah.
through Motorola, you're covered that way. Axon is as well. Axon actually does tasers and that sort of thing too, right? So it sounds like they're a conglomerate that's doing everything. I'm not seeing anything as far as Lens, but I mean, here's the thing.
They do have, sorry to cut you
No,
off,
you're
Jason. He did say they have applied for state contract,
Okay,
but they do have proprietary software,
sole source.
sole source, and
Okay.
we could just sole source it that
So
way.
you're covered, and I think it would probably be worth just outlining what you just said here as far as if we go with this group, then it makes it so that we don't have to do all of these things that would actually cost money. Even if it turns out to be a little bit more for the startup, the justification in that, so that we can get through that 5-year period is totally acceptable. So I think you're good either direction you go. I was just looking up stuff as you were talking about to see kind of where we were currently, because I recognize all of those names. So yeah, I think you'll be okay.
So you're okay with it?
Yeah, so far, I would want to see what the end result is and kind of track down the information as far as where they're at in the process.
Right.
But again, if we can justify that we're saving money in the long run by doing something that makes sense up front, that's still in the best interest of the county. So
Well, it looks like 84,000 is free to us, the way I understand it.
We're starting us early,
Starting us,
but no charge.
yeah, so, but it's a gift in a way,
We already were in agreement that we knew we had to upgrade,
yeah.
and we were willing to pay for a Band-Aid, and
Right,
we're getting that for free.
Yeah, we don't have to, we're saving the 84,000 plus any Band-Aids we have to
hey,
do. for
Commissioner Bowles, this is your
until January.
portfolio, I'm gonna look to you.
Go for
Well.
it.
In
What
terms
else
of,
is there to
in
say?
terms of budget, we'll need to do a budget adjustment. I don't think we need to give the
Why,
full.
why do we have to?
They don't have enough money in their ongoing budget to pay. Well,
Yeah.
you're right. We wouldn't have to do it in 2023, but we would have to make an adjustment to the 2024 budget.
Well, and that's,
Because
that
they
becomes
need
part of the
extra
budget
money in
process,
Yes.
we just have to make sure that you keep it in your notes.
But if you're approving it now, since it's ongoing funding,
So I'm just looking for
we've
a yes.
always
from you.
made you approve
Got
that
a yes
budget
from me.
change. Does that make sense? We've always
No.
had commissioners sign off on it. Because otherwise,
Say that one more time.
so right now, there's no cost to 2023. But you are committing from 2024 to 2029. So you are committing funds ongoing for this software. So unless you're going to ask them to cut that $160,000 from their budget by saving money somewhere else, we need to fund them $160,000 ongoing for 2024, 2025, and so on. So we need to spend ongoing money.
Right.
So we've always in the past come back and said, okay, if you're spending ongoing revenue, then you'd sign off on a budget change. Basically approve that form.
For the future.
Yeah, so what happens is then when I calculate our budget for next year, I take the first $160,000 of new revenue. I sweep it to the sheriff's office because you've already approved spending the first
We're
160,000.
pre-approving a budget item.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I'm okay with,
Yeah, this is the conversation we had last time they were here.
yeah, Harv?
Yeah. Does that 206,169 come out of the 2 million that you were just talking about?
No, heck no.
No, we still want the 2
Good,
million
good
back.
try though.
2.2 now, less than 15.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to hire you as a real estate agent.
Now they have, as Sheriff mentioned, they're down to 43
Right.
positions. I don't remember. So we've got plenty of payroll savings that it's
We're
not
covered.
going to be an issue. But just be aware that we're
Mhm.
trading one time. I mean, this is
One-time
ongoing.
dollars.
This is
funding.
ongoing, which we typically don't like to do.
We could take some of this ongoing or this money now from salary savings and prepay for year one. But
Which that's fine. I'm
it'll
not
be
worried
put it
about
off
going-
inevitably anyway,
Yeah,
right?
it's still ongoing funding,
Sure.
whether I fund it one time, one-time money or not,
Yeah.
it's still. ongoing funding.
Yeah, it's not,
So if
I'd
we
love to
back
do that,
down
but it's
to
not
2
gonna,
million.
unless we fund the whole thing, it's not gonna go away.
Yeah. Yeah, we still need to give you that money in your budget so you can pay it.
When you gonna come back for a patrols drone?
We're already doing that,
Full time?
not full time.
Why do you want to go?
No, I don't wanna fly.
We're getting
What's his
there.
name? He does a great.
Kyle.
Kyle is great.
We're on the path that Kyle Nordfors is putting us with the drones. We have to get signed off from the FAA, thank you, to do a beyond line of sight. And we're getting closer to that because we're demonstrating responsibility. And so once we get that, then we can employ some staff to fly drones from our office, which upon these nests that we told you in the past throughout the county would be amazing, just amazing.
Tell me his wife's first name again. Search and rescue. Kyle Nordfors.
Debbie?
Debbie.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, do you have any?
He's a good guy.
He is. Do you have anything else on yours?
No.
Do you have any questions?
Nope.
Okay, so next Monday, we are coming back because we usually come every other week, but this tomorrow, Monday, a week from today, 2:30, we will be here to present on the jail expansion. We've got all our data. We've got our presentation we're putting together. There is gonna be some very, very good news that are coming out of the presentation. One thing I want you to kind of look at is we wanted this to make sure that it's not necessarily just a jail expansion, but we've talked about other entities throughout the county with a goal in mind that they want to come and participate and be a part of the work release portion of this. And it looks good conceptually. We have support for this, and we will share that with you at the time.
Next week, I'm excited to see.
This is good. And the costs that have been adjusted for inflation the last 2.5 years is absolutely shocking. But we're not gonna be going that direction. So there's gonna be some good news out of this.
Good to hear.
So
Looking forward to it.
yes.
Thanks for being with us.
Commission, attached to that, we've already had to start our bond council
Right.
preliminarily working on this, because they need between now and mid-August.
We're getting there.
Prepared data.
There might be some let's shoot for August, there might be some flexibility with the shift in the municipal election.
Obviously.
date.
We got a little shift in elections.
Let's
Little
shoot
wiggle.
for August.
If we shoot in the middle of August, which is about 15th, to do parameters resolution, we already got that in the queue. You'll just have to figure out, we're on very short lead.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Okay.
We're there.
The other thing I want before we leave today is when we go down this, all those that we've invited, John Bond, you, Scott, and Jason, who else? Phil Breeze, Hatch, and one more. Sean Wilkinson, and obviously us, you three and me. I want you to keep in mind, we've got to be united. If this is a decision, it's got to be in step, meaning everybody in that room, to whatever capacity, should be promoting this. And not just, well, if it doesn't work, it's on him, but we should go this together. But I think the information, I'm confident the information we show you, this is something that it brings in, we were human services. It brings in all these other entities working together. It's just a good concept that we're going to promote.
We're selling it as a community, not
It is.
necessarily an expansion.
Yeah, that's what I want to focus on. This is not just more jail space,
Yeah.
more beds. It's a community entity that's going to work to help with recidivism, homelessness, drug addiction, so forth, mental health. There's a lot of players involved.
Logistically.
Yes, logistics is going to help too. So anyway, not just
Sounds
a
like
jail
more
thing.
community service coming our way.
Oh, they're coming for you, Harv. You and all the inmates. They got your back and your goats
And the goats.
and the goats.
I have an extra one too.
I don't have one.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Now.
All right. Good seeing you, Josh.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Let's,
On Monday. Yeah, I'll be out of town on Monday.
let's get to our 3:30. We're that much late.
Mine's one of those, plans 6 months in advance thing, so.
Harv, is Marty coming over? I see Jennifer's on.
online. I don't know who's outside. I'm happy to look.
It's a fun one.
If Cassie's there, send her in. There they are.
Talk yourself out of it.
Hello, Commissioner.
Morning, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
We
We'll see you after this meeting. I am.
Where's your clear contract?
Yeah.
Do that. I'm gonna stay here for this one.
Reschedule for next month.
You guys are going right to the west today, aren't you?
For you, sir.
Oh, yeah, I bet. But you are.
It's probably easier if I
It's like
share
we're
it
not
with you
having
and you
fun,
can share it with the rest of you.
I have had fun.
It's extracurricular.
Belt buckles. It's I talked to Carrie from Powder Sewer and Water. And so they've put out that RFQ and RFP for that first phase of this project they've got going on.
Oh, wow.
There's going to be a second phase. And when I talked to this afternoon, the fact that the scope of work has changed so much, I told her that the second phase needs to be put out for either the bid or an RFP. I don't know if an RFP is necessary, but it's a change of scope. It's a continuation of the same project, but I think that the change is significant enough. It would be in her and our best interest to put that out.
Okay. So you guys are gonna get together at some point. It sounds like you're on the boards, committee, whatever. Just so you know, that was the direction. Now, you don't have to do it that way. She doesn't have to do it that way. Just based off what our board suggests.
All right, let's move on to our 3:30 discussion regarding remodeling cost of the OECC. Jennifer, Marty, Cassie, and Scott Park. Marty, you going or?
Yeah, I'll be starting to tee it up. Jennifer is on vacation. She agreed to get on the Zoom, but the VPN, I think, is blocking her in part. She said she could see it, but not talk or something, so she's there. But I'll start. Commissioners, you know, we're right in the middle of this remodel for the conference center. We now have a contractor on board. You will see that contract with an actual CMGC contractor here shortly. We're working through the contract details now. But now that true estimates are coming in, as schematic designs have been finished, some costs have changed some, and I'm just gonna let Cassie kind of summarize for you some of the cost increases that have come in since we have our schematic designs.
Okay, so the first handout that I gave you here is what we went off before when we came in, and remember I came back and said, hey, rather than 6, you're gonna need 12.
Right.
Okay, so now as we've gotten closer to the project and they've done the schematic designs. Go to this second sheet here. This is the latest proposal with everything now that all the different contractors and different specialists have been inside the building and walked through everything. I had them break it down. The base remodel is the 13,207 here. And then I had them break off the theater separate because there is some overlapping that goes on the theater side with the mezzanine, the green rooms, some of the dressing rooms. So there's a few things that way, and the midway that connects the midway through to the theater, because you want to have that flow, be that same look and feel and redone, because so many people use that for a general session and then go over to the conference center and vice versa. So anyway, but I did have them break that off. So now you're looking at totals at about 14. And you've already committed to the 12, but it's gone up by that. In this original pricing that we gave you, it did not have any HVAC in there. And we'd come back to you and said, just know that the HVAC system and cooling tower and things is going to be approximately 2 million. We were just estimating. And now that we've got more of an estimate back, a professional estimate, that is true. That is looking at about a 2 million. If you look over there, for the HVAC system, it came in right in at about just over 2 million. We were thinking that. So that's increased. So we're here to discuss that. Keep in mind that this does not include any of the furnishings or the design fee in here. So if you put the design fee in here and the furnishings, you're looking closer to $16 million needed for that remodel.
I will add that Scott Park has been in these discussions as we go along. We've been keeping him in the loop, just to not surprise him as we've talked about these things.
So we've committed to 12, is that right, Scott?
No, the county's portion of that was, we committed to help find 4.
4, okay.
So not necessarily a check from Weaver County Corporate, sorry.
No, you're wrong meeting. No,
You're right. You're
last
right.
budget
Yes.
hearing,
I'm like,
he's in
wait
the
a
next
minute,
meeting
yes.
already.
I'm in the next meeting already.
Yeah,
Yes, you're right.
No, yeah,
Yes,
we're
we
committed to
12.
12.
We've committed to 12, but no
Correct.
more.
Weaver County is committed to 12 to the OECC. Sorry, I don't know why I had sheet in my mind.
Yes.
Okay.
No, that's okay.
But so we're coming in more. And so now you remember, commissioners.
So now you're talking a 25% increase.
Yeah.
Yep, you're talking
So-
another, you're gonna need another 4 at 12. You're gonna need another 4 million.
So where do we come up with the 4 million?
Well, here's my thought on that. He's gonna speak to it first, but I want to keep in mind, the reason why I had him separate out the theater is because I feel that we can take the remainder of this year and your 100-year anniversary and use that as a fundraising year. We'll write grants, we'll do some stuff with ramp. There's things in the theater. That's why I had him pull it off, because I feel like we need to work at raising that $1 million, that section of it. But I also feel like, okay, what if we try all that and write all those grants and and push towards that, but we come in at 700,000 or we earn 500,000. Maybe we'll learn, earn more than the million and things, but that's why I had them separated out because I feel like some of that will be able to go out and receive with your 100-year anniversary. The next thing is when I was meeting with Scott, I just said, we basically are asking for almost like an internal loan or a stopgap saying, hey, can we use that? I've also talked to Hogan, who's coming online as the contractor, and in their presentations, they showed multiple times where after they've gone through the schematic designs, they've come in with their development designs and been able to save money. And they're saving some 500,000, some areas they were saving 1.3 million. And I said, that's significant. So I've already talked to Rob and said, Rob, that's what I need you to do to this project. Come in now with their estimates and with your company as we start to meet and say, where else can we save? What's a better way of doing this? Before I start actually having to cut things, I want to see where I can save things to try and whittle this down as much as possible. But the reality of it is that's kind of what you're looking at. But I really have hopes and I'm pretty positive that we'll be able to whittle that down some between grants and your 100-year anniversary. I think we can save part of that $1 million and then maybe even shave some other things off. I've found areas in the conference center that I would like Hogan to have a naming opportunity and say, hey, let's name the terrace and the lounge in Exec 100 after Hogan. And let's, we haven't had those discussions yet, other than I told him that we need to work at shaving that off. Because right now, Hogan thinks they're at 10 million. That's what we went out for the RFP and said, that's what you have to work with now. But as the designs keep coming in, that's
Okay.
going to increase.
Okay,
So the way we fund this, if you recall, we had originally committed $9 million of county funds and we're hoping to get a $3 million ramp grant. That ramp grant did not come through. And so the county decided that it would fund the additional $3 million out of capital projects. And what we would do is we would reduce ongoing appropriations. So what I would propose to do here is wrap all of that into an interfund loan. I would go to Mr. Bond. I would ask him for a line of credit. It's not a line of credit, it's an interfund loan, but I'll call it a line of credit of up to $8 million. We would draw down whatever they needed, whatever they couldn't cover with grants, whatever they couldn't cover with cost savings. And that would be a loan from the capital projects fund to the Cultural Parks and Rec Department. And what we would do is we would pledge collateral of the tourism tax revenue, TRT and TRCC. So the first $1 million a year, let's say we did an $8 million loan for 10 years, first $1 million a year of that would go to pay back that interfund loan. So instead of us going out and borrowing this money from a private entity, we would borrow it internally. We would pay the interest to ourselves, which is nice because John would at least make some interest off of this. They could then be allocated.
then we pay it off the TRT.
We paid off the TRT and TRCC. So if you recall, we have been earning a little extra money in TRT and TRCC. We have about $2 million that we added to the fund balances last year. So I would basically be taking half of that going forward, assuming we continue to that level, to use it to essentially pay down this debt.
Which is, you're talking 8 million.
We would do it up to 8 million just so that we didn't have to do a second one. I'm hopeful that we wouldn't have to go to the full 8 million. I'm hopeful that it would be 4 million, right?
Right.
But I don't want to put it at 6, knowing the way costs are and contingencies are, and everything's coming higher. So I would think we write it for 8. That gives us plenty of room. We don't lend them all 8. We lend them whatever they need when they need it. So when
And the
they
payments made on whatever's lent plus the
Right.
interest.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, and I would note that last year Cassie netted $1 million in operating to the fund. That she exceeded her budget by $1 million, so.
So we lost, we still lost, but we lost
Yeah, she
Yeah,
lost,
we
she
lost-
lost 0 and was budgeted
Well,
as
if
$1 million.
if you took out CIP.
That
if you
would have
took-
been.
If you took out the
fund
CIP, I
dollars
would have
that
been
would have-
93,000 in the black.
So,
Okay,
so
All right.
that's how we would propose to fund this, is essentially borrowing the money from John Bond and pledging the future tourism tax collections to pay back that debt.
do you think he'll loan it to us?
John Bond?
Yeah.
I'm offered him 3.8% interest.
How much?
3.8,
Golden West will give you 5 1/4. Why would he loan it to you at 3.8?
because he likes me.
Okay. So I used to think he was a smart finance guy.
We tested this model in 2011 when the commissioners came and asked us to invest in the county because of major flooding. And we did a lot of infrastructure out west, which is why this year I think we had success with flooding issues. Yeah, we'll just model it basically after this, what we did back then. We made it very public. The commissioners had a very public meeting in their commission meeting to just define all the parameters that were there with that. The reason for it, the time frame, the payback, how it all occurred. And that's what I would encourage you to do, is consider that to be a very public event. And to make.
Yeah, it would need to be.
you're doing.
We have to follow the interfund loan statute, which means it's got to be approved in a commission meeting, and it's legally enforceable. So if we chose not to pay that debt, somebody could sue us to enforce us to comply with that provision.
Right.
So it's an actual, we have to pay it back.
We're
It's not,
taking it from a bank, it's just a bank. that
yeah,
has
we're
to be
just taking it
inside.
from a different bank.
Yeah,
Right. I see it as an investment.
yeah, Commissioner Harder.
Cassie, what could have been done through this process where we started 9, now 12, now we're at 16? What could have been done in this process so that these increases weren't like, here we go again, here we go again?
Well,
Is there anything else you can see in retrospect? Because I know that this personally has nothing to do with you. You're just
Right.
reporting the news here.
And well, I'll let you.
No, go ahead.
Direct it. I kind of wanted to make a comment to that, commissioners, because I feel like we've really taken the best steps we possibly could in this process to do it right. From a procurement standpoint, from a design standpoint, it's really hard to know costs until you have at least some schematic design in place. And originally, I ballparked this project 3 years ago at 12 million. But that was 3 years ago, right? So we finally did arrive at a 12 million last year based on preliminary estimates that the architect gave us. So we were in the ballpark best I feel like we could be. So, I mean, Cassie, you're welcome to answer, but I feel like we took this step by step the right way. And I think Jason has been there in the process the whole way along, as far as getting an architect on board, trying to get good estimates right away with schematic designs. And so forth.
And now getting your contractor on board early. A lot of them don't bring on a contractor this early in the design. But that's why we wanted to bring on the contractor early, to sit down with them. And so we meet with them on Wednesday, just to start showing them some of the schematic designs and things, and start so that they can start looking at things. But we've had so many different professionals and experts through the building, from, HVAC systems to the coils to all the AV systems. So once you get them in the building and start looking at things, you discover other needs. But we also are very conscious. I mean, we talked today in a meeting that just on screens alone, how we said, hey, if we change that and this on those screens and go back to setting those screens in the back of the room instead of actually having screens mounted, that just saved us $60,000. So I said, now we can sit down internally too and kind of redline more and say, where are we really going to be at? But you've got a contractor and a designer in VCBO and Hogan saying, we need to know where our stop is. We need to know how much we're working with. And if you're telling us it's 10 million, then we'll go back to the drawing board and we'll work with the 10 million and say, this is what we can't have. But I also want to make sure that the community, when we've announced that we're doing a remodel, that there's so much of back of house of this, the HVAC and things that don't get noticed by the public. They just want heating, they want air, they need electrical, but they don't realize how much goes into that. In the elevator system, they just want everything to work. But they also have to be able to come into a building and see new design, new, whether it be tile, railing, upgrades, AV systems, a boardroom that you can plug in a computer to, that you don't have to bring an electrical wheel underneath the table. They expect that in this day and age. So we have to be able to look at the front of house as well. And so that's why we're coming to you and say, hey, what do you want us to do? Where do you want us to put that mark? Because I've got a design team and a contractors team that says, we need to know where that part is and let us start designing and working what that budget is. I got to give them that a pretty hard number. And then we'll go from there. But I am confident that we will whittle down some of this $1 million from the theater. You got a theater turning 100 years old. We should be able to go out and get a lot of that $1 million.
I appreciate you coming to us with a partial solution on that too. That's good.
Can I add something as you are thinking about your decision making? So a couple quick things. Number one, the questions were spot on, right? How did we get from 6 to this? Marty's guesstimation 2 to 3 years ago, where we're at, the whole process of going through the procurement process, competitive bids, so forth, everything was done correctly. I mean, it's one of the best ones we've done together so far, I think, right? And then Cassie adding that with these presentations, Hogan coming and saying, look, these are some things that we can do to help. My biggest concern, and something that we all need to be very careful of, is when we advertise this, we advertised it at the just over 10 million. The AC and whatever else I think was an unknown. That's like when we're building a building and we think we're doing it on soil and we start digging or excavating and we hit bedrock, right? It changes everything. We didn't know it was down there. So now the cost is going to be considerably different because we've got to bust through rock and things like that. So in this situation, where we're at right now, I think we're okay, but we've got to be careful how fancy we get, because my concern is if you've got other companies that saw the 10 million and said there's no way we could hit that. We can hit 14, we can hit 16, but we can't hit 10. We've ruled them out because we've given an inaccurate number. So the air conditioning is fine, the extra $2 million, right? Anything outside of that, let's just keep the communication up, because if this thing starts to go up, we're gonna have to come back and say, or legally, we're gonna have to be able to figure out how to make sure everything is tight and done the way it should be. Right now, I think we're okay.
Okay, one of those
be
things
careful.
too, just to point out, just last week, so we didn't have it in the budget to do your walk-in coolers because we replaced flooring about 2000, I don't know, maybe 16 and things. And we thought, oh, okay, well, the walk-ins were going to be okay. We might have to do some refrigerating part, but we're not going to have to. We tore out one of those, the one walk-ins in the kitchen right now, just last week, and there is mold growing under all your floors of the refrigerating, you know, the walk-ins. So I'm like, okay, now we've had to go back and say, those have all got to be torn out. I need full new walk-ins and things because of all the mold. And so that jumped it by $200,000 going from that to that. So like you said, it just reminded me when you said, hey, you run into, you know, mud or a rock or something you weren't expecting. I thought, well, there's a prime example. Just last week, we ran into mold in the walk-ins that we weren't aware of.
I'm really excited about this CMGC process though, that we've gone with this contractor, because what it does is it gets the contractor on with the design team early, because they know what they can procure and what they cannot procure and how far out HVAC systems are to get.
Right.
You know, they were 30 months, they're now down to about 18. Don't spec that, spec this, because the timeline on that is too far out, or spec this tile, not that tile, because we can't get that, et cetera, because of supply chain issues. They've been doing it enough now that this is going to be really helpful when it comes to costs, speccing the right materials. Hopefully that will help too.
Yeah. So how do we make that work with the 10 million that we put in the RFP? And now we've got a $2 million HVAC. Was the HVAC included in that RFP or not?
No, so this is something that we do all the time, right? I mean, the sheriff just presented that the kitchen floor was done.
Yeah.
You guys recall how long it took to get that kitchen floor done, and there were certain things that as they were tearing up the existing, they found, hey, if we're gonna prevent some of these issues from happening again, we've got to do this a different way. So it's okay when that stuff happens. It's just, let's be careful of the stuff that we're going to add just because the costs continue to go up. Oh, well, if it's gonna go up another 14, then we can add another 500 or, right? I don't think we're doing that. I know Cassie's not doing that, but we've got to be mindful of it, because I don't want anyone coming back and saying, I would have bid on that, but there was no way I could hold it to 10. So that's fine, and I think that'll be in the contract, right? Hey, this is something we didn't know, we got into it, we have to have it in order to get it to work. But anything in addition to that, let's look at that timeline and what those projected costs are and everything else. And if there's anything that we're feeling a little bit fuzzy about, then we take that and that goes out to bid, right? And I don't know what that is at this point. Let's pretend that we did know about the AC.
Well,
The AC could be a separate project.
Jason, I think we
did,
verbalized
we
it.
verbalized it on the walkthrough. If you remember, we said, this is what we've secured.
Yes,
But we will be looking at approximately another 2 million for the HVAC.
yes.
We did let them all know that when they came through. for the
And that was
original
10,
walkthrough.
I think 10 firms.
That was 10
Just throw it
firms.
out there so we're completely
Yeah,
aware.
yeah,
It's not
there was 10
gloom and
firms.
doom, it's just.
So we better to
it's
put
right.
the HVAC under a separate contract and pay it out of.
No, HVAC is good to go. HVAC is good to go. And like Cassie mentioned, there were certain things as they were walking
Okay.
room section, as they were
Right.
walking through section.
Discovered.
She was saying, hey, this is probably something that you guys ought to at least identify and bring to our awareness. So that's covered.
Jason, I think you're cautioning from us bloating design,
Right.
which you should also know that in the RFP for the contractors, we sent out concept and some schematic design, so they knew
They
from
all
a
saw
design
that.
standpoint what they were getting into. So it's gonna look very much like what they've already seen
Okay,
when they
Great.
bid it on it.
okay.
So
So what do you need from us?
hopefully a way to fund this
Jason,
part over.
let's sugarcoat that. No, I'm just kidding.
Probably,
We need a
I'd make a-
loan.
I'd
We
make
need a loan from John.
I'd make a motion, Mr. Chair, that would go with Scott Park's suggestion.
Okay,
On what he's proposed, providing that the Weaver County Treasurer will do that at 3.5%.
So it's gonna be 3.8. It's gonna be whatever the 10-year T note is at the time we pull the trigger. That's the, so we have to follow the statute and.
so that would be up to 8 million.
So it would be up to 8 million. And that's just, that's
Yes.
me
And
taking
I'm-
what they said plus a little bit based off of.
Right.
So is 8 million come off of this number and then we fund the balance off of what we've committed?
No, so the first 12 million comes from the county.
Okay.
And then the 12 million and $1 comes from the loan, and we'll only borrow from John what we actually need to pay the actual
right.
invoices. So we may only end up borrowing $4.6 million.
Which is our hope.
And that's what our hope
Okay.
is. And
Yeah.
we realize that. We will do everything in our power. I mean, I was called a penny pitcher in a tightwad the other day, but that's okay. Because I feel like that's what our jobs are, is
So
to
we're
take,
still committed to the
that
12
budget.
million
move it down.
plus but I'd like to put a limit. I don't want to turn this,
Oh,
well, you got the
absolutely.
green light for 8 million. I don't want to see golden
Exactly.
chandelier out there because then we do have a legal
Well,
problem.
Right.
So
Commissioner,
we gotta be very careful with that or
I
we're
understand.
gonna get beat up by contractors.
you're not wrong, and I would make this comment, and hopefully everyone knows this, that we're a special revenue fund, we operate out of the tourism fund. We know those funds are limited.
Right,
We at no time ever take that for granted
okay.
and our funding source, so.
Well,
Just-
I'd like to
just know.
see a cardboard chandelier, just to make him
But
happy.
you know what?
What- I don't, I can get my
Well,
flashlight, so.
That 8 million includes that
from the
that
dollar.
1.1 for the theater. And I really truly believe you'll be able to whittle that
All
down
right,
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
with your 100 year. I
All right.
just do.
we got a motion. You okay with that?
I'm not gonna second that because we don't have any action on our agenda,
Oh,
but I'm okay with that.
all right. Well, I don't
What I'll
think you
do-
actually need a motion, but
With your direction, I'll go on. I will
We don't have to
prepare
do the motion.
the interfund loan documentation for your approval. So if I'm getting direction to go do that,
There you
you can
go.
vote on it.
I would say you're under that direction.
Okay.
Okay, All
Thank
right.
you, commissioners, appreciate it.
okay, what else?
Uh,
Let's go to discussion regarding.
I'm staying
Could I,
for
is that if
Rico.
I ask one question? Commission?
Yep.
May I ask the commissioners if they might consider working with the individual that owns the parking structure behind the conference center and see if there's an option to leverage this discussion with how to get parking more clear and maybe purchase or leased on that.
We'll see John Dalston.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, I mean, that's a discussion we've had. We're putting 16 million into a place we don't have any parking on.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not a good business decision.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
That's a great idea.
Well,
Yeah.
this is a fight we've been fighting for
For a
a
long time.
long time.
So whatever I can do to encourage the commission to load on that thing.
We were gonna go soon when we were all down there at the UAC.
I actually talked to him on the phone, I think, but he was out of town. All right, no, good idea.
Yeah.
How do we learn how that's gonna develop?
He was gonna condoize that parking lot, wasn't it? Is that what it was?
He talked about that, but then he talked, they've laid people off, so I don't know. I haven't talked to Deloitte in quite a while.
Yeah.
Well, since we signed.
So would they even consider the parking garage without the building?
No,
They won't.
well, they won't consider the whole parking garage. Now, they may consider a portion of it.
Oh, a portion of it. Okay.
And I think
That was our
you guys-
discussion.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You guys need to define
Yep.
your needs by saying, we need 200 parking
Yes.
spots.
Which we
Yes.
did, I
And that's
think.
what we
back-
said. That's,
We did.
that, we did
No more of that.
throughout the day. If we had 200.
Now you can still do it.
So if you define 200 or 250 stalls as being purchased a whole and then leasing,
Well, that becomes, To me, if we're gonna spend $2 million on golden chandeliers, I'd rather put it on parking spots.
Yeah, well-
The other 600 at night, that's the issue, is you gotta.
That's me.
You gotta have daytime and then you gotta have nighttime, a lease on the nighttime and a purchase on the daytime.
Yeah, we already leased the nighttime. Well, we lease anything we get, but
But
We
we
do.
need that in writing.
All right, you
Yeah.
got the green light.
Okay,
okay. Well,
Thank you.
as far as the
Keep
parking
an eye on those
discussion,
costs.
we
I
will,
don't know
absolutely.
what the next step
Be
is there.
definitely. That might-
They're aware because they get advantage of the tours. I mean, they're essentially pre-spending the money they have.
Exactly.
We're
Yeah.
absolutely.
You're either gonna pay for it now or pay
Yeah,
for it
we know
later.
that.
Pay for
Right.
it.
We know that.
Either way. they're
This is
gonna
not
have
free
a hard
money.
spot.
No, absolutely not.
We
I,
realize.
all I'm trying to do is take care of your asset. Our asset is the people and as the county, you know, we own it. We should do our best to,
Harbor's gonna
Keep
sell
it.
that to Ogden City though, with the new mayor coming
I-
in, along with the airport.
I think we might have another building that might be better
Yeah,
to sell.
I agree.
This next meeting, you'll see.
All right.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about that.
All right.
Next
Okay,
meeting, we're running out of.
Thank you.
Okay, Rico.
Aren't you sticking for that, Marty?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I just.
He's going to get Mariko.
Here's our LMSA update. It's good news. Don't have a dollar amount yet, but it's still good news.
Nice.
Yeah. Now
Oh.
it will not be 2 million, so we'll find out.
Oh, that's good.
But that is good news.
That's good to know.
That was.
Good.
Yeah.
I can only go about it, you know,
Yeah.
best I can.
there a spot that's unoccupied?
Have a seat. Hi, Mariko.
How are you feeling?
No, not that good, thanks, but
Sorry.
I'm getting over it.
You hurt yourself pretty good.
Yeah.
Hey, do you need a codeine or something or
What do you?
a Lortab or something? Or?
Do you have that on you?
Well,
Do you have that on?
that
No, I'm just saying, are you in that much pain?
Yeah, they gave me some of that stuff. I can't stay on it.
Me neither.
I'm on ibuprofen.
Makes me
800.
sick.
What's going on? I was like, quick.
I got you, Maria.
Blaine's been quiet. Their attorney missed the deadline, said he was gonna drop his temporary restraining order again last week. But I agree. I guess he's still doing it.
Phone and I prepared. I have this.
Okay,
Maybe you started to read.
Marty, how was that?
Maybe he is. yeah.
Jill.
Okay, Mariko or Marty, you're up. Ice sheet.
All right, I will tee this one up again. This ice sheet process has been a long one, as you commissioners know. We've actually roped in Stephanie to help us, trying to get all of our projects onto her long and ongoing capital project strategic committee list. And she's committed to help us try to raise funds. So, but we've run into a snag, and that is the design firm we've been working with has been estimating this at around 12 million. Put it out to an estimator, this ice sheet project, and it came back, I don't know,
36
severely.
to $48 million.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Mariko's gonna outline kind of what has taken place and our recommendation, Commissioner, if you're okay with that. When you're done laughing,
I say we just sell it.
Hold on, I gotta go get one of those war tabs right there.
Yeah.
turn off the record.
The shock off.
So we knew that the first round of estimations were low, especially with the commodities and everything going up. We didn't think. it
When
was
did those
that low.
cost estimates come in? Because I talked to Jim Russell on Friday.
Last weekish.
$12 million.
After you called me.
But
gave
they're
me
Yeah.
now-
I think I called you. when
We,
Yeah, and then but you were.
I was out.
You were indisposed of.
we literally, Commissioner got us on a Zoom and said, I have an update for you. And we said, we have an update for you. And it all happened at the same time.
Yeah, it's literally, when you and I were on the phone after you remember when you talked to me about the Jim Russell thing?
Vaguely, yeah.
At the same time, at the same time, they were on the phone with Russell. When I called you back in the afternoon, you were in the surgery.
I was in surgery, yeah.
And
Okay.
then we
That's right.
didn't, so. There you go.
Go ahead, Mariko.
Wow, okay.
So I've given you on the second sheet an actual breakdown of the pieces of equipment and
You
their
are kidding
estimates.
me.
That's what Colvin and Elliott Work Group will dive into each of those systems and pieces of equipment. And they probably, hopefully in 2 weeks, will give us a closer hard cost of what all of these are. We scaled back the design, we scaled back what we would be planning on.
Wow.
But because the scope has grown so outside the, I can't even talk.
We need to cancel our previous contract that DFCM never signed. That's why Liam is here. They have not ratified it, and I want Liam to cancel it. Does anyone else want Liam to cancel it?
That was the one that said what?
$800,000, they would.
Yeah.
contribute. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I think, was that one that had verbiage that we would find local funding
Yes.
for up to 4 million?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we
they-
just need to
Well,
wipe
they know
that
that was
claim.
dead in the water, but yeah.
Yeah.
They do.
So the only issue is, it won't be really, shouldn't be a problem to cancel it. The language in the contract does not let us cancel the agreement because it's in their favor. So we just have to notify them that, hey, you never executed the agreement anyways, we don't plan to go forward with it. I don't think possible.
We never signed it, right?
We did.
We did,
They
they
didn't.
did.
Oh, we signed it?
We did.
Yeah.
Back in December.
Okay, all right,
So if they wanted to push the whole offer and acceptance thing, then we'd have to deal with that later, but.
all right, we'll just, I don't.
I
think they
just
will.
can't imagine, because they're gonna find out how much this project is really gonna cost,
Yeah.
and they've got to know that it's not workable in its current form, one. But we have, just to summarize for you what you're looking at, phase one is just the remodels we know we need with our locker rooms and their current shape, which was about a $2 million project. Phase, is it B or two? Either one.
Phase B.
Phase B is the west expansion, which was the original thought and expansion for the Olympics.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, phase C is this want
That's
to go
15
north as
million.
well to add even more. So easy, that's an easy one to just axe right off. Because that was more of just wants and things from the Olympic Committee.
Okay,
Phase B is a big discussion, probably at your level commissioners with legislature. If they really want the Olympics, are they willing to come in with, what's that total?
10,069.
14 million.
14.
Yeah,
14 and a half
plus the two.
plus the 2.
Yeah, and then some HVAC, which our ammonia plant is closing into life, and it has been on our 5-year capital plan now for a while. So that is no surprise. The cost, of course, may come in as a surprise, because I don't know what ammonia plants are. I've asked Mariko to bring in an actual ammonia contractor so that it's just not an estimator giving us a number, but someone who would actually build that project and tell us what it would cost.
Ammonia,
ammonia,
you need that for ice sheets, in case you've
Yeah.
never been skating.
yeah, I've seen it before. Yeah.
So besides rescinding the agreement, which Liam can work on, we need to establish one point of contact going forward, because this person needs to go to the legislature and DFCM and Elliott Work Group and say, how important is this to you? And if it's important to the state, they need to contribute more money. We don't have to do that right now, but sometime this week, we need to establish who that person will be. And then I will get you guys the updated costs for everything. And then Stephanie's gonna work with Weaver State on their sustainability initiatives, because if the in-ground or ground source heating and cooling that's going in at the D can benefit this facility, then we should tie it in. They're already planning on doing that.
We need to talk to Weaver State anyway about paying part of this. It's their names on the building as well as ours.
Well, and it lands squarely in Ogden City too.
Yeah.
So hopefully that one point of contact can do all of these things on top of everything
So
else.
Jim Russell's aware of these numbers.
No,
I do not know that.
not from
Commissioner, I
us.
don't know.
Hmm.
Elliott Work Groups,
Who's Elliot?
community, they're the design firm.
Okay.
They correspond with DFCM as well. But I don't know. if
On
they
You
had
told
this
me you
discussion.
thought that they were gonna,
Didn't he say he was going to go to DFCM?
Yes.
you told me,
I talked to Jim Russell whenever that was,
And that had not happened yet, right?
no,
and he was gonna talk to the architect that day.
Well, then hopefully he knows now.
that's what it was. I knew I knew that this Jim Russell was gonna be finding out that afternoon.
Yeah,
You and I had that
Yeah.
conversation, Marty, on
Yeah.
that.
yeah. Okay,
That's where that came
If
from.
it didn't know now, he'd know now. Or we didn't, yeah.
We probably
Okay.
confirmed
It all
that.
went around the same time, you know.
To Mariko's point, what I feel like is happening is, we're speaking to the Olympic organizers. Mariko's speaking to DFCM, the Olympic organizers are speaking to DFCM, the legislature is speaking to the organizers and DFCM. But on our behalf, I'm not sure who we prefer to actually be going to DFCM and the legislators and saying, this project has blown up. No one's further down the path than us, farther, I should say, so I think a lot more of this will be coming with other venues because we're further than anyone when it comes to actual
Provo and the Maverick Center.
Yes,
will probably have some
costs
sticker
showing
shock.
up.
Okay, let's say that this is not gonna be used for the Olympics. What kind of money needs to be spent on that ice sheet in the next 5 years?
We'll get you the estimates for all the mechanical equipment. It does need to be replaced. So whether or not we use the facility for the Olympics, this infrastructure needs new ice plant and HVAC and mechanical.
I just wanted Scott Park to hear that. Just another facility.
Yes,
don't have-
we've been out there talking, but we
Yeah.
don't know exactly what that's
We
going to
don't.
be.
You'll give us that,
Yeah, we'll get you that.
so that
That'll
would
be
be
on
good
a
information
capital
before.
Yeah. it should
Okay.
be on a
And
capital.
I'm happy to sit down with Mikkel and Jim Russell. They're the ones that are the head of this spear.
Yeah,
And so
We'll
they're the ones to talk to.
we'll get you
I'm
some hard
happy.
numbers on what we actually need, whether or not the Olympics are coming.
Sharon, I'm happy for Diggs because he's got those contacts and he was an ice skate coach. Be our guy.
Yeah, and Rico, locker rooms are part of that need as
Yeah,
well. too.
locker rooms are part of the need. They definitely moved down on the list past ice plant. Now that we know how out of
Well,
shape it is.
I would suggest this, once you give me the numbers, Jim Russell and I, he used to work for me under the IGG, so I get along well with him. Give me the numbers, I'll sit down with Jim and Mikkel
Okay.
and just say, this is where we are. And
Yeah.
what can we do?
Good.
And then it probably goes to leadership and
Mhm.
see what they say.
Yeah.
But it would be nice to have a number. If the Olympics don't come, what does
Agreed.
Weber County
I agree. I
have
agree
to
with
put
you.
into it?
But we appreciate you. I'm sorry, Commissioner, you went and did all this work just last week and then we come and hit you with this, but it just,
This is a shock, I
yeah,
tell you.
yeah, I know.
Couple of shocks in my week, but I'm used to it, so keep it coming.
Can we move forward and have Liam send out that notice to get rid of that contract?
Do we need to send a notice or
We need to notify them somehow that we do not plan to.
who do we need to notify?
Jim Russell.
All right, well, so send it to him. I've already told him that exact thing, but
Okay.
won't be a surprise.
Do you have contact info for him?
Yeah,
Yep, awesome.
okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
that's it?
Yep.
I know.
Wow.
Is that not
it.
enough? I can make something else up. That's not enough.
So we are putting them in the special project pipe, so we'll type that all up for y'all, so you know where we're at, and that way Gage, you won't be surprised and get caught off guard.
Yeah,
And the regular repair and
Yeah.
maintenance to operate just the existing facility, that will be on that capital projects plan as well as presented in the budget.
well, I got a feeling they're gonna have to look, legislators gonna take a hard look at this budget entirely. If this project's 4 times, 3
Yeah.
to 4
Yeah.
times,
I mean,
just on one little project, what are they looking at on the rest?
Oh, and Gage, that they're gonna be meeting again in August, that interim committee, so that's another thing too, we'll make sure we.
Give me the date on
I
that, would you?
will, we'll make sure we go to that meeting.
I mean, it's one thing to say Salt Lake is not gonna cost them for the Olympics compared to others, but it's still gonna cost something, right?
Oh,
I mean, if you look countywide, they're asking for roads, right? They're asking for improvements to Snow Basin. They're
yeah,
asking for a bunch of things that they're tiptoeing around the issue, and the issue is that this wasn't a $12 million project to begin with.
no.
Oh.
I gotta think they could go build a pretty nice little outdoor skating venue for 46 million bucks.
A little outdoor curling. right there.
Yeah, exactly. And
I mean-
I'll run the beer stand. so.
Exactly. Sell cigarettes.
We don't need another facility. We can.
No, and honestly,
No.
if we can work out our fixes, maybe they can put a nice floor in at the D and we can be the infrastructure as part of that, but
Yeah,
let Weber State invest.
well, so we got 3 partners we need to look at, which I have in mind, Weber State, Ogden City, and of course, the state of Utah. But
Yeah.
we're not gonna be the only one at this party.
I don't think that the Olympics are worth $48 million to us,
Right.
Well,
or even
unless
36.
Scott can find me $48 million somewhere.
Not free for.
No, and then the continuing, we still have to maintain this thing every year. It loses money every year. We still have, I mean, this is still an expensive
Yeah.
facility to have.
So let's sell it to the state.
Hey, I will note though, again, Mariko has shown a trending down deficit every year at the ice sheet. Couple that with Cassie's, I mean, we're really doing our best to, I gotta leave on a good note. Commissioner.
However, Gage, in all seriousness, we have started exploring what that would look like. So that's not too far off.
No, that's one discussion I'm gonna have with those guys. Look,
Yeah.
if you want to spend this money, then make this a state facility.
Yeah.
Or a Weber State facility. Well, same thing.
Yeah.
Or the Olympic Committee can own
Or
all the
or
facilities.
let the Olympic
that the
put it
Olympic
on their
Committee wants
legacy
to
list.
I mean, but we don't want, you're putting yourself out of job though. We don't want you to
I'm
do
very
that.
employable though, Marty.
I know, I'm just saying that,
I
I
don't
don't
think
want to appear as if I'm trying to put Mariko on.
I don't think Mariko has a problem with that.
I'm not worried.
Okay.
I mean, just from what I see, like we use the slogan that no other place in the world still uses their facilities and blah, blah, blah. Well, it obviously doesn't work. That's why no place else in the world uses their facilities.
Well,
Now-
we're busy and we're full, but it is
Now we know why.
expensive.
Now we
Keep
know
them
why.
going.
Yeah, we know why.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, folks.
Appreciate it.
Come back next time.
Doing your day. Thanks, Scott.
You don't have any other facilities that are gonna cost money, do you?
Well, we'll get to the fairgrounds another day.
Sorry.
I thought those 5 IVs were painful.
Bye, Marty.
Just come in and stick me in the arm.
Okay, one last one, right?
I'm seeking a title change,
What is it?
since all I do is work with remodels, expansion,
Yeah,
all we're doing.
what's your
Every department has got something.
title change?
I don't know, I gotta figure it out.
Office of remodeling.
Yeah, director of remodeling.
Pass it by Sarah Swan.
I will. We'll have.
Welcome. Hey, Robert, how are you doing?
Perfect.
Good. Good to see you.
I don't, we haven't met.
Sharon Bolos.
Commissioner.
This is
Pleasure.
from the same place, I believe. Weaver High.
Yep.
Older than I am. Maybe my brother's age. I don't
Hey.
know who you are.
85.
You graduated 85?
Yeah, I'm sorry, did I say that out loud?
I'm just, you know,
Just saying I know. who
you're
you
just telling me,
That's all
how-
I'm saying.
you're just reminding me how old I am. So.
I will not tell.
Have you met Russ? This is Commissioner.
You met Jim Harvey?
I've met Commissioner Harvey before.
Pardon my memory.
Everybody knows Robert.
Yeah. Not
Okay.
Bishop.
Okay. I apologize. I've got to leave for another meeting in 15 minutes, but Commissioner Harvey will, but I've been through this discussion. But Andy, do you want to kind of start it or Robert kick in? We actually had a Weber Housing Authority meeting last week. I was at the hospital actually when we were having it, but anyways, so they'll kind of run this idea by you as far as where we've been, where we need to go, but I can just say one thing, that Andy has been really the key that's kept this housing authority in Weber County going. She's taken it from this level to this level. And, you know, I don't want to get into all the projects, but we need to make sure Andy stays in the game with us if at all possible. And so they're gonna make a proposal that we look at possibly bringing this, and Scott and I have had this discussion before about possibly bringing Weber Housing back in as a department versus doing an MOU. So Andy, go ahead. I don't want to steal your thunder, but
Well, do you want to start, Scott, and talk about the ARPA contract?
Sure. So if I could actually step back from that and Commissioner Willis's tree. So when I first started, we had 3 entities, the Weber Housing Authority, Weber Dispatch, and the Strike Force that lived in this mezzanine section where the county was financially responsible for them in a way. They used our assets. They all the checks got written with our name on them. All the W-2s came with our name on them. And yet we didn't really control them. And so that led to some issues that we could talk about another time with dispatch and basically having them nearly go broke. And if it weren't for the county, they would have gone broke. But
Dispatch.
we decided that there was too much risk. So we said we either need to bring these entities closer or we need to push them away. So we ended up bringing dispatch closer. We clearly established the lines of authority over there. We sent the strike force to Ogden. We said, look, we're not going to be accountable for this unless we can control that. The housing authority, we didn't decide what to do on that. So Andy, right now, all the checks come with Weber County's name on them, and the W-2s come with Weber County's name on them. The retirement system doesn't believe that the housing authority is a separate legal entity. All their information is included is Weber County. So there is a perception that Weber County Corporation is the housing authority, and I'd actually argue it's legitimate. The catalyst for this has been an issue ever since I've started. So the catalyst for this new change is that we have Andy's project on 9th and Wall. And the county's committed $1 million of its ARPA money. The state has committed $1 million of ARPA money to the county. And the county committed ours to Weaver Housing Authority. Well, she's got involved with the developer, and it's a complex development structure. Now, I feel comfortable that it's legal. It's a legal development structure, but it's hard for me to understand, and it's hard for me to mitigate the risks to the county. So I explained it to John Bond as this, is like, it may be legal for me to co-sign on my neighbor's loan for a car, but I don't know that it's a good idea. And I'm not saying that that's what this is I just don't understand it well enough to know. So what's happening is the developer wants the county to lend, the developer wants that county to give the money not to the housing authority, but to the Friends of the Housing Authority, which is a separate legal entity. And then the state would then have to either modify their money or give it to the county, who would then have to pass it through to the Friends of the Housing Authority, which is then going to take this money and lend it to a developer that's owned by 3 separate companies, and then build a building that's going to be owned by essentially six separate entities, right? 3 separate entities that are then wholly controlled by separate entities. I mean, it's a very complex structure. And so I was quizzing Brandon on it, and he was looking at me, and he's like, if I put words in your mouth, please correct me, but basically saying, we're hiring a consultant to do this for us because we don't have the expertise in this area to figure out. I mean, Commissioner Ford, perhaps you do to look at all this, but all I'm saying is it's risky to the county, and I don't fully feel comfortable that I understand all the risks that are involved in the county. And maybe the separate legal risks versus just, the fact that we're so tied together. Could you pierce the corporate veil if something went wrong? If the $2 million didn't get spent appropriately, we could go back to the Friends and say, Friends, you owe us $2 million, but they don't have any money to pay it back. So the county would have to pay it back. So there's just some risk to it. So the whole reason why I brought this issue up again is this is just another example where we have some risk that I think we need to either control the housing authority and bring it in as a department of the county, or we need to separate the housing authority and let it be its own thing. Now, I don't think the housing authority currently would survive on its own. We've got too many projects. We're working towards that, with these different projects. We're trying to build it there, but I don't think we're there yet. But to tell you the truth, we don't pay Andy very much money. And when you compare her position to what other directors in the county are making, it's very different. And Andy needs,
It's sad.
it's sad. And Andy, the housing authority needs another, in my opinion, 1 to 1.5 FTEs to operate the housing authority. And they don't have the financial resources to hire that. They don't have the financial resources to pay Andy or her other staff really what they're worth. And so at this point, I think, and this is hard because it's me recommending the county commit more funds, but I think we ought to look at if this is the time to reevaluate how that board is appointed that governs the housing authority, and see if we want that to be under the control of the commissioners, either be the commissioners or like the administrative control board of dispatch, something that's controlled by the commissioners. If we want to get into this business and continue to help the housing authority grow its mission. Otherwise, we have a risky entity out there. I call it, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying that it's just risky to the county. There's a lot of unknowns. And I don't feel comfortable with them operating such that they have access to the county's cash, because any check they write comes straight out of the county's bank account. So if we don't want to bring them in, I want to propose separating that and saying, okay, Weaver Housing Authority now gets its own bank account. It writes its own check. Now, we would still help, but it's going to be clear that they're very separate entities, that it's not part of Weaver County. We would reach out to the retirement system and say, they've got to have their own retirement accounts. We would have to segregate them out of the county.
And I couldn't agree with you more. It's one or the other. But the bottom line, and again, I've been on that board. Gloria's been on that board. She was on the Olin Walker chaired it for 5 years. Is that I don't see the housing authority in Weber County surviving as its own entity. And again, to me, if we're gonna get involved with, you've got, the COE on the line right now. This is part of homelessness. I mean, we talk about homelessness, we talk about all the housing issues that come about. If there's an issue that we should, my opinion, be in front of, it should be housing. And if Weber County, Weber Housing Authority's names are in the line, like it or not, we are, we're identified as the controlling interest now, even though legally we're kind of in and out. But I think it's really time to just say, let's make this a real operation. Get Andy on board with where she needs to be pay wise, and you still have people like Robert And that board does a great job. I've got it. I mean, the board, I can't say anything bad about the board. They put in countless hours and time doing this, but I would hate to see them just put off the side and then a year later, Ogden City or somebody else taking those vouchers and getting barked out. But that's my opinion. And I'll admit up front, I'm biased because I've been on the board. I've been part of that only Walker for the last 10, 15 years because via Gloria, so.
We do have some restricted one-time housing authority dollars that we have on occasion, we've given that to the housing authority. We could use those to help with this transition in the short run. I do think that this helps us solve, if you were to bring it on, it helps integrate it all the way from the sheriff to the public defenders through, even opioids, to finally have a place to land, to live, to solve all of those issues. I think it really does help the county in its mission in total, to solve not just housing and homelessness, but recidivism and all those things. So, but it would be an additional commitment. If anything, we would probably want to dump another $50,000 to $150,000 worth of salaries if we were to hire some additional bodies to help the housing authority out. Now, this is the same time I'm asking you for this or telling you about this money that, remember just an hour or so ago, I'm like, caution, we're not making a lot of tax revenue. So it's a priority that the commissioners would have to consider. We would have to consider if this is something the commissioners are really interested in, if it's something that we're willing to look at doing.
This is basically another presentation for a tax increase.
If I can amplify what Scott has said, when we worked with Commissioner Zogmaster, 10 years ago, the goal was to have a standalone authority. Over the last 10 years, you've seen a very clear pattern that will not happen.
Right.
So I'm here to tell you that will not happen because the commissioners have chosen not to cause it to happen by their decision making. So if that's the case, then as Scott has just outlined, you probably need to fold them in. But when that folding in occurs, the commissioners need to be in charge.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And
Well, that's the only way we fold them in.
But it does create a change. But I think the same pattern of operation could probably occur. It just means that you've got to be in charge.
What happens if they were on their own?
And the CJC also is an amplification that challenge of a friend's board is that you've got to be in charge. And so if you're going down this road, take over.
Yeah.
To answer your question is, what would happen if we didn't get folded in? We would probably fail. We just don't receive enough HUD money that allows for administrative costs in order to put in play the programs that HUD asks us to do. Now, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, as some of these revenue generating alternative sources come into play, I think we're going to be a lot closer to being self-sustainable. Will we be all the way self-sustainable? I don't know. John has alluded to the fact that we can't be, but maybe we can get closer. I guess the challenge that I have is making sure that the projects that we are engaging in are strategically aligned with what the county wants to do. Do you want to have ownership of residential properties that we lease out to lower income individuals? Do you want to have ownership in a previously used skilled nursing facility that we're turning into a residential property to house the housing authority, as well as to rent out those units to lower income chronically homeless individuals? Do you want to own the property on 9th and Wall that will essentially be an apartment complex that will by portion be rented out to lower income individuals? If the county is not interested in that, we've got a disconnect that is going to become really difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
And I just want to be completely upfront. I don't want to hide anything.
No.
But those are the projects we've engaged in order to become self-sustaining.
And we actually directed, I say we, the board, but via Weber County in those discussions, we told Andy, look, the problem you have, you don't have enough projects out there to generate revenue. We were relying on X number of HUD vouchers which, so you have to have additional income. So
Yeah.
we've kind of created that by virtue of saying, Andy, go out and raise, increase your revenue, which is more project, which increases the opportunity for management, which that's the situation we're now in.
Right.
We're a victim of our own success in a way. So, anyway, I've got to run.
When you look at this, though,
You're in charge.
it becomes another CJC, and that you now.
It does.
You now have discovered that you're in charge, if you go that route, of her projects as a county, and all the decisions that have been made so far, you now inherit.
We do.
And you now take over as, really just to outline.
Yeah.
If you choose to take over, then Sean, et cetera, is gonna have to be aware of, legal is gonna have to be aware of all the risks Scott has outlined.
Yeah.
And are you willing to do that?
That includes the responsibility of being the landlord, which is something that the county has not done, or it's not used to.
I imagine we'll continue the Weaver Housing Authority as a separate legal entity that's controlled by the commission. So I will rely on, or look at you to see how we can set up some legal liability barriers.
To me, if we're gonna take that, then that management comes over with the housing authority they're now doing. They're the property managers.
Yeah.
They just come in. So they're doing the same job they've always done. They just do that job under the county 100%, not 50%.
So we aren't a
Sorry, I gotta go.
department.
Gotta go to center.
Not to say-
Discuss the legal structure, what you think is the best, how we can isolate that risk. But either way, the county commissioners would appoint the board and control.
Yeah.
Control, just like dispatch is a separate legal entity, but still controlled with the commissioner. I'd look to you for advice on whether we keep the housing authority tax ID number controlled entire, you know what I mean? Is it a wholly owned subsidiary or is it a
Okay,
department?
I think it just depends on what direction the commissioners want to go in, and then we'll figure out how to structure it accordingly.
There's one luxury of time right now, because as with CJC, they're trying to develop this building immediately. If this decision is made by the commission fairly soon, then all the decisions that have been made so far in the wall project are now inherited. And you probably then become even more involved in making sure that it's done correctly.
So one of the things with the CJC, keep in mind is that we're required by state statute to have a CJC. We're not required to have a housing authority. And so.
That's a good point. You have to weigh those type of.
Yeah, so they're the same, but they're not the same.
Sure.
And Commissioner Bolus, do you have any comment on this? You have a lot of social services and those things in your portfolio.
I don't know. I don't know what my comments are right now.
What would help you to get to a better spot?
Well, I'm gonna be really frank, and this is not meant to offend. First off, I'm a big fan of Andy. And I do respect the fact that she's not compensated to the level that I think is fair. To her own demise, you've even said, don't give it to me, give it to my other people. I've sat in this room and listened to you say those words. Life changes as the water continues to run under the bridge. And you've done a phenomenal job. I struggle myself. I struggle with social issues personally from all across the board. I'm coming from a one-parent family when I was 5. If I ever needed to go get something when my dad was off working, I just went and did it and ended up, it made it work. But I realized some people have some roadblocks in between that and can't make that work. And so do we just ignore them? We sure do a lot to help, whether it's all these other social services around there. And Melissa helped me with the problem this weekend about a guy that was homeless, and it was super fantastic to jump in and see this guy was at least had a place to sleep out of the weather. And so it feels like it's piling on, and I don't want to lose. You have to have a lot of good momentum going now. What I would, from a business standpoint, I would really like to see myself, this is just me, I'd like to see this be able to stand on its own, have enough 9th streets, have enough apartments, have, or the old medical nursing center, whatever it is, have enough of those things to be able to pay whatever it costs the staff, but then put some away so that you're making improvements or tenant improvements along the way to help it, or raise the rent to those, you say, well, subsidized to how much extent? It's difficult for me because I watch a video back and say, well, that guy's kind of cold-hearted. You know, there are a lot of people that say we should do, but I think we do a lot. And so I'm not the best guy to be left here as I feel really bad about, but that's very forthright of what I'm saying. I probably, with saying all that though, would err on the side of, for now, bringing him in.
Is there
for a number of years until they could become, because most of these projects are underway now. We've taken a lot of effort in the last few years to fund, so that they are underway now. So once they're there and sustainable, I'd like to, I probably, if I'm having to vote right this second, I'd probably okay. But I want to see reports on 3 and 5 years on how to make that separate. Like a CJC or like the shelter up here for the battered women up here. YCC. A lot of C's and everything, but then that's the, but shit, I don't know, Commissioner Bullish, you may have the same or different opinion. I could be way off here. That's just me just saying the things that were in my mind.
I don't know if it makes sense to try to bring it in with the goal of making it separate.
That's what I was
That seems a little backwards.
wondering.
That seems like a lot of effort with the intent to turn around and let it go separate.
A question, maybe this is for you two, is, well, maybe for everybody in the room, really. Just trying to brainstorm some ideas on how, or some options. Is there a way, and does this come down to just financial issues? Is it issues of funding that makes the housing authority unsustainable until a certain point? And is that what the goal of folding it into the county would be, is to unlock funding sources to make it sustainable until it can have its own?
I think it's both the funding and it's the risk. I mean, there's nothing that's new on this meeting. We're talking about things we've talked about for years. The thing that's driving this now is the additional risk with the ARPA funding and the
funding that passes through the county.
Yeah, so and that's why I'm bringing it back up again, because I still feel uncomfortable. And it's not that it's a bad project, it's that I don't understand it enough to know if there's a risk to Weaver County Corporation by doing this.
Okay.
And so I think that's why I'm bringing it back up now. I do agree that, you know, if we're going to fold it in, we can keep it as a separate legal entity. And if you want to have the option to spin it off in the future, maybe we could preserve the legal entity, but it's going to need a county general fund appropriation to survive. I even think that just to survive now, this model that we're currently in is not super sustainable. You've got a couple of loans that are coming due here in 2024, there's 2025, you know, that we're gonna have to 2026. Okay, we're gonna have to sell a home or two to. I mean, there's some things that are coming up now that I worry that we may not even be sustainable as the housing authority in this current form, especially since you don't have enough help to do what you need to do right now. I don't know how you're gonna, I mean, I love you, Annie. I think you're great. It's super. I don't know how you're going to be able to manage these projects full-time.
Right.
If you were here, you know, 120 hours a week, I'm not sure how you were going to manage all these projects plus your day job. So that's my concern too, is that these projects get far along and then they fail.
I'm thinking of just a way to bring the county closer to the Weaver Housing Authority while not taking it in as a county entity or county, a wholly controlled entity by the county. I mean, the Interlocal Agreement Act allows for a lot of flexibility for us to share powers. And if this is something that might be a temporary solution where for now the county needs to step in and the Weaver Housing Authority needs to share some power with the county, we can do it by agreement, not necessarily structure changes in the way that, you know, both boards or the board and the county function. It would be agreement where we just share certain powers, give up some certain powers for a time until the goals of sustainability are met. And that might mean some funding coming from the county that would not normally come from the county, but by interlocal agreement, we're able to tap into that. And once that goal has been met, the interlocal agreement is satisfied and it expires. And the entities go back to how they were today, just with greater sustainability. So that's something we can explore as far as a legal framework goes without actually absorbing the housing authority into the county. And still have its board or whatnot. But that's gonna need a lot more discussion.
Well, yeah,
I
and
think.
stepping back from that specific issue, the point I'm trying to make is Weaver Housing Authority right now is an entity that we don't fully control, that has access to the county's cash and operates as though we're the county. It's risky. And we either need to push it away by creating separate bank accounts, separate URS accounts, separate everything, or we need to pull it in and control it. Now, we could still have those discussions as to how we do that, but that's just kind of where I'm at again, and it's that same discussion we've had before. It's a risk to the county. I think that we need to mitigate that risk.
How much is the county subsidizing the housing authority?
We don't really subsidize it now in terms, we do give it appropriations from the restricted RDA funds every so often, probably on average. I don't know, it's not every year, but when we do, I'd say maybe it's $30,000 to $50,000 at a time, sometimes.
Here and
it's
there, yeah.
Yeah, but we do provide all the legal services, HR services, payroll services, and when you look at a cost allocation, that's probably $60,000 or $80,000 worth of time and effort that we put into the housing authority to help it already. So we're almost
So we're
already there.
paying.
We're already paying a lot to control it, essentially to manage it. So we're really close to that. I think, in order to control it would just be the commissioners would now take over the board, either as the executive board, or you would be the ones who appointed the administrative control board, which, we could still have the existing board be that administrative control board, but they would have to lose some of their powers to the commissioners. So that's an option.
Is there a fiscal note attached to taking that over in addition to what there is today? Not really then.
Well, I think that they need additional salaries and wages. They need additional staff in order to be able to pull these projects off. Even if we want to keep them separate and want them to spin up on their own, they still need additional resources to pull these projects off. They need additional staff and capacity. Otherwise, I'm afraid they're going to fail.
When you're designing a business model and pushing them in a direction where they need to take on more additional work and more projects and things to create that threshold of sustainability. When you do that, those projects, as we see with this current one, with Ninth Street, comes with a different type of risk that we're not used to. And the way that these business models are designed with this, making these tax credits come into play, we're not used to. And because we're not used to, we're going, this is freaking us out. Bottom line. So was that the straw that is now breaking this back? Is that tool of business credits that we're not used to, that's inherently risky in our minds because we don't understand it? Yeah. And they're gonna have to move forward with this ninth wall project with all this tax credit and everything else, and this consultants coming in and the developer and all these guys going out getting tax credits. We don't do that every day. And it's inherently risky in our minds. And if you want to spin them off, then they take all that risk. If you don't, the county inherits all that risk with all these things. And the consultant, then when he finishes up, probably leaves, then the accountability stays with either the housing authority who spun off or the county, who then build that apartment with all these people that can, when you're gonna be in that new business, like you were with sewer clients, you'd be then having tenants with homes and apartment buildings and stuff like that. And is that a model that the county should go into? And therein lies the question of today, and because it's so timely, probably need an answer fairly quick. Do you want to assume that risk? It's not like it's changed quickly. They're all overnight, like Scott said.
It's really like
It's this project that has caused it.
It's one more capital culture park and rec type. It's one more thing that the county's doing. Is this in the scope of what the county should be doing?
Great way to put it. You bet. So how can we help you get to a better spot in helping you design stuff like?
I'm not there today.
Yeah. What can we do to help you?
Andy, I'll call you tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
So I don't know what else, what can you do to help? This,
Do you understand the scope of the Ninth and Wall project and all the parties involved and all that kind of stuff?
I don't completely understand it, but was involved a little bit with Doug Olson in the very beginning. 'Cause I introduced Doug Olson to Scott, who got it going.
Would it be
So-
helpful for us to provide better clarity about what the project looks like?
It might be, I'm where I'm, but I don't know that I'm even there yet, Mr. Bischoff. I'm stuck back. Is this a role
That the county ought to play?
that the county ought to play? I've been, I'll say the first part, fat, dumb and happy. That was the dumb and happy is the easy part. That just Andy's just kind of run this program. The only interface, this is the first time in 7 years that I've had interface with that board, be that good or bad, and that's out of a choice. Because I have not wanted to be on the board. I'm not good at social, I'm not good at the social part of it. I do social stuff in other parts of my life. I'm not there. I'm not totally there. I'm just having a hard time understanding it. It's a weakness I have, personal weakness. I hate, it's very uncomfortable to start going down that road further, but I don't get it. That's why I don't know. That's why I asked you, Sharon, if you had any more questions, because I don't know what else to say right now. I need more time to understand it and why I would need to understand why the county needs, why the county would want to do this. And my biggest thing why I would want to do it is to make sure that you're whole, Andy.
I mean, if we don't do anything now, the housing authority is still a separate legal entity. It will continue down this path, I assume, to get the tax
Nothing
credits.
changes.
Nothing changes. It's other than now the county is going to be on the hook because we're going to write a $2 million check to the Friends of the Weber Housing Authority, which, I mean, it exists, but it doesn't really exist. They don't even have their own bank account, right? So I don't even know. We'll have to figure out the logistics of that. Who's going to do tax forms and all that sort of stuff. And then that entity is going to give the money to a developer. So the county, if that development fails and we have to ask for $2 million from that developer, they don't have it. It's the county that will be at risk for that $2 million. So that's the path we're already on right now, which is the reason why I wanted to bring it to you guys again. We don't have to do anything. That's the path we are already on. That's how we're going. Unless you change it, that's the direction we're headed.
Aren't we doing controlled disbursements along the way? We're not just giving them $2 million.
Yeah, and
So-
it doesn't, we're not giving it to the consultant or the developer, it's going into the project, so it'll actually go to Kier, who's the.
But we are actually writing them the $2 million check for the loan because we're loaning them that amount with the structure. So it's a weird structure because it can't be a donation. Otherwise it ruins their tax credits. So it has to be a loan that just never gets paid back. It's some weird structure.
Does it run like a line of credit almost where we don't issue a full $2 million check? We issue it after they've provided receipts?
It's reimbursement based.
So I guess we can mitigate the county's risk by reviewing the invoices or whatever they might call disbursement requests and denying them if they turn out to be not eligible for ARPA.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a reimbursement structure, but with the understanding that it's being paid back as a loan. I think that helps.
Well, I would hope at minimum we're doing that anyway, but maybe
Yeah,
we're
we hope
not.
so anyhow.
Yeah, that's what we do with all. So I mean, we're gonna take steps to mitigate the risk. And this is just one more thing that brought it up. I thought we need to bring it back up to the commissioners and we
You
need
know,
to
if
have
we
this
don't-
discussion. Because either way, I guess my fear is that, okay, Andy writes this check out. I still worry about the capacity of the Weber Housing Authority to pull these projects off.
Right.
Unless Rob's looking for a part-time job.
I'm willing to do whatever, but I have a job.
But no, you're right, we are, our agency is at capacity, we do need additional staff. Yeah, we need help and, those funds are difficult to come by, staffing funds. And so all of our staff is, all of the positions are grant funded and it's worked so far. I mean, it's worked great so far. We're not paid enough, but we're managing, but you're right, as these projects and as we do more and more, we have to have staff to run these programs and these projects.
Again, with the idea that we were not comfortable with not being able to sustain ourselves. And so
Right.
we were actively looking for developing ways that we could support ourselves better.
Become self-sufficient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the growing pains between now and when these projects are sustainable and turning back the cash.
Right.
How do you get it built? Who's gonna manage that project? You've got what, three projects right now, right? You've got the
Yeah.
Ninth and Wall, you've got the Aspen, and then you also have a
Two
couple,
homes.
yeah, 2 homes.
That's why my suggestion was. I mean, we do all this for, I know what you're saying, why do go through all this motion to just turn it over later, but it's like you need some help. And I get that part, this is what government does, but I would like to see it get to a point where it wasn't. I mean, and if I were to say the same thing, honestly, looking right in the mirror and pointing it right back at me. This is no different than the Golden Spike or the Ogden Eccles Conference Center or these other things. They've needed help for all these years, and it's only now that the tourism fund has caught up to pay. Now is paying it back, and so that they are self-sustainable off the tourism monies, but not considering capital improvements. It's the same, this isn't meant, the only part was personal is because it's you. I believe in you, Andy.
Thank you.
So. That's where I am out on. I can't make a decision to bring it in-house right now.
I feel the same way. Are there any drawbacks to bringing it in-house as far as funding goes? You said that a lot of your positions, or maybe all of them, are grant funded. Is that limited if it's brought into the county? In our ability to be able to get those grants?
I mean, that's a good question.
I wouldn't think so, because I think if there's a potential to bring it in where it's gonna spin off, and then what we're gonna do is not actually consolidate the legal entity into Weaver County Corporation. What we're going to do is have the commissioners control the board, so that you, just like you have your hat on, when you control dispatch, it's a separate legal entity, so we would keep it that way. Weaver Housing Authority would sell those grants. I don't think that would be any issue. And another option is the county can just start giving general fund appropriations to the housing authority and just have them hire another staff that way and not bring it in. But yet we're still doing all the administrative accounting and stuff like that. So I hate leaving them in that area where take this project aside, there's still an entity that writes checks out of John Bond's general account. So that's the risk that I'm trying to mitigate here as well. So we could continue to do that. But if we were to do that, I would say we're going to split them off a separate bank account, and then Weaver County would write a check to the Weaver Housing Authority bank account, deposit it in that account, and they would have to manage their own cash flow and all that sort of stuff. So I'm saying
So does that look like Weaver Human Services?
Yeah, Weaver Human Services it would be a very similar model to Weaver Human Services, where Andy would come in and we would just give them a check or an appropriation every year. And maybe that's one of the options that we do that. And we say, Andy, we're going to give you X number of dollars. And I hope that works for you, but that's our involvement ends there. We write you a check and then we step away. And then once a year you come in and tell us how things are going.
Except for the Ninth and Wall project, our involvement is still there.
Well, we're passing through the ARPA dollars, but hopefully once those ARPA dollars are eligibly spent, then we could say it's done at that point.
Just so you could hear it from me, I'd be much more in favor of that plan and just come and say, this is our contribution for the year, and then you figure it out for the
And
rest of the
that's
year.
how we used to be operated. Years ago, and then we got pulled in under this MOU because that was the right way to go. And I would totally get it, it's evolved.
That would not be my preference, though. I think for just Scott services, Brandon services are so valuable to our agency. I don't know how we do it without, even if we hired a comptroller,
We couldn't
or
hire. We couldn't hire
bookkeeper
somebody.
or.
You'd have to hire a bookkeeper, you'd have to pay for a legal attorney, whether it's a private contract with Brandon or with some other attorney, you'd have to get an HR payroll system.
Right.
Service.
Is that what Weaver Human Services has? Do they have
They
all of
their own
that? They have all
accounting, they
that.
have all their own HR payroll, they do all their own.
I guess the county could somehow quantify how much money it
And
has
co-
cost
and
us
charge.
administratively, and then just take that and,
Which we do that anyway,
Right,
because
so-
I know how much they cost us in terms of time and labor each year.
yeah. And
But then
that's
we're
the
writing
amount.
them a check for them to write us a check back. I mean, that's why we do it for free right now, is because they don't have money to pay us. So if I wrote them a check for $50,000, so they could turn around, and write me a check for $50,000, what's the
Still
goal?
really good.
The tricky thing is today is, do we have them proceed with Ninth and Wall? with this project? And do we send them a check for the ARPA funds? And do they act on that immediately? Or are you,
I think that's their decision, right? I mean, we don't have any control over that unless we do something else. They do what they want to do because they're a separate legal entity.
yeah. So if they do that, then those risks are out there and we will just go along with that plan. And whatever risks they have, we may be exposed to.
You're right. But I think, I don't wanna hold them up and I don't wanna hold up the process.
That's what I guess I'm getting to with this question is, are you giving them kind of a green light as far as just your positioning? Is that, I don't know how to say that differently.
I'm locking you all in, so go out or yeah, is that okay?
Thanks, Shelley.
Thanks, Shelley.
How do I ask that question?
You did fine.
We don't have to make any decision today. We just wanted to present.
That's what I want to hear.
We just wanted to get the issue, especially because I don't think Commissioner Bowles, you've heard this issue before. I know we've talked a lot with Flora about it because he's been on that board. So we just wanted to bring it up to you guys again. We have different options as to where we're going or where we could go. I think the Housing Authority has to proceed with the Ninth and Wall project. They can't slow down, they can't stop.
Right.
So we're just gonna head down that way. We can make this decision in a week, in a month, or in 3 months. Just be aware that there is some risk to the county because this is a very complex real estate transaction and I don't understand it.
Yeah, and we will do our best to understand the risk to the county as far as the ARPA dollars go and mitigate those. And a reimbursement basis type loan is one way to do it. We can look at other ways of reviewing records or having them do reporting requirements.
Sure.
But the county will still accept the risk of giving out ARPA funds to the Friends of the Housing Authority, which will then go to developer,
No, then go to the management team.
the management team of the
Like, yeah.
project. And then we would just trust that it's spent eligibly. And I think that's the end of the county's involvement today. If we just keep things the way they are.
But Brandon, out of respect for the county, I would like to figure out a way that we can provide either updates or reporting or whatever else it is, so that the commissioners,
Has peace of mind.
yeah, they have peace of mind, they can sleep at night that, you know, we're on the right path.
Yeah.
I don't want to get to the end of the road and the commissioners either breathe a sigh of relief or they don't. We've got to figure out a way to
Yeah.
provide updated reporting to the commissioners so that they.
And we'll have all of that. Yeah, so today, if we could, we just need to figure out the ARPA, but we can have this, we can continue this conversation. And I can pull whatever information we need, as far as pulling county in and pushing us away, we can.
Well, and that's
that
fine. I
later.
mean, we can continue on. Andy's just not going, if I can say this bluntly, Andy's just not going to have the resources to make these projects.
Hold on.
I'm worried they won't be successful.
In the work session earlier today, wasn't this Weaver Housing Authority part of the ARPA? We said yes to, is part of the ARPA?
Yeah, we're giving them $2 million towards the.
Right,
The-
he's talking about this, the bandwidth of the staff. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying Andy's maxed out right now, just maintaining what they have, and now you throw not one, but two, but now three or two, if the two houses count as four separate projects of things that she's doing, plus a grant that I don't know that we can accept. I say I don't know that you can accept because I don't think that you have the capacity. And it's capacity, please take the word capacity to be bandwidth.
Yeah,
I don't think you have the bandwidth to do it all without some additional resources, some additional staff, some additional bodies. And that's what they can't afford right now. And so that's kind of why I'm bringing this up again is we can continue on same way. We don't have to bring them in as a county, but we need to look at if they're going to be successful, either we bring them in or we write them a check or we cut them loose and say, live or die on your own, we're out.
And
I'm not-
I guess if there's one thing that we need is that additional staffing,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
without question.
And we could, if we wanted, I don't like to spend ongoing money or one-time money on ongoing things, but we could appropriate more money from the restricted housing authority and say, look, for the restricting housing dollars and say, this is only going to last for, let's say it's 3 years or whatever. So you can get you've got 3 years. We'll let you buy 3 years. And other than that, once that's gone, it's gone.
But yeah, I know you don't like to do that, but I think in this case, this is, I think it's prudent. I think this is a good way to go from that because we need to fix, we don't just need to Band-Aid, we need to fix this now. And if that starts to sound again like it gets us past the hurdle and stuff, I'd like to do that. Cause it's their money anyway, it's restricted.
Well, we could use it for, you could use it for lots of different things, of which housing authority is an eligible use.
What other things could we use it for?
There's lots of, like the housing plan, we don't have to just give it to Weaver Housing Authority, there's, there's a lot of allowed uses, I'd have to go pull the list again.
We're not gonna use it for roads or bridges, we're not
No,
gonna
it's gotta
use
be
it for,
housing.
Yeah, housing.
that's my point. And that's our pick.
Yep.
So I'm for that, starting that right now. I'm okay with that. And it's one-time money, understanding that it's not funded forever, but however long that term is, that's the next conversation we have, that's that's where I would like to go with that. Cause what that does in my mind, it gets us to that 5-year or 3-year, now it's even sound better. I think I like the separation thing, but I would like to get somehow there, or even the county making some kind of a appropriation based on something, some figure we do that with Center of Excellence, we do that with other things. I think this wraps up into that.
We could do that, we could appropriate some one-time monies and say, okay, look, first we're gonna spend, and then we're gonna appropriate, let's just say it's $500,000, we're gonna put that one time through because we have enough one-time money to do that and say, okay, this, you can only use it for salaries and wages, and that hopefully will be a Band-Aid long enough to get these other projects created. You hire somebody, get these projects done and be self-sustaining, but if not, at the end of this 3 or 5 or 10 or whatever that number of years is, it's kind of your problem to deal with. Housing authority, we're out.
That's where I am.
I like that.
Maybe we can prepare some type of request in writing that calculates what the need would be over the next few years and what you think would be the necessary amount of time that you need that funding. To bridge the gap.
Right.
You can put that in presentation form and bring it back to the commission,
Yeah, I like that.
if that works.
I like that.
Does that
Well,
help
it's-
to establish a clearer road,
Yeah.
a clearer path?
And to John's point, I mean, he made it pretty clear on the front end of this that we may not become sustainable, right? I mean, you talk about 5 years, 10 years, whatever else. That's the path we're on, hopefully. But putting it in a presentation mode gives us the opportunity to really look at the dollars and cents and say, here's the ramp up period. This is what it's gonna take to get from point A to point B to C to D.
Expected revenue once the projects are done
Right.
versus how
Right.
much it's gonna cost to maintain these assets.
Right.
And see how the numbers work out.
It makes perfect sense to me, and that gives you some chance to get going there and I hate to say it, but maybe those subsidized, it's not subsidized quite as heavy to make sure that the others are. It's just how it's gonna have to go in Weaver County. It may be different in New York or Falls Church or wherever else it is, but that's. Okay.
So, well, I guess next steps will be you guys will kind of look at that and come back with a presentation as to what that would be.
Yep.
I'll work with you, John. So if we're gonna go down that road, I do still think that we segregate those accounts and show that they're not part of the county.
That's the group on that.
Yeah, so we'll just look, we won't do anything. We'll just explore what that would take. Again, that doesn't mean that we're not gonna help you. I mean, we could still help you, but I still think that it makes sense to separate those out. So that you have your own URS account, you have your own bank account, you're not writing checks that say Weaver County Corporation on them. Your purchase orders don't say Weaver County Corporation on them. We'd have to figure out how to do that.
I think you're defining milestones. And that is a milestone among several things.
Thanks, Brendan.
Trying to make sure you go left and left.
But thank you.
But you're defining milestones. And I think each one of those milestones has to do with the ninth project, the separation and the timeframe with that, what it would look like, when it would happen, those events. And I think that plan overarching is what prior commissioners couldn't wrestle to the ground. It was just an extension of business as usual, and it's gotten to the point where it's bigger than it used to be.
Yeah.
And I think we just hit that point where it needs to be more clear.
Do we have the data for the allocated costs from the county for legal services, financial services?
I have it. I have it right here.
Can you shoot that over to us so that we can include it in our plan?
Yep.
Yeah. This isn't, I'm sorry, I'm. It's an essential service for the guy sitting in the,
Yeah.
that's a homeless, that's genuinely wanting to be there. And I see 911 as an essential service. I'm not, I wish I were better, sorry.
No.
My first interaction with it more formally with you, and I feel like a cold heart.
No,
No.
you're perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I'd love to help. Aside from that too, I'd like to end with this. I've been involved for decades now, helping people get on a sustainable plan where they can take care of themselves in another world, we'll say. I love the confidence that it gives them when people go out and do it on their own. You develop the person. And that's, if that can be this from a governmental standpoint, I'm all in. But I'm not interested in sustaining it in perpetuity.
Yeah, and can I just respond to that? Andy does a phenomenal job helping us house people. The missing point is often that piece, which is the case management that allows a person to progress, set a budget, find a job, da. Case management is a struggle, and it's not Weaver Housing Authority.
Respect that. And to that point, if the county were to take this in-house, then is the next step for the commissioners in 8 more years, case management, and the load just becomes more
Agreed.
and more and more on the.
Agreed, yeah.
And proportionately, as we deal with the other 29 counties or 28 counties, we do more of this than per capita than anybody else. And so I'm tired of being greedy and getting the lion's share. I'm wanting the others to participate on their own. You know, so, okay, with that, if you have anything else, any of you?
No, sir.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second, non-debatable, we're adjourned.